Chapter 451. Since Jun Changshao had broken through to the Sword and Martial King realm, the discussions of the various provinces and counties would definitely not stop. Many forces and clans would also begin to investigate the person who had broken through to the Sword and Martial King realm in Qingyang County. After enjoying the pleasure of breaking through, Sect leader Jun looked at the forest outside the city and saw the dumbfounded Martial King of Xinjiang County. At first, this person was evenly matched with Jiangya in the forest. However, when the momentum of the breakthrough spread, he was deeply shocked and no longer had the mood to fight. Elder Jiang hurriedly used the cloud-treading steps and landed on the city gate tower. He happened to witness the whole process of the two beams of light shooting into the sky. I won't say that I forgot that Jiangya was still fighting with someone, so I was quick-witted. Old man. Jun Chang smiled and said, "How about the two of us fight?" Because he had broken through to the Sword and Martial King realm, his voice was filled with the aura of a king. Martial disciple, martial master, and Wuzong were, after all, only low-middle level. The Martial King realm was a huge dividing line. It would change in all aspects, including voice and aura. The Martial King of Xinjiang County frowned. He definitely wouldn't care about a martial king who had just broken through. However, this was a newly born Sword and Martial King, who in the Falling Star continent didn't know that the Sword and Martial King's battle prowess was above that of Martial King and Martial King. Swoosh! Jun Changshao jumped and flew out of the city gate tower. The increase in his strength led to the increase in his movement technique. His jump gave people the feeling that he was about to fly. Ta! He landed steadily in front of the Martial King and said, "Do you want to use your fist or your sword?" The Martial King of Xinjiang County's mouth twitched violently. "If I use my fist, you're a Martial King. If I use my sword, you're a Sword King. How the hell am I supposed to choose?" This was the advantage of the Sword and Martial King. They could fight however they wanted. Sect leader Jun, the Martial King, said coldly, "Xinjiang County has lost this battle. I'll take my leave first." Facing a Sword and Martial King made him feel very guilty. "No," Jun Changshao said, "you must fight with me. If you win, General Tao can take him away." "Not fighting? Forcing you to fight." Needless to say, Xinjiang County's King Wu was immediately tempted when he finished his last sentence. His mission in attacking Qingyang City was to protect Tao Yuan. Now that he had been captured by the enemy, he would surely be held accountable if he were to return alone. If that's the case, he made up his mind and said, "I'll meet the Sword and Martial Kings today. With your fist or with your sword?" "Fist." In a small forest outside Qingyang City, Jun Changshao and King Wu of the Xinjiang County were about 20 meters apart. Jiang Yu was the only spectator at a close distance. The iron-boned disciples were all standing on the city wall and watching from afar. "Sect Master Jun, you're fighting a Martial King right after breaking through. You are truly valiant," Xie Guangquan said in admiration. Jun Changshao said, "Can we start now?" King Wu of the Xinjiang County got into a fighting stance and thought to himself, "Although this kid is a Sword and Martial King, he just broke through. I'm a rank 4 Martial King, so I should be able to fight him." From the word "should," it was clear that he didn't have much confidence. There was nothing he could do. The Sword and Martial Kings were famous. Without a high rank Martial King, it would be difficult to face them. Whoosh whoosh! Jun Changshao unleashed his cultivation, and a dense aura instantly spread out. King Wu of the Xinjiang County hurriedly said, "Sect Master Jun, we agreed to use your fist. Don't use your sword." Jun Changshao said, "Don't worry. I won't need to use my sword to deal with a Martial King like you." The Xinjiang County's Martial King was furious. "You're a Sword and Martial King. You're awesome, but you can't look down on others like this." Whoosh whoosh! In his anger, he also unleashed his cultivation. Although his aura was quite strong, There was a clear gap between him and Sect Master June in terms of aura and purity. Jiang, you said in surprise. Sect Master has just broken through. Why is his aura so dense? That was because he had 2 spirit cores in his dantian. If they were unleashed together, it would definitely be stronger than a single spirit core. With 2 spirit cores, Jun Changshao's aura was not only dense, but his endurance was also strong. Even though he had just broken through, and was evenly matched with the rank for Martial King in front of him, he could still exhaust his opponent with his boundless spiritual energy. It could be said that our Sect Master June not only had the advantage of being a sword and martial king, he also had the advantage of having 2 spirit cores. He was definitely worthy of being called a monster. Old man. Jun Changshao said, I'm going to make my move. The more he said this, the more uncertain King Wu of the Xinjiang County felt. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jun Changshao used the cloud-treading steps and rushed over. He was so fast that it was as if he had crushed a gallop talisman. Not good. King Wu of the Xinjiang County's Martial King's expression changed slightly. In the next second, he put his hands in front of his body to block and condensed a dense spiritual energy wall around him. Boom! The sound of an explosion was heard and waves of energy surged out. Jun Changshao appeared in front of him and punched with his right fist. Not only did it break the spiritual energy wall, it also landed on King Wu's arm. One could faintly see ripples in the air. Thump, thump, thump. King Wu of the Xinjiang County was pushed back. When he stabilized his body with great difficulty, his eyes were filled with shock. The strength of this punch was at least 2.5 million jin. He had just broken through and already had such terrifying strength. This person was definitely a supreme rank martial king. No, a supreme rank sword and martial king. Whoosh! Jun Changshao appeared in front of King Wu again and slapped him with his big hand. It seemed to be an understatement, but the strength it contained was increasing steadily. When it hit King Wu's right shoulder, it had already exceeded 3 million jin. King Wu of the Xinjiang County was only an advanced rank for martial king, and his strength was only 2.5 million. He was sent flying and crashed into more than 20 trees. Wah! When he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xie Guangquan, who was on the city gate tower, saw this, and his mouth twitched violently. That was a genuine martial king, but he was beaten up by Sect Master June, who had just broken through. Damn it! King Wu of the Xinjiang County tried his best to stand up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and opened his hands abruptly. He quickly gathered the elements of heaven and earth around him. Jun Changshao said, Are you going to use your trump card? Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon the elements of heaven and earth gathered in King Wu's hands from all directions. They formed a bright ball of light formed by 3 different elements. This is, Jiang frowned slightly and said, high rank 3-point origin gathering technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ball of light gathered in King Wu's hands became stronger and stronger. Jun Changshao stood in place unmoved. His eyes were filled with disdain. In the past, it was others who looked down on him. Now that he had become a sword and martial king, he was looking down on a rank for martial king. Ta! King Wu of the Xinjiang County took a step forward and shouted with his eyes wide open, 3-point origin gathering technique. Whoosh! The ball of energy formed by the 3 elements of heaven and earth was thrown forward with great force. For a moment, a strong wind blew and the grass and trees flew everywhere. Xie Guangquan, who was far away, was shocked. He thought to himself, if it was me, I wouldn't be able to survive even if I had 10 lives. When he looked at Jun Changshao again, he saw that he was still standing in place. He looked like a high and mighty king. Could it be that he was going to take it head-on? Chapter 452. The tripartite origin gathering technique was a very profound spiritual power martial technique. When a martial artist used it, they would extract 3 types of origin energy from the heaven and earth to gather powerful energy. This martial king from the Xinjiang County had already comprehended it to perfection. After a simple accumulation of energy, he used it. As for how powerful it was, there was no need to describe it in terms of weight to prevent the readers from ridiculing it. In short, it was very powerful. It was so powerful that when it flew over, the trees that were relatively far away were uprooted by the wind. Jiang Xie furrowed his brows. Although he had broken through to the 3rd rank of martial king and had entered the extreme level of cultivation in the sect, he still wasn't confident that he could take this move head-on. The sect leader stood in place. Was he going to take it head-on? Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao raised his hand. Dense spiritual power spread out from his body and quickly formed a solid defensive air wall in front of him. After breaking through to the martial king level, one's control over spiritual power would be more perfect, and they would be able to develop the ability to condense air walls. There was also another very important function. When one's thoughts turned into spiritual thoughts, they could see everything around them. When the condensed light attacked, Jun Changshao used his spiritual thoughts to capture it. The strength of the power was within his tolerance range, so he decisively formed an air wall. Martial King, this feels so good. Whoosh! The tripartite origin gathering technique shot over while sticking close to the grass. In the end, it crashed into the air wall with a boom. The powerful explosion instantly formed a wave that surged in all directions. Flowers, trees, and stones were instantly crushed into powder by the terrifying power. Looking from the city tower, the area where Jun Changshao was standing was completely bare. Even the ground had cracked. Terrifying. Xie Guangquan sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, he was more concerned about whether Sect leader Jun was all right or not. Gradually, the spiritual power dissipated and the collision area was clearly visible. The solid air wall was still there. Jun Changshao was still standing proudly. The corner of his mouth even raised into a smile that deserved a beating. No, impossible. The martial king from the Xinjiang County widened his eyes. He had even unleashed his trump card. Yet he still hadn't been able to break his opponent's air wall. Just how much spiritual energy did he have to be able to do that? So, these are the sword and martial kings. Jiang Xie was shocked as well. Yi Xingqian thought to himself, he just broke through. He shouldn't have such abundant spiritual energy. Even one of the 10 great martial emperors could not figure it out. Jun Changshao waved his hand to remove the psionic energy wall and said, "I've shown my trump card. Now I'm going to get serious." After saying the last word, he used the cloud treading steps and sped away. His speed was so fast that even Xinjiang County's king, Wu, didn't have time to set up a spiritual energy wall in front of him. In fact, it was useless to set things up. Under Jun Changshao's 3 million gene of strength, the only thing he could do was to find a way to be completely destroyed. Boom! 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 In the forest, the sound of fists could be heard frequently. In just a few moments, Jun Changshao relied on his absolute strength to beat King Wu of Xinjiang County. King Wu fell to the ground, his limbs twitching and white foam coming out of his mouth. Everyone's mouth twitched. Such a high and mighty martial king was actually beaten so miserably. It was truly unimaginable. Could it be that the sword and martial kings were really that powerful? They didn't know that the reason why Sect leader Jun could beat a rank 4 martial king was not only because of the sword and martial kings, but also because he had 2 spirit cores. Although they couldn't double the effect, they still increased his strength by quite a bit. For example, the 3 parts essence gathering art that attacked just now. If Jun Changshao had 1 spirit core, he could have withstood it. However, the psionic energy wall would definitely have been broken, and he wouldn't have been able to withstand it unscathed. A battle between martial kings ended just like that. King Wu of Xinjiang County, who was beaten up, not only did he fail to take Tao Yuan away, he also inevitably became prisoner. Qingyang City, on the drill ground, The surrendered soldiers of the Tiger Army squatted together with their hands on their heads. Sect leader Shui Ringue said, "What should we do with these people? If we can get them to surrender, then do so. If we can't, then let Jinyang County pay the ransom," Jun Changshao said. A rising star with the talent of a general, a genuine rank for Marshal King, was definitely worth a lot of money. Shui Rengue said, "Tao Yuan comes from a family of generals. I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult to get him to surrender." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "There's no one I can't get to surrender. If there is, then give him a bowl of fried rice. If not, then give him 2 bowls." Shui Rengue thought of Lu Wancher's cooking, and the word delicious immediately appeared in his mind. "General Tao." Jun Changshao walked over and said, "Are you convinced of your loss?" Tao Yuan, who was tied up, was silent for a while, then said, "I'm convinced." He lost too miserably in this battle. The Tiger Army was also completely crushed by the Wolf Cavalry. He was absolutely convinced. Jun Changshao said, "My Iron Bone Army needs a lot of talents. Are you interested in joining?" Tao Yuan raised his head with difficulty and said, "Sect leader Jun, although I'm not a big shot, I will never surrender to the enemy." "General Tao." Jun Changshao was not discouraged. He said, "You misunderstood. I mean, join my Iron Bone School." "What's the difference between this and surrendering to the enemy?" Tao Yuan said coldly. "There's a difference." Jun Changshao said, "I'll ask General Tao first. Do you belong to any sect or sect?" "I don't belong to any sect or sect." Tao Yuan said. Jun Changshao said, "Although you're a general of Jinyang County, you don't belong to any sect or sect. Why can't you join my Iron Bone School?" There was nothing wrong with that. However, Tao Yuan said, "You're guarding Qingyang City with your disciples, so you're my enemy. Joining your school is the same as surrendering to the enemy." "No, no, no." Jun Changshao said, "I'm guarding Qingyang City because it's my home. If Jinyang County didn't attack, I wouldn't have participated. Now that you've failed, my Iron Bone School will stay out of this. We're not enemies, so it's reasonable for me to join your school. We'll talk about it later." Jun Changshao said again, "Joining my Iron Bone School is just a disciple. It's not like I'm asking you to lead troops to fight against Jinyang County." Xie Guangquan's mouth twitched. Sect leader Jun's mouth was really coquettish. Tao Yuan was also stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. "General Tao," the Marshal King from Jinyang County said weakly, "you can kill me, but you can't humiliate me." Bang! 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 Jun Changshao punched him until he fainted. He clapped his hands and said, "General Tao, I'll give you some time to think about it." Then he said, "Mayor Xia, lock these captives in the dungeon." "Okay." Xia Guangquan immediately ordered Tao Yuan, that Marshal King, and the thousands of captive Tiger Army soldiers to be locked in the dungeon. Sect leader Jun, he cupped his hands and said gratefully, "If it wasn't for your school's help, my Qingyang City would have fallen long ago." Jun Changshao said, "Don't be happy too early. This is just the vanguard. Jinyang County's army is still in Heian County and Huaiyang County." Xie Guangquan's expression immediately became serious. "That's right. Jinyang County only sent 30,000 men. There were more than 100,000 soldiers behind them." Chapter 453. Although Jun Changshao had completed his epic mission, the crisis in Qingyang City and the entire Qingyang County had not been resolved because the main invader was the White Tiger Legion. Miao Hui's cavalry and Tao Yuan's Tiger Legion were just 2 of them. Therefore, Sect leader Jun did not bring his disciples back to Iron Bone and continued to stay in Qingyang City to help the 3. 6 million people resist the invasion. Becoming a sword and martial king gave him more confidence to face the 6th grade Jinyang County. Iron Bone continued to stay in Qingyang City, and Guancoin was almost moved to tears. At night, a banquet was held in the city tower. After 3 rounds of wine, he thanked Jun Changshao with tears and snot. He was so emotional that he almost knelt down to thank Jun Changshao. "Thank you, city lord." Jun Changshao tugged at him and said, "This Jun has already said that Green Sun City is my home. I won't tolerate outsiders bullying it. Come." He raised his wine cup and said, "Don't say anything. Everything is in the wine. Drink." Xie Guangquan drank a lot that night and was very drunk. In the end, he held an empty wine jar and danced on the city tower. Jun Changshao quietly looked at the cute city Lord Xie, who was drunk, and took out the Saint-grade aptitude modifying liquid from his interspatial ring. Not only did the epic mission allow him to become a sword and martial king, but it also gave him an opening talisman and a bottle of Saint-grade aptitude modifying liquid. This was undoubtedly very satisfying. Pa! He opened it and drank it. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your spirit root has improved from supreme grade to saint grade. An improvement in spirit root's aptitude was undoubtedly like a complete rebirth. However, with the help of the aptitude modifying liquid, it easily reached the level of saint grade spirit root. It was really unbelievable. Strange, Jun Changshao muttered. My spirit root has improved, but why does it feel like there is no change? The system said, does the host feel that there should be an increase of 1 million kilograms of strength for there to be a change? That's right. Wash up and sleep. You can do it in your dreams. *CK, Jun Changshao cursed, then rubbed his hands and pulled out the system store. There were many things to do during the day. Now that he was free, he naturally had to spend all the 4,892 contribution points that he had. No need to consider it. Starting from the mid-tier mall. Previously, in order to test his 5 luck points, he only dared to use the basic merchant shop to test it. Now that he had more contribution points, he finally had the confidence to do so. He pulled down the shopping center. Ding! Sect contribution points. 9792500. A brand new product was presented, and Jun Changshao happily flipped through it. The first product that caught his eye was called Sect Equipment Device, according to the detailed introduction. It was made up of 5 parts: the weapon machine, the equipment machine, the martial skill machine, the pill machine, and the treasure machine. Its function was that it could be connected to the host's spatial ring. With just a thought, all kinds of things could be allocated to the host for the disciple to collect. It was similar to a vending machine in the disciple shop, but it was more detailed. Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, the refined weapons, equipment, or pills have to be personally handed over to the disciples. With this thing, they can receive it themselves. Bye. Ding! The host has spent 1,000 contribution points and received the Sect's equipment X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points. 8792500. Jun Changshao continued to read. Soon he saw a defensive martial skill called Spirit Armor. The quality was not too high, only at the middle level of the best quality. However, if one cultivated it successfully, they could turn their spirit energy into armor and wear it on their body, forming a powerful defense. This is good stuff. Sect leader Jun's eyes immediately lit up. The seal shield was also a defensive martial skill, but its function was to form a defensive shield in front of the body. During this period, one could not attack, or the defensive shield would lose its effect. To put it bluntly, it was to turn oneself into an egg. It could withstand attacks, but it could not extend its hand to fight. Therefore, when the members of the Wolf Rider Hall fought with the Tiger Might army, no one would use it because it was just a moving eggshell. Spirit armor was different. Using spiritual energy to form an armor in front of him, he would be fully armed while still being able to attack without being affected at all. Bye. He spent 1,000 contribution points to buy spirit armor. The system automatically matched the Sect's cultivation technique, and Sect leader June copied another 5,000 books in one go. This was because the Sect's equipment machine had not been taken out yet. Otherwise, with just a thought, it would automatically be equipped with the martial skill machine. Jun Changshao continued to read. Soon, his gaze stopped on an item called Beginner Grade Spiritual Medicine. All the middle-level shops were middle-level. This was the first time he saw a beginner-grade item. He clicked on the details. Item: Beginner Grade Spiritual Medicine. Introduction. It is said that Taishang Laojun used the divine fire of 16, one of the 4 great heavenly fires, to refine a miraculous elixir. Note: a failed product. Effect: it can cure all kinds of difficult and miscellaneous diseases. Disadvantage: because it is a failed product, it can only cure martial artists below the martial king realm. Price: 1,000 contribution points. F***CK. Jun Changshao said in surprise. A failed product refined by Taishang Laojun. The system said that's just a rumor. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, unfortunately, it can only be used on martial artists below the martial king realm. Otherwise, I would definitely buy one to help Elder Wei treat his difficult and miscellaneous diseases. So it's useless. The system said the host doesn't have to buy it. Jun Changshao thought so too. He continued to read. Suddenly he thought of something and muttered, it should be able to cure Palace Master. She's eye disease, right? The system said the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace is a 9th level Wuzong. She meets the treatment requirements. It was Jun Changshao's first time hearing about Shi Jingshuan's cultivation. He couldn't help but say in surprise, she's only in her early 20s, but she's already so strong. If she wasn't the leader of a sect, she would probably be ranked in the Gathering of Heroes list. Reaching the 9th level Wuzong at the age of 20 would not only be ranked in the list, but also in the heaven class. Should I buy one for her? Jun Changshao muttered. He was very conflicted because it was worth 1,000 contribution points. If he bought it, there would definitely be a bunch of readers cursing him for being a saint. Forget it. I'll keep it for now. Jun Changshao continued to browse through the items and saw 2 more martial arts techniques. One was a soft palm technique. It was a beginner grade, supreme grade technique suitable for women to cultivate. The other one was more special. It was called the clear heart technique. Although it was a mental cultivation technique, it was only used to stabilize one's state of mind, making it easier to focus on cultivation and not be distracted by distracting thoughts. The Iron Bone Palace lacked all kinds of martial arts techniques. Since Sect Master Jun didn't lack contribution points, he bought them with 2,000 contribution points and made 5,000 copies of each technique. After spending 9,892 contribution points, he was left with 5,642 contribution points. There was no other way. With contribution points, he could do whatever he wanted. Jun Changshao took back the store and opened the purchased items. He directly bought 20 bottles of aptitude modifying liquid. This was a reward for the wolf riders who performed well in the previous battle. Zhong Yi's performance was also very good. He even captured the general alive. I can reward him with a bottle of aptitude modifying liquid. Jun Changshao muttered. He had 6 bottles now. He couldn't decide who to give it to, so he could only give it to them based on performance. If there was a punishment system, Li Tianshan, who accidentally shot Zhong Yi, would definitely be in trouble. The next day, Jun Changshao gathered all the disciples in Qingyang City early in the morning and taught them the defensive martial arts technique, spirit armor. The Wolf Rider Hall members who performed well on the battlefield also received the aptitude modifying liquid. After taking it, they all improved from mortal grade to intermediate grade. As expected, they were all dumbfounded. Zhong Yi, who had advanced from high grade to supreme grade, was also dumbfounded. Su Xiaoma walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Junior brother Zhong, don't be agitated. This is just a normal thing. P.S. I feel like I'm not in the mood to write. I need to adjust. I'll update 5 times today. Chapter 454. After receiving the martial arts technique, the Ironbone disciples began to cultivate it. They first cultivated the clear heart technique. Once this technique was activated, their state of mind was indeed much more stable. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Apart from those with great perseverance, they would more or less be distracted when cultivating or doing things, or be disturbed by external things. The clear heart technique was used to clear all distracting thoughts and stabilize the state of mind. As long as the state of mind was calm, the comprehension of martial arts would definitely be faster. In the temporary residence arranged by City Lord Xia, Jun Changshao circulated a few large and small circulations and muttered, "Activating the clear heart technique can make concealment of spirit and qi faster. This is good stuff." Moreover, this technique could not only be used to comprehend martial arts, but also to comprehend martial arts techniques after activating it. It was a very versatile auxiliary technique. The Ironbone disciples also realized this, so they focused on comprehending the clear heart technique. A few days later, on the training field of the military camp, several Ironbone disciples released their psionic energy, forming a cloud-like aura that gradually covered their bodies and condensed into a looming armor. Martial arts technique, Spirit Kai. After using it, not only did they put on armor, but they also condensed a helmet. They were just short of equipping their teeth. This kind of defensive martial arts technique was easy to learn, but difficult to master. Even if they comprehended it successfully, the strength of their defense would depend on their psionic energy. The few Ironbone disciples who tested were only rank 2 or 3 martial masters. They could only form an illusory armor, unable to materialize it. Whoosh, whoosh! Xiao Ziji walked over and released his psionic energy. Majestic attributes whizzed out and condensed into an armor as quickly as possible. He threw a few punches and said, "It's not affected at all. Oh my God, senior brother Zhao's armor is so strong." Several disciples surrounded him enviously. Xiao Ziji, who was at the peak of martial master, had higher psionic energy than his junior brother. His armor was close to materializing. He stood on the training field like a brave general. At this moment, Su Xiaomao walked out and said in surprise, "Junior brother Xiao, isn't your armor too cool?" He also used Spirit Kai. However, standing next to Xiao Ziji, he was obviously weaker. Li Fei, Tianqi, and the others also walked over one after another. They displayed their Spirit Kai with great interest. After a final comparison, whether it was in terms of materialization or form, there was still a slight gap between them and Xiao Ziji. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that Xiao Ziji majored in physical strength. Extremely boring. Yi Xingqian, who was sitting on top of the city wall, looked at the people below him testing their martial techniques. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ling Kai had also learned it, but he did not take it to heart. What he truly cared about was the heart-calming mantra. This sort of mental cultivation technique that stabilized the mind was just too helpful for martial arts. Even Zhou Hong cultivated it because it could help him calm down and comprehend the Sword Tao better. While guarding the Azure Sun City, the disciples were still immersed in cultivating their martial skills, causing Xia Guangquan to sigh inwardly. No wonder the Ironbone is so strong. The disciples are very diligent in their cultivation. After the Tiger Mite army was defeated, the enemy army in Heian County and Huiyang County did not make any movements, giving Jun Changshao quite a bit of time. Tao Yuan, who was reduced to a prisoner, was a little tragic. He was locked in a cage and was not given any food. Once he was hungry, he starved for 3 days. Every time Jun Changshao ended his cultivation, he would come over to chat. The topic was not to persuade him to surrender, but to explain the delicious food on the tip of his tongue. He was starving, yet he talked about delicious food. He had never seen such a despicable person. What was even more despicable was Jun Changshao even called Lu Wancher over. He set up the stove in the prison and explained every step of cooking with deep emotions. Even the most ordinary stir-fried cabbage, under his influence, emitted the fragrance of thyme. Tao Yuan could only remain silent, and continue to remain silent. Even if he was starving as a soldier, he could not be tempted by delicious food and waver his will. Sect Master Jun was not in a hurry. As long as he had time, he would continue to explain the delicious food on the tip of his tongue. Night. The sky was filled with stars. Jun Changshao lay on the roof of the city tower and looked up at the full moon. He muttered, "I miss home." These few days he had been explaining to Tao Yuan about delicious food. Most of it was Chinese, Shandong cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, etc. So it was inevitable that he would look up at the moon and lower his head to miss home. I wonder if anyone still remembers me? Jun Changshao bitterly mocked himself. I have no family and few friends. Who would remember me? Suddenly, he realized that he had nothing to worry about on earth. Why should he be so stubborn? Couldn't he just live peacefully in the other world? Besides, he was the leader of a sect and had many disciples. Although they were not relatives, they were teachers and friends. It was not bad for them to grow together happily. Xiao! Little Long Long jumped over from the city wall and landed beside Jun Changshao. Then it shrank its head and laid beside its master. Because of the beast pill, the little fellow's appetite problem was solved, so it rarely appeared recently. Jun Changshao patted its little red head and said, "When can you grow up?" Goo goo. Little Long Long let out a strange cry and lazily closed its eyes. Jun Changshao shook his head and turned to look at the northernmost city wall. His gaze locked onto Lu Qianqian, who was dressed in white. This woman had been standing there for a while. Sect leader Jun, who had been releasing his spiritual senses, had long noticed her. What was she thinking? Lu Qianqian was thinking about the clear heart art. This kind of mental cultivation method could stabilize one's state of mind. It was very helpful for her to comprehend the Taishan ice heart art. A few days later, Sect leader Jun noticed that the ice mountain girl, who was originally a little melted, was getting colder and colder day by day. "It's so cold." Walking in front of her fellow disciples, everyone couldn't help but shiver. Sect leader. One day, Lu Qianqian came to see him and said, "The war is over. I'm going out to train." After cultivating the clear heart art, her slightly turbulent state of mind gradually moved towards the level of heart, like still water. Therefore, she was eager to go to Lu Prefecture in the northeast. Okay, Jun Changshao didn't object. The two of them, one standing on the city wall and the other below, were more than 10 meters away from each other. However, they didn't speak after exchanging words. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Sect leader. At this moment, Liluachio, who was in the iron bone, transmitted her voice. Something happened. What happened? Jun Changshao asked. Liluachio said, "Our spies sent news that the sects of Jinyang County brought many experts to Blue Mountain Sect. It seems that they want to cause trouble." Cause trouble? Jun Changshao frowned slightly. The sects of Jinyang County going to Blue Mountain Sect should be related to this war. If it were me and I wanted to attack a certain county, I would naturally have to make arrangements for the influential forces in the county. Elder Jiang, Hall Master Shui. Jun Changshao jumped down from the city wall and said, "You are responsible for protecting Qingyang City." "Qianqian Xingqian," he added, "follow me to Blue Mountain Sect." The little dragon, who was sleeping, woke up and jumped onto its master's shoulder. Awoo! The Hurricane Wolf King was summoned. Jun Changshao jumped on it and led Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingqian to Blue Mountain Sect. Chapter 455. Everything was just as Jun Changshao had guessed. If the Xinjiang County wanted to attack a county, they would definitely send people to arrange for the major powers in the county to attack. The major sects and great evil sects in Heian and Huiyang counties had also made arrangements. Thus, when the war came, they all chose to seal their mountains and ignore the requests of the city lords. How did they arrange it? It was very simple. They brought people to cause trouble. The 2 fifth-rate sects in Heian County were beaten up by the experts sent by the Xinjiang County. Although the injuries weren't fatal, they were all injured. Even if they really wanted to do something for the county, they couldn't do anything because the main forces of their sects were injured. The 2 counties were clearly arranged. Since the Xinjiang County had the ambition to annex the Qingyang County, they would naturally make arrangements for the Blue Mountain Sect. The old method. They sent experts to challenge the Blue Mountain Sect openly. Moreover, they sent 3 martial kings and more than 20 wuzong. They stood on the Blue Mountain Sect's training field with their chests puffed out proudly. "Sect master you." An old man in his 60s or 70s sneered. "We haven't seen each other for at least 50 years, right?" He was called Shui Tingfeng. He was the first elder of the 4th-rate Spirit Stream Sect in Xinjiang County. He was also the leader of the troublemakers. In the main hall, the Blue Mountain Sect's sect master, who was wearing a loose robe, frowned and said, "You and I were at the same level back then. I didn't expect you to be a martial king now." "Ha ha ha." Shui Tingfeng laughed and said, "I'm from a 6th-rate county and a 4th-rate sect. Isn't it normal for me to become a martial king?" He and the Blue Mountain Sect's sect master were old acquaintances. They had once fought in the largest sect competition held in southwest Yangzhou. At that time, both of them were wuzong and were equally matched. In the end, they lost to Sect Master Yu. Until today, Shui Tingfeng had not only become a martial king, but also a 4th-rate martial king. Not to mention Xinjiang County, he could be considered a top expert in the entire southwest Yangzhou. Elder Shui, another martial king beside him, grinned and said, "The aura of the Blue Mountain Sect's sect master is only at the peak of wuzong. You lost to him back then." He was Zhuang, an elder of the Spirit Stream Sect. Although his name was ordinary, he was a rank 3 martial king. As for the other martial king, he came from the 4th-rate Duanshui Pavilion of the Xinjiang County. His cultivation was only that of a rank 1 martial king. More than 20 wuzong experts were from the Spirit Stream Sect and the Duanshui Pavilion, respectively. Their strength was at the 8th or 9th level. They stood on the martial arts practice field and released their auras without restraint, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Ma Yunting, Wang Donglin, and the other elders standing behind sect leader Yu all frowned. These people did not come with good intentions. Shui Tingfeng did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "We came to Tsang Mountain's sect this time to ask about martial arts." "Seek guidance on martial arts?" Sect leader Yu sneered and said, "Xinjiang County's army of 200,000 is currently attacking Heian County and Huiyang County. I'm afraid you're here under orders." The Tsongshan sect had also heard about what had happened outside. Many times they had even discussed whether they should help or close the mountain gates when the enemy forces invaded Qingyang County. In the end, before they could reach an agreement, Xinjiang County had already sent someone over to make arrangements. You can say that. Shui Tingfeng did not hide anything and said, "Our county chief's intention is to wait for the army to arrive, then close the mountain gates and pretend that we don't know or see anything." Sect leader Yu sneered, "Has your Spirit Stream Sect already submitted to the county chief of Xinjiang County?" Factions had no direct relationship with counties. For example, although the county chief of Xinjiang County could control 8 cities, he had no authority over a sect or even a large sect like the Tsongshan sect. County Chief Zhua has great ambitions. Our Spirit Stream Sect is naturally willing to assist him and help him achieve great feats, Shui Tingfeng said. Sect leader Yu said indifferently, The county chief of Jinyang County has ignored the treaty and repeatedly declared war on the surrounding counties, causing countless lives to be destroyed. You're helping the evildoer. Ha ha ha. Shui Tingfeng laughed and said, the so-called treaty exists in name only. Which county in southwest Yangzhou doesn't have ulterior motives? County Chief Zhuo's campaign this time is to establish a stronger system so that the people of the small counties can live a stable life. Bulsh *T. Ma Yunting could not help but say angrily, Heong City and Huayang City were attacked by you and then massacred. Is this what you call a stable life? Shui Tingfeng said without changing his expression. They chose to resist, so they must pay the price. Jinyang County only needs people who are loyal to Jinyang County. Sect leader, you said coldly, if we're not on the same page, then it's pointless to say anything more. Everyone, please leave. Shui Tingfeng smiled coldly and said, Sect leader, we came all the way here to learn martial arts. Is your Tsongshan sect going to refuse? Ma Yunting said, 3 martial kings came here not to learn martial arts, but to bully the weak, right? Shui Tingfeng smiled and said, you can think of it that way. At first, he was still polite, but now he was just short of directly saying that they were here to cause trouble. Sect leader Yu and the elders were furious. The 2 fourth-rate sects of Jinyang County had gone too far. Ma Yunting. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out, pointed at him, and said, Do you dare to come down and fight with me? This was an outer elder of the Spirit Stream sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of Wuzong. He could not stand Ma Yunting's words, so he decided to start with him. After Jun Changxiao's guidance, although Elder Ma had broken through to Wuzong, he had just entered the 3rd grade. He definitely could not defeat a peak Wuzong. I'll fight with you. Wang Donglin jumped and landed on the martial arts field. His strength was at the peak of Wuzong, so he could fight with the outer elder of the Spirit Stream sect. The expert, surnamed Luo, strode forward and said proudly, Please! Whoosh! 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 While the experts of the 2 sects of Jinyang County were causing trouble at Songshan sect, Jun Changxiao was riding on the Hurricane Wolf King with Lu Qianjian and Yi Xingchen. For hours later, the 3 of them arrived at Songshan Mountain, but they did not see any disciples guarding the gate. Let's go. Jun Changxiao directly rode the Hurricane Wolf King up the mountain road. He jumped and flew over the gate of Songshan sect and landed in the outer courtyard. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound was heard, and Ma Yunting was sent flying. Jun Changxiao, who had just stabilized himself, used his spiritual sense to catch Elder Ma in advance. He immediately used the cloud treading steps to fly up and catch Elder Ma. The experts of the Spirit Stream sect and Duanshui Pavilion looked at him in surprise. Who was this person? He was riding on the Hurricane Wolf King. Thud! Jun Changxiao landed on the ground, holding Ma Yunting. There was a palm print on his chest, and his face was unusually pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. Outside the martial arts field, Wang Donglin, who was the first to fight, was being supported by a disciple. It was obvious that he had lost the fight with martial artist Luo. Sect leader! As soon as Ma Yunting opened his mouth, he could not suppress the blood in his body. He directly spat out blood and fainted. This kind old man had stopped others from disturbing his epiphany when he was recruited by the 100 sects. He had also helped the Ironbone many times, so their relationship was very good. Now that he was knocked unconscious, how could Jun Changxiao accept it? He gently put Ma Yunting on the ground, then raised his head and glanced at the experts of the 2 sects of Jinyang County. He murderously said, Since you're here, don't go back. Chapter 456. Whoosh whoosh. Jun Changxiao's body emitted a heavy aura that instantly filled the entire outer courtyard of Tsang Mountain sect. Ma Yunting had fainted. These so-called experts from the 2 sects of Jinyang County must take full responsibility for this. This is, Wang Donglin said in surprise, the aura of a martial king. Although sect leader Yu had never met Jun Changshao, he knew his identity from Ma Yunting's words before he fainted. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Wasn't this young and promising Iron Bone sect leader only Wuzong? How could he be a martial king now? Moreover, judging from the heavy aura, he was definitely not a first-grade martial king. The last time Jun Changshao came to visit, the elders of Tsang Mountain sect, who had interacted with him, were also stunned at this moment. They remembered very clearly that sect leader Jun's martial aura was only a second-grade or third-grade Wuzong. How could he become a martial king in such a short time? They couldn't figure out why. In the end, they could only conclude that the Iron Bone sect leader must have deliberately suppressed his cultivation when visiting the sect. When Jun Changshao revealed his martial king cultivation, everyone in the Blue Mountain sect was deeply shocked. Shui Tingfeng disapprovingly said proudly, "Boy, who are you?" "That's not important anymore." Jun Changshao sneered and said, "What's important is that you're about to be unlucky." Whoosh! He used the cloud steps and rushed to the martial arts practice field in an instant, rushing toward the 8th grade Wuzong who had attacked Ma Yunting just now. "Oh no!" that person exclaimed. Boom! Jun Changshao had already appeared in front of him. He punched his abdomen cleanly, causing the clothes on his back to shatter and a fist mark to appear on his skin. There was a fist mark on his back. It could be seen how terrifying the power of this punch was. The 8th grade martial grandmaster, who defeated Ma Yunting, suddenly stood in place. The muscles on his face were frozen in fear. His mind and brain had already lost connection. In the end, he collapsed on the ground like mud and became a corpse that still had some warmth left. Overbearing and ruthless. Elder He, the experts of the spirit stream, sect shouted angrily. "Brat!" Shui Tingfeng's eyes were cold as he said, "You killed the people of my spirit origin sect. You, boom, boom." Before he could finish, Jun Changshao appeared in front of the 2 Wuzong peak stage cultivators of the spirit stream sect. He reached out his hand and grabbed their necks. He said coldly, "Watch how I kill you today." Crack! Crack! His 10 fingers tightened abruptly like a pair of pliers. The 2 Wuzong peak stage martial artists who were bound didn't even have time to struggle before they both died. Die! The martial king from Duanshui Pavilion strode over. His right fist was condensed with spiritual energy that was close to materialization, and he blasted over with a force of 1,000,000 kilograms. Jun Changshao abruptly turned around and punched out with his right fist, colliding directly with his opponent's fist. A violent force came crashing down like an avalanche. Bang! Crack! Thump! 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 That Duanshui Pavilion's martial king had a sinister look on his face as he explosively retreated backwards. By the time he stabilized his body, his right arm was paralyzed and the bones in his hand were directly broken. Sect leader Yu and the elders of Tsang Mountain sect were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. They could understand that a martial king could kill a Wuzong as easily as crushing an ant. However, sect leader Jun had broken a martial king's arm with a single punch. This was too terrifying. Shui Tingfeng's face turned solemn. He didn't put Jun Changshao in his eyes at first, but he didn't expect him to be so tyrannical. Great elder. Zhuang Yong said telepathically, "This kid's strength is not to be underestimated." Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao appeared in front of the injured martial king with the cloud treading steps. Like a high and mighty king, he said, "Today I will sacrifice a martial king to the heavens." "Don't even think about it, little thief." Zhuang Yong strode over. The spiritual energy gathered in his hand was immediately displayed, forming a scorching and dazzling beam of light in an instant. A martial king was indeed a martial king. It seemed to be a casual move, but whether it was the momentum formed by the martial skill or the power it carried, it was very explosive. If it were the sect leader and the elders of Tsang Mountain sect, It would be difficult for them to contend with such a strong opponent. You overestimate yourself. Jun Changshao raised his hand, and dense spiritual energy gathered in an instant, forming a crimson beam of light at the fastest speed. This was the 7 mysterious sunglow break. Sect leader Jun had been practicing this skill for a long time, but this was the first time he displayed it in front of others. Whoosh! The crimson beam of light instantly burst out, leaving a long trail of light behind it. Boom! The energy beam from the other side was ruthlessly destroyed, but the crimson beam of light didn't dissipate. Instead, it carried a great force and rushed forward. Not good. Zhuangyang's face changed greatly. Buzz! At the fastest speed, a spiritual energy wall was instantly arranged in front of him, forming an absolute defense. Boom! However, when the crimson beam of light hit the wall, it couldn't withstand a single blow. The fist-sized beam of light accurately hit Zhuangyang's chest. Thump! 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 The huge impact caused the 3rd-rank Martial King of Spirit Stream Sect to stagger back more than 20 steps before he could stabilize his body. Wah! A mouthful of blood spurted out. If it wasn't for the energy beam and the spiritual energy wall that offset a lot of the power of the 7 mysterious sunglow break, he would have already been injured and fell to the ground. Trash! Jun Changshao sneered and used the cloud-treading steps to catch up with the Martial King of Duanshui Pavilion, who had dodged while he was fighting with Zhuangyong. Buzz! The cold gleam sword appeared in his hand out of thin air, and he coldly said, "In your next life, don't come to Azure Sun County." The Martial King's complexion changed greatly. He released all the spiritual energy in his spirit core and formed the strongest spiritual energy wall in his life. Whoosh! A cold gleam flashed, resplendent like a flower. A sword mark appeared on the spiritual energy wall formed by the Martial King of Duanshui Pavilion. His head was separated from his neck and fell to the ground. His face was filled with horror and despair. Plop! The headless corpse fell. The strongest spiritual energy wall formed by the Martial King of Duanshui Pavilion also dissipated in the air along with its master. On this day, the Martial King of Duanshui Pavilion died in the Blue Mountain Sect. The perpetrator was Jun Changshao. Hiss! The Blue Mountain Sect leader and others gasped when they saw Jun Changshao kill the Martial King of Duanshui Pavilion with one sword. This powerful strength and this overbearing means were like the arrival of a god of death. Whoosh whoosh! Shui Tingfeng rushed over with abundant spiritual energy. He raised his hand and threw a heavy punch. At the same time, Zhuangyong also used his fist technique. This was the spiritual energy explosion fist of the spiritual energy sect. Although it was not a spiritual energy martial technique, as long as it hit the target at close range, it would cause explosive damage. Moreover, this was a joint attack. When 2 people used it at the same time, it would cause resonance, and the power would only be stronger than when one person used it alone. Boom! Boom! It was too late to say, but in the blink of an eye, Shui Tingfeng and Zhuangyang's spiritual energy explosion fist had already hit Jun Changshao's back. A strong wave of air roared out, instantly bringing about gusts of wind. Wuzong and even the iron-boned disciples standing around were suddenly stirred up by the 2 forces, and their eyes were filled with horror. This level, this power, what the F***CK? P.S. 3 chapters, please vote. Chapter 457. A 4th-rank Martial King and a 3rd-rank Martial King performed a joint attack. The power generated in an instant was so terrifying that it even shattered the D-grade stone slabs in the outer courtyard. At the same time, the remaining power generated by the spiritual energy ripples formed ripples that spread in all directions, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat 7 or 8 steps. They stabilized their bodies, but the blood in their bodies was boiling violently. Oh my God! This kind of residual power was too terrifying. Sect leader Yu and the elders of the Blue Mountain sect were very worried. They were worried that Jun Changshao would be seriously injured. The experts of the two sects of the Xinjiang County sneered. With such a strong power and the joint attack of 2 third and 4th rank martial kings, that hateful guy would definitely die. Whoosh whoosh. The wind continued to howl, sweeping away the dust in the surroundings. The area of the battle gradually appeared. Shui Tingfeng and Zhuang Yong were still in their attacking positions, and powerful spiritual energy was spreading out. However, to everyone's disbelief, Jun Changshao was still standing in the same place. However, his white clothes were now replaced by a black armor. The 2 martial kings of the spirit stream, Sect, did hit their target, but they didn't hit his body. Instead, they hit his armor. How? How is this possible? Zhuang Yong was shocked. His and the Great Elders' joint attack was definitely 4 million jin. Even a peak-high rank martial king wouldn't be able to withstand it. How could he stand there unscathed? Shui Tingfeng's face was also ugly. However, he reacted faster than Zhuang Yong. He instantly determined that the reason why his opponent could stand there was definitely related to the armor he was wearing. To be able to withstand such a powerful force and still act as if nothing had happened. Could it be that this was an extremely high-quality defensive equipment? Wrong. It wasn't a piece of equipment. It was an armor formed by Jun Changshao's spiritual armor. Due to the rich spiritual energy, it was not only similar to a real armor, but it could also change into a black color at will. Elder Ma was seriously injured, which made him very angry. Therefore, the armor turned black, which represented death and slaughter. Seeing Jun Changshao standing there unscathed, Sect leader Yu and the elders of the Blue Mountain sect were not only shocked, but also secretly relieved. It seemed Sect leader Jun was stronger than they thought. Whoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao suddenly turned around. The middle-grade frostlight, sword in his hand, slashed through the air, forming an unparalleled sword energy. Retreat! Shui Tingfeng and Zhuang Yong retreated at the same time by means of a mysterious body movement. Although they managed to avoid the sharp sword qi, their backs were drenched in cold sweat. This person's weapon could easily kill a martial king from Duanshui Pavilion. It was definitely not an ordinary weapon. What kind of person was he? What kind of person was he? Shua! Jun Changshao strode over and locked his eyes on Zhuang Yong. His entire body was instantly filled with a cold and sharp sword momentum. How strong was he? The entire Tsang Mountain sect's outer courtyard was suddenly filled with a sharp aura, giving people a terrible feeling of desolation. And Jun Changshao, who was rushing toward Zhuang Yong, seemed to have turned into a sharp sword under the influence of the sword momentum. Wang, Wang, Wang. Under the cover of the cold and sharp sword momentum, the swords held by many martial cultivators trembled violently, as if they were worshipping a king. Seeing such a strange scene, sect leader Yu's eyes gradually widened. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Sword! Sword King!" Shui Tingfeng was aghast. He is the sword and martial kings. Sword and martial kings? Everyone present opened their mouths and looked at Jun Changshao as if they were looking at a monster. The sword and martial kings had not been seen in the Falling Star continent for 5,000 years. No, they were just born in Xinjiang County a few days ago. Wait. The experts of the two sects in Xinjiang County suddenly realized that the Tsang Mountain sect they were in now belonged to Xinjiang County. This seemingly young teenager had first released the aura of a martial king, and now the aura of a sword king. Could it be that he was the one who became the sword and martial kings a few days ago? Unbelievable, unbelievable. The injured Wang Donglin was dumbfounded. Not long ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky when the sword and martial kings descended. He and Ma Yinting had wondered if it was sect leader Jun. In fact, at that time, he and Elder Ma had only hoped that such a powerful existence would be Jun Changshao, because he was the only one who could bear the word monster. Now that he had unleashed the power of the Sword King, Wang Donglin finally realized that it wasn't just a hope. It was real. Sect leader Jun wasn't a demon. He was a demon. Everyone was shocked when he released the aura of a martial king. Jun Changshao once again unleashed his Sword King cultivation base. Everyone was so excited that they were all dumbfounded. Shui Tingfeng and Zhuangyong finally understood why this young man, who looked like he was only at the first stage, had such a terrifying combat strength. It turned out that he was a sword and martial king. Whoosh! While the two were still in shock, Jun Changshao stepped on the ground and flew dozens of feet into the air. It felt as if he was standing side by side with the sun. Zhuangyong, who was locked in place, was terrified. Then his expression changed drastically and he quickly retreated. However, when he retreated a few steps, he felt the surrounding sword intent pressing down on him like a wave. The pressure slowed down and made his legs heavy. This Zhuangyong was shocked. In his understanding, only Wu Huang's Qi domain could use the aura to bind others. After breaking through to the martial king realm, one could condense the spiritual energy into a wall and use spiritual thoughts to spy on everything around. After breaking through to Wu Huang, one could not only fly in the air, but also spread out spiritual energy to form an aura field to bind the target. This was called the Qi domain. Jun Changshao rose into the air and controlled the sword intent to form an oppressive force. Although it was similar to Wu Huang's Qi domain, it was actually the second move of the Ling Jian divine art, force technique. He had already comprehended this move before breaking through, but he was not familiar with it. After entering the sword and martial king realm, he immediately had a deeper understanding. First, he broke the 7 mysterious light, then turned the spiritual armor into armor, and now he used the second move of the Ling Jian divine art. Sect leader Jun had used a lot of moves today. To be honest, at Wu Zong's level, although the fight was very intense, he still lacked something. Now that he had entered the sword and martial king realm, he could easily use any move. He understood that what he lacked before was shock. It was not enough to shock. He had to be lethal. Whoosh! Jun Changshao rose into the air and bound Zhuangyong with his sword. His eyes flashed coldly, and he said, "I'll kill another martial king today." Zhuangyong, whose movements were restricted, was shocked. A strong sense of crisis rose in his heart. Was he going to die? No, no, no. Zhuangyong's eyes were about to pop out. The spiritual energy in his body surged crazily, forming an almost solid wall in front of him. Buzz! At the same time, outside the wall, an arc-shaped, transparent barrier appeared. 2 layers of defense were deployed. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Jun Changshao, who was in the air, slashed with the cold light sword in his hand. Dense sword energy fell from the sky, forming a sword rain. One word, fast technique. 500 sword strikes in one breath. Chapter 458. Jun Changshao, who was in midair, had thrown out 500 swords in one breath. The sword energy that filled the sky was simply too cool. Whoosh whoosh! The dense sword energy turned into a cold rain of swords in midair and crashed down on the barrier formed by Zhuangyong, domineering and powerful. Bang! 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 It only took a few dozen sword qis for the qi wall, which was similar to an array formation, to be destroyed. The upper grade, true treasure in Zhuangyong's arms shattered on the spot. The blood in his body was boiling violently. He suppressed it and tried his best to reinforce the last of the spiritual energy wall, hoping, boom, boom, boom. The sword energy continued to crash down mercilessly and hit the spiritual energy wall again and again. In a short time, cracks appeared on the wall until it completely collapsed. Puff! Zhuangyong spat out a mouthful of blood. The true treasure and the spiritual energy wall were all broken, which was a heavy blow to him. He was already seriously injured. If he could resist it, it would not matter. However, After the second line of defense was broken, more sword energy burst out with cold power. No! Zhuang Yong roared in despair. Puff! Puff! More than 200 rays of sword qi went straight for the root of the problem, instantly slashing his body. Deep sword wounds immediately appeared on his body and blood spurted out. Many martial artists' mouths twitched. This kind of attack was tantamount to cutting him into pieces. After a while, the sword energy disappeared into nothingness. Zhuang Yong was still standing in the same place. His body was covered with sword marks and could be described as a bloody mess. The real fatal wound was on his neck. There were 4 shallow sword marks. His expression was ferocious and his eyes were unfocused. Elder Zhuang, Shui Tingfeng, who had rushed out of the range of the sword energy, roared angrily. However, as soon as he shouted, Zhuang Yong, whose back was facing him, leaned back and fell on the cracked ground. Jun Changshao killed another martial king. This martial king was still a third-grade martial king. Everyone in Tsongshan Sect was shocked. The experts of the 2 sects in Jinyang County were terrified. 2 of the top experts in Yangzhou in the southwest were killed today. This was extremely terrifying and unbelievable. However, after killing Zhuang Yong, Jun Changxiao's sharp eyes looked at Shui Tingfeng again and said coldly, "Next, it's your turn." He still wanted to continue killing. Jun Changxiao wanted to tell the Truyang County and the Falling Star Continent that he would take the life of anyone who harmed his friends. Lu Qianqian frowned and thought to herself, sect leader started a massacre. Isn't he afraid of offending 2 fourth-rate sects? When he thought about the enmity his sect had with 2 third-rate heretical sects, he realized that if he was afraid of this, and that he wouldn't be him. Jun Changxiao wasn't afraid, but Shui Tingfeng was. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear, and the thought of retreating rose in his heart. This kind of dual king of sword and martial arts was definitely not someone he could contend with. Not to mention, the dual king of sword and martial arts was able to form a binding force similar to a force field just now. However, if they retreated just like that, where would they put their face and the spirit stream sect's face? Shua! Shui Tingfeng executed his movement technique, and like an arrow released from a bow, he sped towards the outside. Face was nothing. It was already good enough that he could stay alive. A martial king who had no fighting spirit and was focused on escaping was really fast. In the blink of an eye, Shui Tingfeng had already jumped out of the Tsang Mountain sect. In a few leaps, he arrived at the foot of the mountain and disappeared into the forest. Jun Changxiao didn't chase after him. Instead, he locked his gaze on the horrified experts of the Truyang County and said coldly, "Remember, if you don't have the strength, don't challenge me." "Yes, yes." Everyone hurriedly said. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword light flashed. Clang! Jun Changxiao sheathed his sword. The experts of the Truyang County in martial arts, who were standing in the outer courtyard of the Tsang Mountain sect, fell to the ground, with fine sword marks on their necks. The 3 martial kings and 20 wuzong who were responsible for the arrangements of the Tsang Mountain sect were all dead, except for Shui Tingfeng, who ran away. Otherwise, Jun Changxiao finished his words and said, "All of you will die here." The entire Tsang Mountain sect was silent. In such a short time, sect leader Jun had killed 2 martial kings and so many wuzong. He was too terrifying, too terrifying. Jun, sect leader, you retracted his gaze from the corpses. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw that Jun Changxiao had disappeared along with the Hurricane Wolf King. Whoosh! 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 In the dense forest, Shui Tingfeng used his movement technique to the extreme and headed toward the Truyang County. He had been ordered to make arrangements for the Tsang Mountain sect, but in the end he met a killing god. This was something he had never dreamed of. Damn it! Shui Tingfeng shouted angrily when he thought of Elder Zhuang's death. You killed the people of the Spirit Stream sect. I will bury the Tsang Mountain Sect and the entire Azure Sun County with you. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know who this young man was. Since he had come to help the Tsang Mountain Sect, he must be from the Azure Sun County. Therefore, this debt was not only on the Tsang Mountain Sect, but also on the Azure Sun County. An eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. When innocent people were involved, the mentality of the Spirit Stream Sect's first elder was no different from that of the evil sects. In a world where martial arts were respected, there was no such thing as good or evil. Some forces just wanted to set up a good image for themselves. In fact, the dirty things they did behind the scenes were even worse than those of the evil sections. Whoosh! 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 Shui Tingfeng rushed forward and gradually relaxed when he was about 500 to 600 miles away from the Tsang Mountain Sect. Awoo! Suddenly a wolf howl came from behind him. Shui Tingfeng extended his spiritual senses and saw that the young man was chasing him at an extremely fast speed on the Hurricane Wolf King more than 10 miles away. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately ran forward without stopping. Unfortunately, the Spirit Stream Sect's first elder's cultivation level was higher than the Hurricane Wolf King's, but his speed was slower. The distance between the two was gradually closing. Whoosh! When he was only a few hundred meters away, Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and placed them on his waist. He began to use the Kamehameha Chi. 7 mysterious sun-glow break. Whoosh whoosh! As he galloped, the special attributes hidden between heaven and earth gathered and finally formed a dazzling red light in his palms. Sect leader Jun didn't use it directly. Instead, he continued to accumulate power until he was satisfied. Then he pushed his hands forward and said, 7 mysterious sun-glow break. Whoosh! The red light beam, which was as imposing as a rainbow, shot out explosively, dragging a stream of light behind it. The powerful inertia caused the charging Hurricane Wolf King to stop abruptly and retreat 3 to 5 meters. Oh no! Seeing this, Shui Tingfeng's expression changed drastically. The light beam that shot out from behind was not only powerful but also very fast. He couldn't dodge it at all. Buzz! In an instant, a spiritual wall formed in front of him, and a small pagoda-like defensive treasure was thrown out. In an instant, 3 layers of defensive enchantments were formed on the road. This small pagoda was called the World Defense Pagoda. It had reached the early stage of the upper grade and was Shui Tingfeng's personal defensive treasure. It was much more powerful than the one Zhuangyong had just activated. Most Martial King realm experts had treasures to protect them, but our sect leader Jun didn't, because he only bought martial arts and equipment in the shop. However, he would get it soon. The 7 mysterious sun-glow break whistled and rushed over, breaking many layers of enchantments in an instant. The World Defense Pagoda, which was suspended in midair, trembled violently and fell to the ground uncontrollably. Jun Changshao didn't pick it up. His hands were still supporting the red light beam, and he attacked Shui Tingfeng's back. Boom! The light beam and the spiritual wall collided fiercely. The powerful impact instantly broke the wall. The great elder of the Spirit Stream Sect, who had lost his defense, was hit in the back. He crashed into the mountain wall like a kite with a broken string. Wah! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The meridians in his body were severely damaged. Jun Changshao, who was riding the Hurricane Wolf King, landed lightly in front of him. He played with the dim World Defense Pagoda in his hand and said lightly, I said, since you're here, don't go back. Chapter 459. Shui Tingfeng was severely injured after the treasure and Qi Wall were destroyed. He had no ability to escape at all. He had arranged the forces in Heian and Huaiyang counties well, but he didn't expect to fail in Qinyang County, which he didn't care about the most. However, when he heard Jun Changshao refer to himself as this lord, Shui Tingfeng couldn't help but guess. Could this person be the leader of a sect? Especially when he thought of Ma Yunting, who called him sect leader Jun before he fainted. He suddenly realized, You are the sect leader of Ironbone, Jun Changshao? That's right, Jun Changshao said. He didn't plan to hide his identity from the beginning. He didn't say it because he was angry and only wanted to avenge Elder Ma. Shui Tingfing's eyes were filled with disbelief. He had heard of Ironbone and knew that although this sect leader wasn't simple, his cultivation was only at the level of Wuzong. Sect leader Jun, Shui Tingfeng said with difficulty. We are all people of Jianghu. Why do you have to kill me? He was terrified. He didn't have the arrogance he had when he came to Song Mountain Sect. This was the cruel reality. If you were weak, others would bully you. If you were strong, others would fear you. Swoosh! Jun Changshao squatted down and grabbed his collar. He said lightly, You beat Elder Ma like that, and you still have the nerve to call yourself a person of Jianghu? If he had only injured Ma Yunting and not seriously injured him, he wouldn't have gone to such extremes to kill. Shui Tingfeng said with a bitter face, It's inevitable that there will be accidental injuries in a spar. Pa! As soon as he finished speaking, Sect leader Jun slapped him and said, This counts as accidental injury. A palm print appeared on Shui Tingfing's right cheek, accompanied by a burning pain, but he endured it and said, Yes. If slapping could make the other party withdraw his killing intent, he would rather be hit a few more times. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, As the king of martial arts, why don't you have any backbone? Shui Tingfeng was silent. Jun Changshao said, Song Mountain Sect and Ironbone are allies. Bullying them is bullying me, Jun Changshao, so, clang! The cold sword was unsheathed. Shui Tingfing's face suddenly changed, or perhaps he realized that he was going to die, so he angrily said, Jun Changshao, if you kill me, it's the same as offending the entire Xinjiang County. When the time comes, the county governor will send an army of 1,000,000. You won't be the only one to die. Everyone will die with you. Jun Changshao pretended to be conflicted and said, If I let you go, my Azure Sun County will be buried with you. If I kill you, my Azure Sun County will also be buried with you. This makes it very difficult for me to choose. Shui Tingfeng was dumbfounded. Earlier, he said that he would bury the Blue Mountain Sect and the entire Azure Sun County with those who killed my Spirit Stream Sect. Jun! Sect Master Jun, Shui Tingfeng hurriedly said. I was just speaking out of anger. You don't think... Pucci! The sword gleam flashed, incomparably sharp. Shui Tingfeng was still talking, but his head and neck had already been separated and then fell on the grass, his eyes gradually losing focus. I'm sorry. Jun Changshao withdrew his sword and said, I took it seriously. Let him go, die with him. Kill him, die with him. Since that was the case, then kill him. Plop! The headless corpse fell, blood flowing. Ding! Hidden mission completed. Kill. Without mercy, 1,000 contribution points have been obtained. Ding! Sect contribution points. 56425,000. Ding! Sect contribution points have overflowed. After killing all the experts of the 2 sects who came to invade the Blue Mountain Sect, Jun Changshao completed another hidden mission. This was rather unexpected, and he hadn't expected it. As usual, Jun Changshao searched Shui Tingfing's body and found 2 spatial rings. He then used his exquisite fire to burn them to ashes. The system said, If you didn't hear what he said, would the host kill him? Jun Changshao said, That's not important anymore. The system said, The host's spiritual sense is twice as strong as an ordinary martial king. He would never have thought that his words would be heard by the host who was 100 miles away. Jun Changshao said, My spiritual sense is stronger than others because I have 2 crystal cores. That's right. The system said. Jun Changshao smiled and said, It seems that even without the help of you and Shangcheng, I can still have a foothold. The system said, The host is not only a sword martial king, but also a dual spirit core. Without my help, you can indeed establish a foothold in the Falling Star continent. How about this? It said, "Why don't you temporarily stop the system and wander the other world by yourself? However, the bound soul bomb won't be stopped just because I stop moving. Get lost." Jun Changshao wouldn't stop the system. After all, although he had the strength to establish a foothold in the other world, his sect was still very weak. No matter what, he had to meet the requirements of the strongest sect, remove the bound soul bomb, and then stop this guy who kept attacking him. The system said, "Host, this is called killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness." Yes, yes. Jun Changshao said in agreement, "You are a donkey." On the way back to the Blue Mountain sect, sect leader Jun began to count Shui Tingfeng's 2 space rings. In the end, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth for a long time. 10,000 spirit stones, crystal cores, or medicinal herbs. Even the banknotes were worth tens of millions. Damn, Jun Changshao said in surprise. This guy is really rich. How could the great elder of a 4th-rate sect not be rich? The system poured cold water on him. What the host cares about now is not the harvest, but how to deal with a 4th-rate sect and a 6th-rate Jinyang County. That makes sense. Jun Changshao frowned. Although he had killed the man, he was in a good mood. However, he had to seriously consider how to deal with the aftermath. Otherwise, he would be foolishly showing off. The system said, after these 2 sects learned that their martial king was killed, they definitely won't let it go. Jinyang County will definitely invade when they learn that the host has captured Tao Yuan. This is a bit troublesome. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples, feeling that the situation was very troublesome. If he offended a 3rd-rate evil sect, he could just hide inside the sect's protective array and fight with them. If he offended a 6th-rate county, he would hide and the people in the county would be affected. All right. His eyes lit up and he said, "I still have the battle exemption card. If I write Jinyang County on it, won't I be able to avoid battle for 3 months?" The system said, "Let's not talk about whether this product will be effective on a county. Let's talk about what the host will do after 3 months. Bring a few thousand disciples and fight against 2 sects and a 1,000,000-strong army? Impossible." Jun Changshao knew his own limits. Even if the Wolf Rider Hall fought against 200,000 or 300,000 soldiers, they would still die miserably, let alone a 1,000,000-strong army. If there's really no other way, I can only use the battle exemption card. After all, 3 months is 3 months. Just as sect leader Jun made up his mind, he spread out his spiritual sense and caught sight of a flowing light 100 miles away. It was rapidly approaching. To be exact, it was rapidly approaching. Wu Huang! Jun Changshao was shocked. Immediately after, he realized that the flowing light was flying toward him. The system said nervously, "The aura of the incoming person is very similar to the person you just killed. They must be from the same sect." F***CK. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "I just killed him and he's coming for revenge. This speed is too fast." As he spoke, he had already used the cloud treading steps and fled into the depths of the forest. He was confident that he could fight against a high-level martial king. But against Wu Huang, he absolutely had to run as fast as he could. However, not long after he ran, a cold shout came from the flowing light behind him. "You killed my spirit stream, Sect's people. Today will be your death anniversary." Whoosh, whoosh. The voice contained a strong aura. An entire space seemed to tremble. Jun Changshao, who was running wildly, was suddenly restrained by an invisible force, and his body gradually became slower. This was Wu Huang's Qi domain. F***CK. Jun Changshao was covered in cold sweat, and he held in his heart, "I really want to live for another 500 years. Chapter 460. Jun Changshao knew that after killing 3 martial kings from the 2 sects in Jinyang County, they would definitely investigate. Sooner or later, they would find him. However, he didn't expect that right after he killed Shui Tingfeng, they would send someone to chase after him. Moreover, They sent someone at the level of Wu Huang, who could fly. They thought too highly of him. Actually, sect leader Jun didn't know that after he killed Zhuangyong, the spirit stream sect, which was thousands of miles away, had sensed it. When Shui Tingfeng was running away, he used a special method to transmit what happened to him. That was why they sent out their strongest force. The system said, "Host, you killed 3 martial kings. If they don't send someone more powerful, wouldn't it be like the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa?" If he wasn't in danger, sect leader Jun would definitely have discussed the plot of the Calabash brothers with the system and asked whether he liked eldest baby or second baby. Can you stop making sarcastic remarks? Hurry up and think of a way to get out of danger. Host, you have been completely restrained by Wu Huang's Qi domain. Right now, I can only describe the situation as you can't fly. That was a wing. What the F asterisk CK? Don't panic, I still have hard blade. The system poured cold water on him. With Host's current strength, hard blade can't deal with Wu Huang, who can form a Qi domain. Just as Jun Changshao was about to collapse, a vast pressure came from behind him and enveloped him. It made him feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Although this force was stronger than the training tower's gravity, he could still adapt to it. However, with the Qi domain, he couldn't increase his speed. He was almost frozen in place. It's over. I'm going to die today. In the midst of despair, Jun Changshao suddenly thought of the escape talisman. This was the last talisman given by the big gift package. In the past, sect leader Jun always thought that as the sect leader of the Ironbone sect, he could be beaten, abused, and humiliated. However, he couldn't do something as cowardly as running away. A man should be unyielding. A man should be upright. Shua. His spiritual sense entered the ring, and he held the escape talisman in his hand. Whoosh! Right at this moment, that Wu Huang powerhouse had already flown over from dozens of kilometers away. His speed was so fast that it was breathtaking. Brat die. He shouted angrily and raised his hand. Above Jun Changshao, the invisible heaven and earth attributes suddenly appeared. As if drawn by some kind of power, they instantly gathered together and formed a huge palm print. Whoosh whoosh, the wind howled, and its power was astonishing. After breaking through to the Sword and Martial King realm, sect leader Jun felt that he was very awesome. Every move he made was shocking. However, compared to Wu Huang, who could easily control the elements of heaven and earth, the difference was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the most important thing in life was to be happy. Huff! The huge palm came crashing down. From afar, one could clearly see a visible wave of air pressing down. It felt as if a mountain was collapsing, sending up clouds of dust. This process happened extremely quickly. Jun Changshao had only held the talisman in his hand and had yet to crush it. At this moment, if he didn't have the ability to escape, even an immortal wouldn't be able to save him. He could only go to hell and beg for mercy. Jun Changshao's heart was beating wildly. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his whole face was almost distorted. This was partly because of the pressure and the Qi domain, and partly because of the prediction of death. Jun Changshao had experienced it before. Therefore, he understood the importance of staying alive better than anyone else. I haven't established the strongest sect yet, and I haven't said goodbye to being single yet. How can I die here? Bang! The escape talisman was crushed. Boom! Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the clear sky. Immediately, the space seemed to be torn apart by some kind of power, and a huge gap appeared. Whoosh! A stream of light flew out from the gap and fell down like a meteor. The Wu Huang powerhouse, who had gathered the heaven and earth attributes to attack Jun Changshao, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked up and said in surprise, "Oh no!" Boom! A huge noise sounded in the wilderness, and the whole ground suddenly shook. The birds and beasts in a radius of hundreds of miles were frightened and ran in all directions. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? In the nearest town, many martial cultivators and common people walked on the street. They looked in the direction of the sound, but didn't find anything unusual. The crack that had been torn open in the sky earlier had vanished as well. Everything had returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Nothing had happened here, but the area where Jun Changshao was restrained just now had a huge change. A huge pit appeared out of nowhere in the originally empty grassland, as if it was caused by a meteorite falling. Damn it! At the bottom of the pit, a weak voice sounded. Then, a hand grabbed the edge of the pit, and a person slowly climbed out. This person's clothes were torn, and his hair was disheveled. There were dents and scars on his exposed skin, as if he had been severely beaten. Jun Changshao had disappeared from the area where the palm print had hit, and Wu Huang of the Spirit Stream Sect, who had attacked him, was also gone. Jun Changshao had disappeared because he had crushed the escape talisman at the critical moment. As for Wu Huang, he was more miserable. At this moment, he was at the bottom of the pit, and he had fainted completely. What's going on? It's very simple. After the space was torn, the flowing light flew down and hit him exactly. The whole process happened so fast that Wu Huang didn't have time to think about defense. Huff! Huff! The person with disheveled hair who had climbed out of the pit lay on the ground, facing the sky, and gasped for breath. Then he said, "I hit him. He's really unlucky." From this sentence, it wasn't difficult to see that the flowing light that had knocked Wu Huang unconscious was actually this guy. But then again, that was not the case. How could he suddenly fly out of the space crack and hit the expert of the Spirit Stream Sect so accurately? Could it be that the escape talisman that Jun Changshao had crushed just now had the ability to summon an expert from the void to kill him? This operation was too amazing, wasn't it? Crack! The person with disheveled hair clenched his hands tightly, and a crisp sound was heard. He said angrily, "You force me to lower my cultivation and escape to the mortal world. Sooner or later, I will avenge you." After saying this, the bruised skin all over his body began to strangely shrink. His body, which originally looked like an adult, gradually turned into that of a teenager. The side effect of lowering my cultivation is that my body will weaken, as if I have returned to my youth. The physical body that I have worked so hard to build will also become fragile as my muscles contract. The man murmured, and the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. All of this is because he used all the strength in his body and roared angrily. I don't even know who the F***CK stole the 7 profound Sunglow fragment scroll. I'm even more unlucky than the guy lying down there. Chapter 461. The 7 profound rays broken scroll? Could it be that this person was Hiwudi, who was being chased by so many experts in the endless void? It's him. He didn't expect that such a miserable person would appear in the falling star continent, and in such a way. It was truly inconceivable. In fact, Hiwudi didn't want to, but he couldn't take out the 7 profound rays broken scroll, and others thought that he had it, so he could only be chased to the end of the world. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. So he had no choice but to use a special ability to directly tear space, cross the void, and enter a lower plane. Judging from the aura he released when he was being chased, he was definitely a very terrifying existence. But after coming here, the great side effect of using the ability weakened his body and cultivation, and his soul power also suffered a heavy blow in the process of crossing the void. Right now, Hiwudi's appearance was that of a young man, and his cultivation had been wasted. It was fortunate that he was still alive. In that case, he was similar to Yi Xingqian. However, he was a protagonist who met a disaster, while Night Emperor was a protagonist who was reborn. Phew! Hiwudi lay on the ground for a while and stood up with difficulty. He said, "The attributes of this lower plane are different from the attributes of the previous world. They are very weak. I have a lot of advanced martial arts, but they can't be of any use." That was the most tragic thing. Even if he lost his cultivation, he could still continue to cultivate and make a comeback. But coming to the Falling Star continent was equivalent to changing his cultivation environment. In the past, martial arts either needed special attributes or were unpredictable and couldn't be comprehended at all. It was equivalent to dropping from the maximum level to zero. What made Hiwudi even more depressed was that when he used his divine ability, he had clearly locked onto a lower realm that was compatible with his martial arts. How did he end up in a plane with a completely different style after crossing the void? Maybe my injuries are too serious and my mind is a little unstable, so there is a deviation. Although he was disappointed, Hiwudi was still very satisfied to be able to avoid being chased by experts. It didn't matter if his body, cultivation, and soul power were gone. As long as he was still alive, he would have a chance to become stronger. He would have a chance to return to his peak and take revenge. More importantly, he still had his invincible talent. In this mortal realm, with my aptitude, I can absolutely look down on all heroes and beat up all geniuses. Therefore, as long as I come into contact with their martial arts, it will be easy for me to become the strongest in a short period of time. Hiwudi dragged his weak body and left. He needed to find a place to recuperate. As for Wu Huang of the Spirit Stream Sect, he was still unconscious in the deep pit. When he woke up, he would definitely be puzzled as to why he was suddenly ambushed. Plop! Time returned to the moment Sect Master June crushed the talisman. His entire body appeared in the wilderness 1,000 miles away from the area where the huge palm had pressed down on. Then he sat down on the ground. Whew! He took a deep breath. You managed to escape? Escaped. The system said. Damn it. Jun Changshao lay on the ground and said with lingering fear, It was too dangerous. Crushing the escape talisman helped him escape danger, but it also brought about a huge side effect. At this moment, his body felt as if it had been hollowed out. But, recalling what had happened just now, Jun Changshao murmured, Before I left, I seemed to have heard a clap of thunder. What happened? The system said, The principle of the escape talisman is to cross the void. Therefore, it is normal for it to cause a phenomenon. I see. Jun Changshao understood. From this conversation, it was not difficult to see that Hiwudi did not know about the appearance of Wu Huang and the subsequent events. And from the system's words, it could also be inferred that the appearance of the unlucky guy from the other mortal realm on the Falling Star continent might have something to do with the escape talisman. This series of events was not only strange, but also very coincidental. Strange. Jun Changshao rested for a while and said, How can a fourth-rate sect have Wu Huang? The system said, That person's aura is unstable. He should have just broken through not long ago. Oh, Jun Changshao stopped thinking about it. Because of his weak body, he could only lie quietly on the grass. At this time, even ordinary ferocious beasts can eat you. Can't you just hope for me? About an hour later, the Hurricane Wolf King rushed out of the forest with the little dragon on its back. Sect leader June, who was very nervous when he heard the noise, let out a long sigh of relief when he saw his contracted beast. That's not right. Why is the Hurricane Wolf King here? Or did it slip away when I was being chased by Wu Huang? How quick-witted! The Hurricane Wolf King did not slip away and came back safe and sound because the spiritual origin sect's expert was knocked unconscious. If Hiwudi had not suddenly dropped a stroke from the sky, he might not have been able to escape Wu Huang's pursuit, even if he used the escape talisman to escape thousands of miles away. The side effect lasted for 4 hours. After it dissipated, Jun Changshao gradually recovered his strength. Then he rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and headed toward the Tsangshan sect. When he arrived at a mountainous area, he faintly heard the roars of ferocious beasts. He released the spiritual sense that he had just recovered. 20 miles away, dozens of ordinary ferocious wolves were surrounding a young man with disheveled hair and injuries all over his body. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, How pitiful! The young man's injuries were very serious, and he did not have any martial aura. He was obviously an ordinary person. Yet, he dared to enter the forest. Was he not courting death? Thinking about how he had just narrowly escaped death, Sect leader June suddenly felt compassion and decided to help him. However, just as he was about to go, he was surprised to find that although the young man's injuries were very serious and he did not have any cultivation, he was actually able to blast away several ferocious wolves with his fists. This, Jun Changshao was a little stunned. He was sure that the young man, under the cover of his spiritual sense, did not have any martial aura. Even if he had not even opened a single meridian, he could still send ferocious wolves flying with his fists. It was unbelievable. The system said maybe he was born with divine strength. Jun Changshao's eyes immediately lit up. He was injured, but he could still fight dozens of ferocious wolves with his bare hands. This was definitely a good seedling for cultivation. If he was taken in and nurtured properly, he would definitely have a great future. Go save him. Shua, the Hurricane Wolf King galloped away. Boom, boom. In the mountains, Hiwudi raised his fists and sent 2 ferocious wolves flying again. Although his face was slightly ferocious because of his injuries, his eyes were filled with disdain. I am a dignified sage. Although I am now a tiger that has fallen from grace, how can a group of ferocious wolves bully me? More than 20 ferocious wolves also realized that the human in front of them was not simple. So, after their attacks failed, they stopped and faced him with bared teeth. Awoo! At this moment, wolf howls came from the mountain forest. Immediately, a burly, ferocious wolf king walked over on a whirlwind. Trouble. Hiwudi furrowed his brows. Chapter 462. When the Hurricane Wolf King appeared, the dozens of wolves were so shocked that they hurriedly lay on the ground, not even daring to raise their heads. A wolf king of this level was like a god in their eyes. This is troublesome. Hiwudi furrowed his brows. The wolf beast that suddenly appeared was definitely the king of the wolf beasts. Its strength was not to be underestimated. If it was in the past, he could definitely kill it with his gaze. However, he was severely injured now, and it was difficult for him to deal with normal wolves, let alone fight it. Howl! The Hurricane Wolf King raised its head and roared. Its ferocious gaze was locked onto Hiwudi. From the looks of it, it seemed to be preparing to attack. Damn it! Hiwudi cursed in his heart. It was not easy for him to escape the pursuit of a group of strong cultivators. However, as soon as he arrived in the mortal world, he was about to die in the mouth of a wolf beast. He was unwilling to accept this. Whoosh! The Hurricane Wolf King directly pounced over and opened its bloody mouth. Hiwudi was in despair. His injuries were too severe, and his physical body had severely degenerated. He could not counterattack or dodge at all. Little brother, don't panic. At this moment, a voice came from behind him. Jun Changshao suddenly stepped forward. He gathered strength in his right fist and directly punched the Hurricane Wolf King in the face, sending it flying with a bang. One of his own people fighting one of his own. What kind of show was this? The whole process happened in a flash. If it were a normal person, they would have been stunned. However, Hiwudi's expression did not change. He stared at the man who saved him. In this world, he murmured, there is actually a man more handsome than me. Hearing this, Jun Changshao almost fell to the ground. He was about to die, and he was still thinking about this. There must be something wrong with his brain. Hell! The Hurricane Wolf King retreated far away. Its eyes were filled with fear. It then ran away with its tail between its legs. It thought to itself, wasn't it just an act? Why did he really hit me so hard? After the Hurricane Wolf King left, the 20 or so wolves were also scared and ran away. Little brother. Jun Changshao smiled and said, "Are you okay?" He let the Hurricane Wolf King play the villain while he played the hero to win the young man's favor and recruit him. This was a good plan. I'm fine. Hiwudi nodded, turned around and left. Although he was grateful that someone had saved him, calling him little brother made him unhappy. Little brother. Jun Changshao shouted. You didn't even say thank you and just left like that. Isn't that too rude? Thank you. Sect leader Jun shook his head as he watched that fellow leave. I thought he would be deeply grateful. He couldn't let such a good seedling go. Jun Changshao hurriedly chased after him and said, Little brother, you haven't come into contact with martial arts yet, right? When I F** King came into contact with martial arts, you were still a liquid. Little brother, are you interested in joining the sect that I created? When I F** King built the water court, you were still liquid. Little brother, Hiwudi stopped and interrupted. Big brother. Ba, big brother, can you not call me that? Jun Changshao said, you look like 16 or 17 years old. I'm already 18 years old. If I don't call you little brother, what should I call you? Hiwudi recalled his glorious past and couldn't help but blurt out, you can call me the Invincible King. Invincible King? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched, and he muttered in his heart, this must be a delusional young man. He was a delusional young man. I like it very much. I admire it very much. Okay, Jun Changshao said, little brother. Hiwudi pulled his hair and pointed in a random direction, saying, hurry up and leave immediately. He had lost his cultivation and landed in a plane that was not compatible with his martial arts. This was already a huge blow to him. Now, there was a chatterbox following behind him, calling him little brother all the time. He was about to cry, little brother. Jun Changshao said, my sect is short of people now. You. Stop talking. Hiwudi stopped him from talking again. But just as he finished speaking, his injuries were affected and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Traversing the void with his physical body and soul had brought him a great deal of damage. The battle with the wild wolf just now had undoubtedly made things worse. To be honest, Hiwudi was still able to walk because he had a good foundation. Little brother, Jun Changshao said, I have a healing pill here that can help you remove your injuries. Hiwudi smiled bitterly. The injuries on his body were caused by the bombardment of powerhouses and by crossing the void. How could a mortal pill treat them? Swish! Jun Changshao suddenly reached out his hand, grabbed Hiwudi's chin, and threw the beginner healing pill in. This kind of pill that could instantly heal injuries was something that Earth Stage cultivators in Qingyang County would fight for, but now he was forced to feed it to someone else. Hiwudi was angry, but just as he opened his mouth, the melted medicinal juice merged into his body, instantly forming a recovery force that repaired his damaged meridians. In just a moment, the pain and injuries on his muscles quickly disappeared and healed. His pale face gradually turned red. Hiwudi was completely dumbfounded. He, who came from a higher plane, had eaten many high-level pills, but he had never seen such a pill that could heal injuries quickly. It was too magical. It was too incredible. Jun Changshao said, little brother, how's the effect? Big brother, Hiwudi said solemnly, what kind of pill is this? It can actually heal injuries quickly. A little brother and a big brother. The relationship between these two was very complicated. He couldn't figure out who was older and who was younger. You want to know? Jun Changshao said, join a sect and I will tell you. Hiwudi was silent for a moment and said, what sect? Is it very strong in this world? My sect is called Ironbone Clan. Hey, why are you leaving? This sect's name sounds like a joke. How can I join it? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Regarding the sect's name, not to mention many readers who only saw the name, even he couldn't help but complain. He had also considered changing the name, but after thinking about it, he still felt that this was the most interesting. What do you think? Little brother. Jun Changshao chased after him and explained, my Ironbone clan's name may be strange, but everyone in it is talented, and it is also very prestigious in Falling Star Continent. Not interested, Hiwudi said. Right now, he wanted to understand this world as soon as possible, understand the cultivation system, and begin to cultivate wholeheartedly, strive to return to the peak as soon as possible, and then secretly go up again. Little brother, Jun Changshao said, join my Ironbone clan, and I will take you in as my last disciple. All kinds of martial arts and resources will be provided for free. You only need to focus on cultivation. This opportunity will not come again. Without cultivation, he could fight with a pack of wolves. This was definitely a natural talent. If he was trained, he would definitely be the meat shield of the sect. No matter what, he had to take him in. Hiwudi was not interested in becoming the last disciple, but the martial arts and resources would be provided for free. His eyes instantly lit up. He was not sure whether this Ironbone clan was strong or not. However, he had just arrived and was unfamiliar with this place. He might as well join and familiarize himself with it. If he really couldn't do it, he could just leave. Yes, Yi Xingqian used to think so too. Now Hiwudi stopped and said, "Are you really taking me in as your last disciple?" "Of course. Martial arts resources will be provided for free." "Of course. All right." Hiwudi said, "Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly join." "Shush!" Jun Changshao hurriedly took out the entry form and said, "Name." Hiwudi. This name was very invincible. Gender. Hiwudi was speechless. "I think I should be a man." Chapter 463. Jun Changshao valued Hiwudi's innate strength. Hiwudi had just arrived and needed to understand everything about the continent, so the two hit it off and colluded. Maybe it was the will of the heavens. Let's go. Jun Changshao took out the sect master's ball and summoned the purple lightning tiger. "Follow me to Tsang Mountain Sect." Since he had accepted him as a disciple, he couldn't call him little brother anymore. A lightning-type beast. Hiwudi was surprised. This kid is so young, but he can control such a rare beast. He's not simple. "Sect master," he asked, "are you following behind?" Hiwudi used to have a high cultivation level, but he wasn't arrogant. Now he had accepted the fact that he had fallen from full level to 0, so he joined Ironbone and regarded himself as a disciple. He was much stronger than Yi Xingqian. After that guy was reincarnated, he always thought he was a martial emperor and acted like he was very strong. In the end, he was beaten up by Sect Master Jun with the ball. Living in the world, one must know how to be flexible and adapt to the environment. Hiwudi was temporarily in trouble, but he had a good mentality. It was only a matter of time before he returned to the peak. If Yi Xingqian didn't meet Sect Master Jun and didn't join Ironbone, there would be a lot of twists and turns on the road to growth. Of course, Hiwudi was strong, but he wasn't the top in his plane. He had to endure and compromise for survival, so he had this kind of personality. Night Emperor was different. He was one of the 10 martial emperors of the Falling Star continent in his previous life, the strongest. Only this kind of person who reached the peak and looked down on other mountains would have that kind of arrogance. Snap! Jun Changshao snapped his fingers. Swoosh! The Hurricane Wolf King, hiding in the dark, rushed out. "Ride it," Jun Changshao said. Hiwudi was stunned when he saw the Hurricane Wolf King sent flying. He immediately understood something and said with his mouth twitching, "Sect Master, you tricked me." "Cut the crap." Jun Changshao said, "Hurry up and ride it. We're in a hurry." When they accepted her into the sect, they called her Little Tiantian. After accepting her into the sect, he put on airs as the sect master and called her Madame Nyo. He was really shameless. At that moment, Hiwudi felt that joining a sect was like falling into a wolf's den. However, this kid had a lightning-type demonic beast and the king of the wolf beasts. Maybe the Ironbone Upright sect was really powerful. If you're satisfied, then continue cultivating. If it's very ordinary, I'll just find a chance to leave. Hiwudi muttered to himself as the Hurricane Wolf King spread its limbs and dashed out like the wind. He almost lost his grip and was thrown off. He howled, "I'm a F** king, normal person now. Can't you take care of me?" Invincible. On the way, Jun Changshao said in a clear voice, "Remember, the first principle of the Ironbone clan is to be an Ironbone person and do Ironbone things." The system added, "Host, don't use the escape talisman. F** CK off. Sangshan Sect. The 2 martial kings and 20 Wuzong killed by Jun Changshao had been dealt with. Their interspatial rings were also taken away by Yi Xingqian. In the past year of cultivating in the Ironbone sect, what he learned the most was looting. Swish! Swish! Not long after, the purple lightning tiger cub and the hurricane wolf king jumped in from outside. Sect Master Jun, Sect Master Yu, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly said, "Did Shui Tingfeng run away or kill him?" Jun Changshao said. The corner of Sect Master Yu's mouth twitched. There were so many experts from the 2 sects in Jinyang County, but they were all killed by him. Not a single one was left alive. He was really valiant. "This is Sect Master," Yu looked at Hiwudi. Jun Changshao said, "He's a disciple I just took in on the way." Sect Master Yu was dumbfounded. He went to kill Shui Tingfeng and took in a disciple on the way. What the hell was going on? Yi Xingqian glanced at Hiwudi and thought, vulgar mortal. Lu Qianqian was still cold. If Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were here, they would have put their arms around the new disciple shoulders and started chatting enthusiastically. "Where's Elder Ma?" "He's been sent to the medicine hall for treatment." Jun Changshao hurried to the medicine hall and gave Ma Yunting a mid-grade healing pill. "What? Sect Master Jun is a martial king. What? 3 martial kings and 20 Wuzong were all killed by him alone." After Elder Ma woke up and learned everything from Wang Donglin, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Sect Master Yu." In the main hall, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Jinyang County is invading. Jun still has to protect Qingyang City, so I'll take my leave first." Sect Master Jun dares to fight against a 6th-grade county for the sake of the people. "I admire you." Sect Master Yu said seriously, "My Blue Mountain sect is willing to help your sect defend Qingyang County." At this time, he had to declare his position. He would never consider whether or not to participate in the war. "No need," Jun Changshao said. "Jun can handle the following matters very well." Sect Master Yu was stunned. Could Sect Master Jun handle 2 4th-grade sects in a 6th-grade Jinyang County? How could he handle it? Sect Master Yu. Jun Changshao stood up and cupped his hands. Jun will take his leave first. He was also swift and decisive. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingqian, and Hiwudi, who he had just taken in. On the way, he didn't even think about it. He opened the middle-grade store and bought a low-grade spirit medicine, returning his contribution points to normal. When he thought about Wu Huang, who had come to kill him, Jun Changshao realized that this matter would definitely end here. Therefore, he took out the battle exemption token and engraved the words Jinyang County on it. He was worried that the experts of Gui Yuan's sect would come to kill him again, so he urgently wanted to enter the battle exemption token as soon as possible. As for whether it would work or not, he could only pray in his heart. Whoosh! At this moment, the battle exemption token flashed with a dazzling light. The system said it worked. Really? Jun Changshao was overjoyed. In the deep pit, Wu Huang, who had been knocked unconscious, finally woke up. He held his head and stood up. With a ferocious expression, he said, So painful. No. Wasn't I cultivating in the sect? Why am I here? Wu Huang climbed out of the deep pit and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. He was puzzled. He tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember anything. This was the effect of the battle exemption token. Gui Yuan sect had already attached themselves to Jinyang County's county chief. After the battle exemption token took effect, He temporarily forgot all his hatred. Actually, it made sense. Gui Yuan Sect and Duanshui Pavilion were here on the orders of the county chief. Jun Changshao came to help. If he killed their people, it would be equivalent to forming a grudge with Xinjiang County. Xinjiang County was written on the battle exemption token. Once it took effect, all grudges related to Xinjiang County would be forcibly erased. The time limit was 3 months. Once the token's effect was over, both Wu Huang and Xinjiang County would return to normal. At that time, those who should be killed would be killed, and those who should be attacked would be attacked. Jun Changshao didn't know that after returning to Qingyang City, he was worried that the battle exemption token wouldn't work and was still actively setting up defenses. Sect Master. A few days later, Li Luoqiu sent news. Heian County has also fallen. However, the main force of the White Tiger Corps has already retreated. They have no intention of attacking Qingyang County. Hearing this, Jun Changshao felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Since the battle exemption token was no longer effective, he handed the city over to Xia Guangquan again and returned to the sect with his disciples. Sect Master. On the way, Hiwudi said, "You said you would be my last disciple." Yes. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao arranged for him to be in front of the gate and be responsible for closing the gate every night. He really was the last disciple. Hiwudi, who was standing in front of the red gate, felt a gust of wind and felt his heart collapse. What kind of trick is this? __CS. I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't update until midnight. This update will be the 4th update of the day. Tomorrow, I'll probably be outside during the day. Chapter 464. Hiwudi's addition allowed Ironbone to have a true last disciple. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh until I'm out of breath. Su Xiaomao and the others held their stomachs as they laughed until they were convulsing. At the beginning, when he found out that the sect leader wanted to accept Hiwudi as his last disciple, he was still very puzzled. In the end, the last disciple really closed the door, which made them laugh from ear to ear. Hiwudi, who was standing in front of the door, twitched his mouth violently. That guy first let the contract beast attack him and came up with a trick. Then he promised to take him in as his last disciple, and it was still a trick. This was really a trap. Kid, Hiwudi secretly said, do you think that by using a trick you can keep me, a disciple with monstrous talent? He began to plan. If Ironbone didn't attract him, he would immediately leave. Junior brother, be careful. A voice sounded. Hiwudi turned his head and then heard a bang sound, and his entire face was hit by a happy football. Bang! He crashed into the inner wall, forming a V shape. Li Fei, who was standing on the martial arts field, scratched his head and said with an embarrassed expression, Senior brother, I really didn't do it on purpose. Su Xiaomao said, I can see that. Junior brother, Li Qingyang brought Hiwudi to the inner courtyard wing and said, This is your room. There are sect uniforms and sect rules inside. Wake up early tomorrow morning, do the routine drill, and then I will bring you to the Cultivation Method Pavilion. Hearing the 3 words, Cultivation Method Pavilion, Hiwudi's eyes immediately lit up. He was eager to understand the martial arts of this world as soon as possible, and then cultivate from the most basic. However, the next day he changed into a brand new school uniform and danced awkwardly with the other disciples. His face was filled with despair. This was too damn shameful, too shameful. Strangely enough, after doing morning exercises, Hiwudi actually felt comfortable and energetic. He didn't have time to think about why, and hurriedly followed Li Qingyang to the Cultivation Method Pavilion. The Cultivation Technique Pavilion wasn't too big, and there weren't many martial skills on the shelves. This made Hiwudi somewhat disappointed, and he also realized that the Ironbone sect shouldn't be some famous sect. First, I'll randomly choose a mental cultivation method to cultivate, then find a time to leave. He thought to himself and began to choose. Junior apprentice brother, You just entered the sect and have not opened your meridians. You should cultivate Yi Jing Jing first, Li Qingyang suggested. Okay, senior brother. He also knew that since he was starting from scratch, there was no need for him to cultivate any fist art, palm art, or any other kind of martial arts for the time being. Therefore, he chose the I Jing Jing and left. On the shelf behind him was the 7 profound sunglow fragment scroll. He wondered what expression He would have on his face when he saw the martial skill disappear into thin air and placed it on the iron bone. Li Qingyang brought He to choose the martial skill pavilion and even brought him to pick up the pills and resources. Then he carefully introduced the cultivation places of the sect. Our second senior brother is very competent. He who had been tricked and kicked in the face, was a little unhappy at first. However, seeing how enthusiastic this young man was, his impression of the sect improved a little. After returning to his room, He opened the I Jing Jing and murmured, "With my monstrous talent, wouldn't it be easy to cultivate this kind of low-level martial arts?" He was very confident. However, when he started to read the I Jing Jing, he gradually could not help himself. In the end, he exclaimed, "Incredible!" He couldn't say how incredible it was. However, he was sure that the I Jing Jing was extraordinary in this realm. Although he had never cultivated in the Falling Star continent and was not familiar with the cultivation style here, he could tell that it was extraordinary just by looking at the martial skill. He was indeed an expert. I don't have any martial arts cultivation now, and my meridians are sealed because of space travel. I should be able to open them easily if I cultivate this mental cultivation method. He hurriedly began to cultivate. Although this mental cultivation method was different from the one he cultivated in the past, it was not too difficult because it focused on the big and small circulations. As expected, he murmured, "The path of martial arts is mostly the same." He talent was really strong. After cultivating for only an hour, he was able to circulate the I Jing Jing. "Tsk tisk!" he exclaimed. "It even has the function of tempering the body. It's really the best mental cultivation method for beginners." Cultivate, cultivate. After only one day, He successfully gathered a small amount of spiritual energy in his body and opened the blocked first meridian. He entered the first stage of the meridian from 0. This speed was very fast. Tao Yuan, who was brought to the iron bone, was also arranged to a separate room. Moreover, it was not locked and he could move freely. The battle exemption card took effect. He temporarily lost his memory and forgot that he was defeated and became a captive. Creak! The door opened and Jun Changshao walked in. He smiled and said, "General Tao, are you used to living here?" Tao Yuan hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Jun, I seem to have forgotten a lot of things. I don't know why I was locked in prison, but thank you for saving me." Jun Changshao knew that the battle exemption card took effect and could forcefully erase all enemies' memories. Therefore, he pretended to be a masked hero and rescued him from Qingyang City's dungeon. What a sneaky way of doing things. "General Tao, to be honest, I saved you because I admire you. Since you don't belong to any sect, why don't you join the Iron Bone clan?" Jun Changshao said. This, Tao Yuan fell silent again. Right at this moment, his stomach started to grumble uncontrollably. Jun Changshao said, "I've already prepared food and wine." Tao Yuan was really hungry. Moreover, because his memory had disappeared, he was neutral with Jun Changshao. Therefore, he followed him to the cafeteria. "It smells so good." He who had just walked in and was sitting in the corner, sighed as he ate. As expected, Lu Wancher's cooking was something that even a top expert would find difficult to endure. Tao Yuan followed Jun Changshao and sat down. 1 black and 2 black began to serve the dishes. Each of them was cooked separately. He looked at the variety of dishes, then looked at the fried rice he was eating. The corner of his mouth twitched. This was too much of a difference in treatment. "General Tao," Jun Changshao said, "please have a taste." My Ironbone clan's simple meal. Tao Yuan was really hungry. He first cupped his hands politely, then picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. As soon as the food entered his mouth, his expression became sluggish. When he swallowed it, the expression on his face gradually stiffened. He had been in the military camp all day and ate like a soldier. When had he ever tasted such delicacies? Sect leader Jun, Tao Yuan couldn't help but say, "I've never eaten such delicious food." "If you like it, then eat more," Jun Changshao said with a smile. Tao Yuan didn't eat. He put down his chopsticks and said, "Seriously, Sect leader Jun saved me from the dungeon and arranged good food and wine. I'm very grateful, but as for joining the clan," he didn't continue. But from the words he said later, it was obvious that he refused. Jun Changshao said, "General Tao, if you join, I'll take you in as my last disciple. All martial arts resources will be provided for free." Pooh! He Woody, who was sitting in the corner, spat out a mouthful of rice. Chapter 465. Tao Yuan, who had been hungry for a few days, felt like he was about to fly into the sky after eating a delicious meal. However, joining the Ironbone sect made him feel very conflicted. To be honest, he was wholeheartedly focused on military affairs and had no intention of joining a sect. But for some reason, after being locked in the dungeon and being rescued by sect leader Jun, he was too embarrassed to directly refuse. How about this? Jun Changshao said, "General Tao, choose to stay here for a period of time." He was not in a hurry to recruit. He hoped to use Lu Wancher's food and the atmosphere of the sect to slowly influence Tao Yuan. Needless to say, it was very effective. Tao Yuan, who lived in the Ironbone sect, saw the Ironbone disciples happily doing morning exercises and cultivating every day. He secretly exclaimed, "Such a happy sect is really rare." "General Tao," one day, Jun Changshao said, "I am a member of the Wolf Rider Hall. There is a military exercise today. Do you want to take a look?" Military exercise? Tao Yuan was immediately tempted. He followed Jun Changshao to the Ironbone Mountain and stood on the mountain peak. Below, Shui Rengui waved the war flag, and 1,000 members of the Wolf Rider Hall riding hurricane wolves appeared on the open grassland. "This?" Tao Yuan exclaimed. "Hurricane wolf?" Jun Changshao laughed. "This is my Ironbone's Wolf Rider Hall, similar to the cavalry commanded by General Tao." Tao Yuan's gaze was solemn. "Your sect's disciples riding such a high-level wolf rider. They're definitely invincible and invincible." Jun Changshao chuckled and said to himself, "Your Tiger Might army has been utterly defeated by me." Shua! Shui Rengui waved the war flag. Shua! Shua! 1,000 wolf riders charged forward, constantly changing their formation during the process, causing Tao Yuan to be so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. These disciples, riding hurricane wolves, could even use formations skillfully. It was unbelievable. If his tiger army fought against them, they would definitely be defeated. Of course, Tao Yuan was more concerned about Shui Rengui, who commanded the wolf riders. Jun Changshao said, "General Tao, that is the hall master of my Wolf Rider Hall. He is a retired soldier and has some knowledge in the art of war. If you are interested, you can discuss it with him." "I am," Tao Yuan said bluntly. Jun Changshao thought that the opportunity had come and arranged for him to discuss it with Shui Rengui. The two of them discussed it until late into the night. Tao Yuan was a rising star in the military. Although he was talented, he was still far from being a 5-star general. Shui Rengui's understanding of the way to use of troops. Shui Rengui to Tao Yuan. The more to the two, the more to the point close for a long time. After the discussion to the end. To the junior, to the iron, to the junior, to the end. Shui Yer Jun Shui. To the Shui, to the lion. of to the of to the two of the heaven. Tao Yuan's eyes were filled with yearning. As a general, he didn't care about breaking through to martial king, Wu Huang, or martial emperor. He cared more about obtaining the rank of a 5-star general in his lifetime. This was proof of strength. General Tao, Shui Rengui said, with all due respect, although Bairehu can be considered a famous general, his ability is limited. Following him will only limit your future talent. Tao Yuan was silent. Moreover, Shui Rengui continued, as far as I know, Bairehu is narrow-minded and extremely jealous. Once General Tao's military talent is displayed enough in Jinyang County, he will definitely smell danger. Jun Changshao, who had been eavesdropping with his spiritual thoughts, touched his nose and said, Hall Master, Shui's strategy of sowing discord is ingenious. Tao Yuan remained silent the whole time. He had some understanding of Bairehu's character. Shui Rengui said seriously, General Tao, why don't you join Ironbone? The two of us can work together to build the Wolf Riders and make them the strongest army in the Falling Star Continent. The strongest army in the Falling Star Continent? These words ignited the blood in Tao Yuan's body. Every general hoped to build the strongest army in the continent. Shui Rengui continued, General Tao should know the requirements to become a 5-star general, right? I know. Tao Yuan said, to become a 5-star general, one must have a well-trained and powerful army. Shui Rengui had built a super army in Zhongzhuang province back then, called the Rinjun Army. It had always been ranked 3rd on the Falling Star Continent's army ranking, so it was awarded the title of 5-star general. The White Tiger Army, led by Bairehu, was also quite famous, so it was awarded the 3-star general rank. However, its ability was limited. It was already difficult to become a 4-star general, let alone a 5-star general. Tao Yuan's Tiger Army was not bad, but its upper limit was so high that it could not help him obtain a higher rank. Although the Wolf Rider Hall was a sect, it could apply to become an army. Its future potential was enormous. The sect master said. Shui Rengui said, if General Tao joins Ironbone, you can become the deputy hall master of the Wolf Rider Hall. Tao Yuan was silent for a moment, then said, I'll think about it. Done. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. In his opinion, Tao Yuan must be tempted. He only needed a little time to join Ironbone. As expected, after a night of thinking, Tao Yuan came to the main hall the next day. He cupped his hands and said, Sect Master Jun, I am willing to join Ironbone clan. Jun Changxiao happily took out the entry form and filled in his name. At this time, with the no battle card, Tao Yuan joined Ironbone without any burden. If the effect disappeared and he turned around and left, then it would be very troublesome. Therefore, Sect Master Jun said, After a while, I will appoint you as the deputy hall master. You can be a closed-door disciple for now. Yes. Therefore, not only was he Wudi standing in front of the door, but also Tao Yuan. They each had a door and were responsible for closing the door after dark. It was very fair. This, Tao Yuan said helplessly, this is the closed-door disciple. After recruiting Tao Yuan, Jun Changxiao started to plan how to deal with Jinyang County and the 2 4th-rate sects in 3 months. Become stronger. Become even stronger. The next day, Jun Changxiao first set up the sect's equipment and began to distribute large amounts of spirit stones and high-grade qi gathering pills to the disciples, so that they could break through faster. Hall, masterly, Jun Changxiao said, I will leave the sect's affairs to you for now. I have decided to cultivate in seclusion. Okay, Li Luocho said. After everything was arranged, Jun Changxiao first cultivated in the spirit gathering array for 2 hours, then got up and went to the Tower of Experience. He did not temper his body on the 1st level, nor did he temper his movement technique on the 2nd level. Instead, he directly went to the third level, which he had never been to before. Ta. He stepped into the area covered by the attributes of heaven and earth. Phew. Jun Changshao took a breath and said, "What is the theme of the third level?" "Host, try it with a punch," the system said. Shwa. Jun Changshao threw a punch and said in surprise, "My spiritual energy is being consumed very quickly." The system said, "The third level is to make the host consume spiritual energy too quickly and then quickly replenish it, repeatedly refining the purity of the spirit nucleus." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao began to throw punches. With the energy of his two spirit nuclei, it would not be a problem for him to fight for several days and nights in the outside world. However, in just 2 hours it was completely consumed. Huff huff! He sat down cross-legged and activated body, metamorpho scripture. The heaven and earth attributes in the third level surged out like a wave and were completely replenished in just a few minutes. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "If I fight with others and exhaust my spiritual energy, then come in here to replenish it, won't I be able to continue fighting?" The system said, "Host, you are thinking too much. The attributes here will only be replenished when you consume them." Chapter 466. The function of the third level of the training pagoda was that the spiritual energy that burst out from the pagoda would spread out. The spiritual energy that was absorbed would also be expelled. The cycle would repeat and the spiritual energy would be refined. Jun Changshao's idea of fighting with the enemy outside and absorbing spiritual energy from the pagoda was completely unrealistic. All right. After being splashed with cold water by the system, he shrugged and began to squander his spiritual energy. Shwa, 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 bang, bang, bang. After exhausting all his spiritual energy for the second time, the area where Jun Changshao was filled with rich spiritual energy. The momentum was so great that it made people gasp in amazement. With 2 spirit cores, he had a lot of spiritual energy. Huff, huff. He activated his mental cultivation method again and spread it out. The spiritual energy that collided with the heaven and earth attribute of the third level returned to his body. After 2 consecutive times, Jun Changshao realized that the intensity of his spiritual energy had increased a little compared to before. Although it was not obvious if he continued to cultivate, regardless of whether it was spiritual energy or the use of it, there would definitely be great improvements. In the path of martial arts, the physical body was the foundation. The spiritual energy in the spirit core was what really determined one's strength. Even the simplest normal attack was a competition of spiritual energy, not to mention the use of various martial arts. Continue. Jun Changshao began to cultivate seriously. Bang, bang, bang. Huff, huff, huff. A few hours later, Sect leader Jun collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Although spiritual energy could be released and absorbed in a cycle, the physical body could not keep up. Therefore, even a sword and martial arts king like him would be exhausted. The third level is lit up. Could it be that someone went in? Let's go in and take a look. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei went to the third level first. When they saw Jun Changshao lying inside, they realized something. So, Sect leader is cultivating. What's the third level training for? It doesn't seem to be anything special. The disciples who could already adapt to the second level gathered on the third level. Because they did not understand the function, they stood there and looked at each other. After a short rest, Jun Changshao told them the function, and they began to attack nonstop. The sad thing was, after some people played a few times, their physical strength was greatly depleted. In the end, they couldn't hold on any longer and exploded with a bang. Their souls also returned to their bodies, and then their bodies were sent out while twitching. The third level also had a punishment system. Excessive consumption would result in side effects. As a result, the disciples became more cautious. After confirming their own limits, they would train for a certain amount of time every day. There were records on the third level as well, because only disciples could be counted. Even if sect leader Jun held on for a few hours, his name would still not be on the list. Yi Xingchen has become the record holder for the first level of the Tower of Experience in 3 hours. A heavy voice sounded. After a few days of training, Knight Emperor relied on his immense psionic energy and endurance to become the first record holder. On the first level of gravity training, Xiao Ziji was the first to take it, and then Lu Qianqian surpassed him. Until now, he was still in the lead. On the second level of agility training, Su Xiaoma was more talented in this area, so he was still on the list. On the third level of psionic energy training, Knight Emperor, who cultivated the Taishan Sutra, and Yi Jingjing, was also on the list. It was only natural that he would occupy the list. It could be said that among all the disciples, Yi Xingchen's psionic energy was the densest and most powerful. And all of this originated from the Taishan Sutra. Bang! In the training room, Jun Changshao punched the testing machine, and a shockwave surged. It could be said that it was very powerful. The strength displayed was 3 million gene. Tisk tisk! The system exclaimed. On the falling star continent, even a first-rank martial king only has a strength of 5 million gene. The host has a strength of 500,000 gene. This is quite powerful. Jun Changshao grinned and said, "So, I'm already above the first-rank martial king level." No, the system said, the host is still a first-rank martial king. The reason why your strength is so strong is because of the sword and martial kings. I see. Jun Changshao punched a few more times. He felt that after these few days of training on the third level of the training tower, he had become more adept at using psionic energy. The system said, when you become more adept at using psionic energy, the power of your martial skills will also increase. It is recommended that the host not only cultivate but also train. You can't delay either. Understood. Jun Changshao continued to cultivate. He cultivated in the spirit gathering formation in the morning and spent the afternoon on the third level of the training tower. The Iron Bone disciples were also cultivating seriously. Many of them who had just entered the martial master level also broke through one after another. Their level was higher and their strength was stronger day by day. And the ones who benefited the most were Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and other inner disciples who were stuck at the peak of martial master level. This was because after cultivating for a few days, they had entered Wuzong. The condition to enter Wuzong was to have a deeper understanding of martial arts. This understanding was to comprehend psionic energy and undergo a transformation in a certain sense. Training on the third level of the training tower was equivalent to transforming psionic energy, so it also unknowingly increased the speed of their comprehension and breakthrough. After realizing this, Jun Changshao said happily, "When the disciples reach the peak of martial master level, won't it be easier for them to break through on the third level of the training tower?" It's not that troublesome. The system said, as long as the martial master level disciples train step by step, it will be easy for them to break through Wuzong when they reach the peak of martial master level. Jun Changshao was overjoyed with the Cyclone Pill, martial master pill, and now the third level of the training tower. The entire system of cultivation was guaranteed to send them to Wuzong. With the breakthrough of Li Qingyang and the others, the number of Iron Bone Wuzong disciples had also increased. Because they were all at the peak level, their combat strength was no less than that of a 6th or 7th grade Wuzong. The sect leader was the sword and martial king, and the disciples were all at the peak level of Wuzong. With the current strength of the Iron Bone School, other than the fact that they had fewer disciples, they were completely comparable to a 5th-rate sect. If they went to the Holy Spring sect, not to mention winning over 70 disciples, even if they went to challenge the elders, they would be crushed into a pile of shit. Of course, the disciples had all improved, and so did our elder Jiang. He had finally reached rank 3 Martial King from rank 2 Martial King. It had been a while since he joined the Iron Bone School, but he only reached rank 1. This was a bit slow. However, after Janya broke through, he was extremely excited. In the past, it took him 2 to 3 years to reach rank 2 from rank 1. Now, not only did he break through to rank 3 in a few months, he also reached the peak level from the high level. This was definitely something that he could not even dream of. Moreover, after experiencing the 2nd and 3rd levels of the training tower, Janya realized that as long as he continued to train, his strength in all aspects would only increase even more. Therefore, anyone who entered the Iron Bone School and experienced the convenience and speed of cultivation would be addicted to it. There was one exception. That was the last disciple, Hiwudi. This person's aptitude was really strong. In 7 days, he had opened 7 meridians, 1 meridian per day. It was simply unbelievable. At this speed, I will be able to open 12 meridians in 5 days. Hiwudi thought to himself, after I become a martial disciple, I will leave the Iron Bone School and go out to explore. He was able to become a Saint Lord in a higher plane by relying on all kinds of life and death experiences. Therefore, he did not like to stay in one place and cultivate step by step. Moreover, the Iron Bone School only had 2,000 disciples. In the Falling Star continent, it was only rank 6. How could he condescend to be here? Hiwudi's heart was set on the sea of stars. Therefore, after opening 12 meridians and becoming a martial disciple, he hurriedly packed his luggage in the middle of the night and resolutely embarked on the journey to the outside world. Standing in front of the mountain gate, Hiwudi looked back at the Iron Bone School and muttered, "Kid, the next time we meet, one will be in heaven and the other on earth." He was heaven. Jun Changshao was earth. Shua. With a wave of his hand, he strode forward. However, just as he lifted his foot, his body suddenly trembled. His sea of consciousness seemed to explode, and all kinds of memories were instantly erased. He also rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. Chapter 467. When he accepted Hiwudi as his disciple, Sect leader Jun used many tricks to show how a sect leader thirsted for talents. But when he accepted Hiwudi as his disciple, he immediately became incomparably cold and even arranged for Hiwudi to be his last disciple. Why? Because joining the Iron Bone was equivalent to being directly bound. Leave the sect? Leave. Betray? Yes, but first erase all the memories that shouldn't exist. Jun Changshao was a little worried at first that the system might be lying to him. However, when Hiwudi had the intention to leave, the moment he walked out of the sect, his memories were ruthlessly erased, proving that the restriction really existed. This memory not only contained the muscle tendon changing scripture, but also the benefits of the mental cultivation method and the breakthrough of the realm. Hiwudi was unconscious at the door. Not only did he forget many things, his cultivation that had just broken through to martial disciple was also taken back. Once again, he fell to level 0. It could be said that it was tragic. Ding! Disciple Hiwudi has the intention to leave. His memory has been erased. Ding! Sect members 252750000. Hiwudi's memory was erased, which was equivalent to automatically leaving the sect. One of the members also dropped. Jun Changshao, who was cultivating in the spirit gathering array, heard the notification and shook his head. He just broke through to martial disciple and he's leaving? He knew that he couldn't win people's hearts with tricks. Hiwudi definitely didn't join wholeheartedly and was prepared for him to leave. However, leaving right after breaking through to martial disciple was too impatient. The system said, everyone has their own ambitions. The memories that shouldn't have been there have been erased. The host can let him leave. Even so, Jun Changshao murmured, but such a good seedling. If I let him go, it will be a loss to myself and Iron Bone. So I have to recruit him again. The system was silent. My head hurts. The next day, Hiwudi, who was carried back to the sect, covered his head and opened his eyes. His mind was in chaos and his head was splitting. He panted a little and looked at the unfamiliar environment. He thought to himself, wasn't I surrounded by wolf beasts? The memory was erased for a long time, directly erasing the scene when he first came to the Falling Star continent and was attacked by wolf beasts in the wild. As for what happened after that, he forgot all about it. Creak. The door was pushed open and Jun Changshao walked in. Little brother, I saved you. Little brother. Little brother? The corner of Hiwudi's mouth twitched as he weakly asked, Where is this place? This is the Ironbone Upright Sect. Jun Chang smiled and said, I am the sect leader of this sect. Ironbone? What a name! What a name! Hiwudi, who had lost his memories, was tricked by sect master Jun, just like Tao Yuan, who had been saved by the sect master. Thinking that he had been saved, Hiwudi decided to stay. Little brother, since you have no parents and no relatives in the Starfall continent, why don't you join my Ironbone sect? Jun Chang asked with a smile. This, join my Ironbone sect. I'll take you in as my last disciple and provide you with all kinds of resources for free. Iron sect, iron. Iron sect Tao. Iron Master. Some people said that this was too stupid, right? That was not the case. Hiwudi joined Ironbone for the second time. He felt that he was new here and did not know much about this world. He joined Ironbone because he wanted to take the opportunity to familiarize himself with the world. His real thoughts were the same as when he joined Ironbone for the first time. Once he understood enough, he would definitely leave. Just like that, Hiwudi joined Ironbone again. He practiced I Jing Jing again. He used a period of time to break through to martial disciple, and again, sect leader. The next day, Li Qingyang carried him into the main hall. He broke down and said, Junior brother, he fainted again. Will he lose his memory and cultivation? He will. Jun Changshao said, It's a kind of illness. The corner of Li Qingyang's mouth twitched, so he cooperated with the sect leader to put on a show. He accepted Hiwudi as a disciple again and arranged a residence for him as a new disciple. He then brought him to the cultivation method pavilion for the third time. What a familiar feeling. Hiwudi entered the technique pavilion for the third time. He felt a sense of familiarity, but he could not understand it. In the end, he followed Li Qingyang's suggestion and chose I Jing Jing. A few days later, sect leader Li Qingyang carried him again and said, Junior brother, he fell at the mountain gate again. His illness is very serious. Do you want to find a famous doctor to treat him? No need. Jun Changshao said, Just continue to cooperate. Okay. Li Qingyang was about to send Hiwudi to the medicine hall. Jun Changshao stopped him and said, What martial skills did he choose these few times he went to the technique pavilion? This person always had the idea of leaving. He always lost his memory and cultivation. Could it be that the martial arts of Ironbone sect were not attractive to him? It shouldn't be. Even a martial king like Jiangxia is extremely excited after practicing all kinds of martial arts. A guy without cultivation should be overjoyed after seeing so many martial skills. Li Qingyang said, This disciple suggests that junior brother he cultivate I Jing Jing first. That won't do. It's too little. Jun Changshao said, Let him choose more martial skills. Let him experience my slash, rupturing fist, splitting mountain palm. Understood. Wait, let him see the high-level martial skills such as Scarlet Sky, Raging Flame Slash, and 7 Profound Sunglow Break. Let him see them and be shocked. Yes, Hiwudi woke up for the third time. Then he was tricked by sect leader Jun in the same way. After adding the Ironbone sect, he was brought to the technique pavilion by Li Qingyang. The plot was exactly the same, but our second senior brother changed his lines and said, Junior brother, our Ironbone sect has many martial skills. You can choose and look at them as you wish. Especially the last 2 rows. They are all high-level martial skills. High-level martial skills? A trace of disdain appeared in Hiwudi's heart. He only joined the Ironbone sect temporarily to understand the falling star continent. Naturally, he didn't believe that this sect would have any high-level martial skills. Because Li Qingyang didn't follow the previous routine, Hiwudi didn't choose Yi Jinjing. He began to browse the martial skills on the shelves, including rupturing fist, splitting mountain palm, and other martial skills. After flipping through my slash, he was secretly surprised. This martial skill doesn't seem to be simple. Then he looked at the seal shield, cloud steps, and voice transmission technique. He was very surprised. I didn't expect Ironbone Sect's martial skills to be so comprehensive. There are all kinds of martial skills. Unfortunately, except for my slash, the other martial skills couldn't be compared to the martial skills cultivated in his own plane. While thinking, Hiwudi came to the last shelf. He first saw Scarlet Sky, Raging Flame, slash. After casually flipping through it, he murmured, "It's barely acceptable." A divine grade, martial skill, was barely acceptable. These words were really awesome. Hiwudi put down the Scarlet Heavens, Raging Flame, slash, and picked up another secret book from the shelf. Boom! When he saw the name of the martial skill, he was stunned on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. After a while, Hiwudi rubbed his eyes to make sure that he didn't read the name wrong. He exclaimed in disbelief, Seven Mystic, Sunglow Fragment 1. Chapter 468. Hiwudi obtained the first remnant of the 7 profound rays, shimmering light, and ended up being hunted down. At that time, he had planned to throw it out to save his life, but as soon as he took it out, it disappeared into thin air. It was gone, and he couldn't explain it clearly, so he could only continue to be hunted down. He was hunted from the southern Heavenly Gate to the western Heavenly Gate, and from the eastern Heavenly Gate to the northern Heavenly Gate. In the end, he had no choice but to use his supernatural power to cross space in a hurry. A high-level account was hunted down by a group of high-level accounts, and in the end he was hunted down to level 0. Looking at Hiwudi's experience, it was definitely worthy of the word tragedy. The cause of all this was the disappearance of the 7 profound rays, shimmering light. Now that he came to the mortal realm and joined Ironbone, he actually saw the missing remnant of the secret manual in the Technique Pavilion. Hiwudi felt as if he was struck by lightning. Why is it here? Why is it here? No. Hiwudi carefully observed and found that the remnant of the secret manual was as new as before, and it didn't emit an unfathomable aura. He guessed, this is not the original. Is it just a coincidence? He hurriedly flipped through it and found that the incantation and operation method recorded on it were the same as what he had seen before. He said with certainty, this must be a copy. A martial technique from a high-level plane had a copy in the mortal realm. This made Hiwudi dumbfounded. Junior brother, Li Qingyang said, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Hiwudi forced himself to calm down and said, "Senior brother Li, this secret manual doesn't seem to be simple. Why does Ironbone have it?" Li Qingyang thought that the reason for his shock was that the level of the martial technique was too high, so he didn't care and explained, "Junior brother, Ironbone is actually a large sect that inherited the legacy of ancient times." A large sect that inherited the legacy of ancient times? Hiwudi was stunned. Li Qingyang told him everything that Jun Changshao had told him about Ao Lai, Mount Huagua, and Mount Ironbone. After hearing this, Hiwudi was silent. No wonder there weren't many Ironbone disciples, but there were many different kinds of martial arts. It turned out that they used to be an ancient sect. However, the 7 profound sunglow break was created by the 7 profound sage. So how could there be an Ironbone? Wait a minute. Hiwudi suddenly remembered that the 7 profound holy sovereign wasn't someone from his plane. He had ascended from some mortal world. The ancient Ironbone has such a martial skill, and the 7 profound Saint Sovereign has ascended. Could there be a connection between the two? Senior brother Li, Hiwudi asked, "Where's the first sect leader of our Ironbone sect?" He had a bold idea. It was very likely that the 7 profound holy sovereign was related to the first sect master of the Ironbone sect, or perhaps they were the same person. It was easy to explain why the Ironbone faction had the 7 mysterious Sunglow fragment scroll. Li Qingyang shook his head and said, "I'm afraid only the sect leader knows where Senior Sun, the founder of Ironbone, went. This Senior Sun was the great sage, heaven's equal, Sun Wukong, that Jun Changshao had fabricated. Only the sect leader knew?" He thought to himself, "I have to ask." Jun Changshao, who was sitting in the main hall, spat out a mouthful of tea. He thought, do they really think that Ironbone is an ancient sect and Sun Wukong is the founder of the sect? Little he put down the teacup and said, "Is this question very important?" He said, "My Ironbone sect has many martial skills. I'm also very curious about the sect's past." Jun Changshao thought quickly and said, "This is the sect's secret history. However, since you're my last disciple, I don't mind telling you." He immediately pricked up his ears. Jun Changshao said seriously, "Actually, the founder of Ironbone, the first sect leader, went through 81 disasters. He wore golden armor and stepped on 7 colored clouds to ascend to the upper world. These martial skills of the sect were also left behind by him." 7 colored clouds to ascend to the upper world? Wasn't this very compatible with the 7 profound sage, who controlled 7 attributes? As expected, He suddenly realized and thought, the great sage, heaven's equal, who created Ironbone, and the 7 profound sage are the same person. This falling star continent should be the place where he ascended to the upper world. Even in his wildest dreams, Jun Changshao would never have imagined that his nonsense would actually match up with the 7 profound holy venerate of a higher plane. Moreover, it would even make this fellow muddle-headed and forcibly fill in the blanks. After returning to his room, He thought for the entire night, and his mood became more and more excited. The 7 profound sage was an extremely powerful expert. He had accidentally crossed the void and came to the world he used to live in, and even joined the sect he created. This was completely a good fortune. What good fortune? It was completely similar, and it was purely a coincidence. If I cultivate here, I might be able to pry into a higher level of profoundness in the future and break through to the unreachable sage realm. The more He thought, the more excited he became. He secretly decided, I'll cultivate an Ironbone. With so many coincidences, he firmly believed that Ironbone was the sect created by the 7 profound sage, and it was the place to become a stronger expert. Thus his mentality had changed greatly. Leave? Impossible. After experiencing memory loss 3 times and joining the Ironbone 4 times, He finally thought it through. He truly integrated himself into the sect and began to cultivate seriously. Because of the 7 profound sage, he was actually in awe of sect leader Jun. After all, he was the current sect leader. If he wanted to pry into a higher level of cultivation in the future, he might be able to provide a lot of help. Night fell. Close the door! He shouted loudly, and then closed the door with a smile on his face, fully immersing himself in the role of the last disciple. Sect leader Li Qingyang, who was standing in front of the hall, was puzzled. Junior brother, he seems to be very happy. Jun Changshao stood with his hands behind his back and said, because he has completely understood what it means to be unyielding and unyielding. It's just that, Li Qingyang said, if junior brother's strange illness is not cured, there is a possibility that it will recur. Half of his illness is caused by his inner demons. Once the inner demons are gone, he will naturally recover, Jun Changshao said. Speaking of strange illnesses, he was reminded of Shi Jingxian. He couldn't help but secretly say, I wonder if an elementary spirit medicine can cure her eye disease? I've said before that I will pay a visit to Miaohua Palace. When I'm done with the matters in Jinyang County, I can go and take a look. The system said, why don't you go now? If you can cure Miaohua Palace's palace master's eye disease, you will owe her a big favor. If she knows that Ironbone is in trouble, she might come out and help. This Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, "Why didn't I think of that?" Miaohua Palace was a fourth-rate sect. If he could form a good relationship with them, there would be no harm in it. Moreover, according to the information he had, Miaohua Palace was located in a fifth-rate county. Although it was a fourth-rate sect like Gui Yuan Sect and Duanshui Pavilion, it should be stronger than the others. Jun Changshao slapped his forehead and said, "I always thought that Palace Master she was a woman. I completely forgot that her sect is actually very powerful." The system had given him some inspiration and put a visit to Miaohua Palace on the agenda. However, before that, he had to make arrangements for his disciples to improve their cultivation faster. No matter how strong Miaohua Palace was, it was only an external force. If he wanted to avoid being bullied on the falling star continent, he had to rely on himself and his disciples. Chapter 469. The duration of the token was 3 months. 1 month had passed, so Jun Changshao was a little anxious about how to face a 6th-class county and 2 4th-class sections. Find Shangguanhong? No. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had no right to interfere with the matters between the counties. Jun Changshao agreed with the system's suggestion. After all, the only power he could rely on now was Miaohua Palace, which he had a little relationship with. Next, he settled the affairs of the sect and distributed a large number of natural spiritual stones to the disciples so that they could improve faster. To be honest, even with the spirit-gathering matrix and energy-gathering pills, the Ironbone disciples were already breaking through very quickly. With the addition of the spiritual stones, the speed would be unimaginably fast. 2 months. There would be earth-shaking changes. After everything was arranged, Jun Changshao left Ironbone on the Hurricane Wolf King with the little dragon. He didn't bring the disciples because he wanted them to break through faster. Everyone didn't disappoint Sect leader Jun. They were cultivating with the clear heart technique all the time. The martial spirit of the entire sect was even stronger. Senior Sister Lu. Yao Menjing sat in the cafeteria and said enviously, "I also want to cultivate martial arts like Senior Brother." The disciples of Ironbone were all cultivating. She was the only one who had nothing to do every day. The main reason was that she was too young. Sect leader Jun meant that she could start learning martial arts when she was 12 or 13 years old. Lu Wansher smiled and said, "You can find second Senior Brother and ask him to teach you martial arts techniques." The sect leader said that I'm too young to cultivate for now. Yao Menjing pouted. Lu Wansher put down her spoon and blinked. She smiled and said, "Second Senior Brother is easy to talk to. I'll take you to him." So, she led Yao Menjing to Li Qingyang and told him the purpose of her visit. Our general manager, Li, was indeed easy to talk to. He couldn't resist Lu Wansher's coaxing and finally agreed to let the little girl enter the technique pavilion to choose her martial arts techniques. Menjing. Lu Wansher accompanied her into the technique pavilion, holding the muscle bone strengthening scripture. She smiled and said, "You can cultivate your martial arts techniques first and open your meridians." Okay. Yao Menjing nodded but accepted the secret manual. She looked at the shelf on the far right and unconsciously walked over. It was filled with evil sect martial arts. Jun Changshao had obtained these items from the evil sects he had annihilated. He did not agree with the difference between good and evil, so he placed the evil sect's mental cultivation method in the technique pavilion. If a disciple had talent in this area, they could also take it to cultivate. The word evil didn't come from cultivation, but from man-made actions. Even if one practiced righteous martial arts, doing evil things behind the scenes was not righteous, it was evil. Although heretical cultivators were a little extreme when it came to cultivation, as long as they didn't do anything heartless, they wouldn't be considered heretical. Of course, sect leader Jun had warned them again and again that they were not allowed to cultivate as they pleased if they did not have the talent to cultivate evil arts. In Ironbone, Jianya was the only one who had the talent to become a heretic. Now he had basically given up and focused all his attention on the system martial arts. Senior Sister Lu. Yao Menjing picked up an evil sect's mental cultivation method and scratched her head. Can I cultivate this mental cultivation method? Lu Wanshi was surprised. You want to cultivate an evil sect's martial arts? No. She hurriedly shook her head. The sect leader said that I can't casually cultivate evil sect's martial arts, or else it'll be easy for me to go mad. Yao Menjing hugged the secret manual tightly and begged, Senior Sister Lu, I really want to learn. Lu Wanshi was silent for a while, then said, Since it's like this, then learn it. She wasn't old, so she didn't understand the consequences of cultivating evil sect's martial arts. If Li Qingyang came along, he would definitely try his best to stop his junior sister from cultivating evil sect's martial arts. Thank you, Senior Sister Lu. Yao Menjing smiled brightly, then chose a few evil sect's martial arts and left happily with Lu Wanshi. The path of evil cultivation was filled with danger. This little lowly, whether her choice today was right or wrong, no one could say for sure. On the second day, Li Qingyang came to the Technique Pavilion for a routine check. When he found the record of Yao Menjing's martial arts, he was shocked. Why did that little girl choose evil sect's martial arts? Do. He hurriedly went to the cafeteria and asked anxiously, Where's little junior sister? Lu Wanshi said, She's cultivating martial arts in the inner courtyard. Li Qingyang hurriedly went to the inner courtyard, but Yao Menjing's room was locked from the inside. No matter how he knocked, there was no response. Lu Qianqian coincidentally walked over. Seeing her second junior brother's anxious face, she asked, What's wrong? Li Qingyang hurriedly told her that Yao Menjing chose evil sect's martial arts. Bang! The door collapsed and cold air filled the air. Li Qingyang's mouth twitched, thinking, Senior sister, you're too violent. Lu Qianqian retracted her palm and walked in. She saw Yao Menjing on the ground, waved her hand, and carried her to the medicine hall. Not good. Little junior sister fainted. What's the situation? I heard senior brother Li say that she cultivated evil sect's martial arts. Iron Bone disciples heard the news and all headed to the medicine hall. Woo-woo! Inside the medicine hall, Lu Wanshi cried and blamed herself. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let little junior sister choose evil sect's martial arts. Girl, don't cry. Elder Wei softly shouted. One of his hands was still on the unconscious Yao Menjing's pulse, checking why she fainted. Lu Wanshi hurriedly stopped crying. Strange. After the diagnosis, Elder Wei was confused. Her meridians are fine, and her breathing is stable. Why did she faint? Jianya, who was standing at the side, said, Could it be that she suffered a setback while cultivating evil sect's martial arts? That's possible. Elder Wei could only think so. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a dark aura suddenly appeared around the unconscious Yao Menjing. Elder Wei's face changed as he hurriedly took 2 steps back and said in shock, This is. Jianya also opened his eyes wide. Hoo-hoo. The ink-like attribute was still spreading and completely enveloping Yao Menjing. The medicine hall was filled with a murderous aura, causing Li Qingyang, Lu Wanshi, and the others to shudder. Elder Wei and Jiang Ye's gazes kept changing as a storm rose in their hearts. Yao Menjing, who was enveloped by the demonic aura, gradually rose and hung in the air. Her entire body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. A few minutes later, the strange aura completely entered Yao Menjing's body as she floated back onto the bed. The oppressive, murderous aura dissipated along with the dark aura. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Elder Wei. Li Qingyang hurriedly said, What's going on? Elder Wei was silent. Jianya, who was standing at the side, was also silent. What's going on? Lu Wanshi also asked. She didn't care about the dark aura, but whether Yao Menjing was all right. Elder Jiang. After a while, Elder Wei said, "You cultivated in the evil sects before, so you should know the situation." Jiang nodded and said seriously, "If I'm not wrong, this girl has awakened her innate demonic body." Chapter 470. Evil Cultivator and Demon Cultivator. There were two more extreme professions in the Falling Star continent. The cultivation method of evil cultivators was nothing more than using unorthodox cultivation methods to achieve opportunistic means. Demon cultivators were different. They cultivated real demon techniques and absorbed the demon chi between heaven and earth. Evil cultivators were equivalent to martial cultivators, and demon cultivators were equivalent to sword cultivators. Both were extremely rare. It was said that there were many demon cultivators in the Falling Star continent 10,000 years ago. There were also many demon sects that could compete with the top sections. However, demon cultivators' cultivation methods were more extreme than evil cultivators. Therefore, the major forces that claimed to be righteous joined forces and issued a demon-slaying order to prevent future generations from being bewitched. It was a war that lasted for 100 years. It was said that even martial emperors participated. Later generations called it the war between the righteous and evil. There were many righteous experts, and the demon sects were outnumbered. In the end, they were gradually eradicated. Today, there were no more demon sects in the entire continent. Of course, if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again. There were many demon cultivators who survived. They either lived in seclusion in the mountains or hid their identities and lived in the Falling Star continent. The demon-slaying order was still in effect. As long as the righteous sects found demon cultivators or demon sects, they would go all out to eliminate them. Therefore, every once in a while, there would be news of some demon cultivators or demon sects being discovered and then besieged by various experts. Why did they say this? Because Yao Menjing had awakened the connate demon body. A person with such a physique must be a demon cultivator, and a top one at that. Elder Wei frowned and said, 10,000 years ago, the patriarch of the Demon Emperor sect, the Demon Emperor, had the connate demon body. He fought with the 9 great martial emperors alone. It was said that he was the strongest person in the Falling Star continent. I've heard of it too, Jianya said. Unfortunately, even though the Demon Emperor's cultivation was unprecedented, he was still defeated by the 9 great martial emperors. In the end, he was killed by the 9 great martial emperors on the Demon Mountain. Li Qingyan and the others had never heard of this, but they were amazed that one person could fight with the 9 great martial emperors alone. This was definitely a super-existence that could only be looked up to. Speaking of which, was Yi Xingqian among the 9 great martial emperors? No. The reason why he could become one of the 9 emperors was also because of the Devil Emperor. Although the other party had died in battle on the Demon Mountain, he had taken 2 martial emperors with him. That was how Yi Xingqian was able to comprehend the providence of heaven and earth and become a martial emperor. The ancient emperors fought for supremacy and divided the Falling Star continent into 13 prefectures. Some kind of restriction existed in this world, and only 9 people could ascend to the throne and enjoy the worship of all living beings. After the fall of the martial emperor, the emperor was scattered across the world, searching for the most suitable martial cultivator to take over. Yi Xingqian was the new martial emperor after the war between the righteous and demonic factions. What about those who had not become martial emperors? They also had the opportunity to become martial emperors. However, they had to challenge the 9 great martial emperors. If they won, they would replace them. It was very unrealistic for Wu Sheng to fight a martial emperor. Therefore, since ancient times, no one had been able to shake the 9 great martial emperors. They could only sullenly wait for them to fall. Perhaps the world could no longer withstand the battle of the martial emperors, so it had sealed off the path to becoming a martial emperor. However, there were exceptions, and that was the demonic cultivators who did not walk the normal path. 10,000 years ago, a peerless genius was born among the demonic cultivators. With an innate demonic body After hundreds of years of cultivation, he broke through the shackles of heaven and earth and became a demon emperor. He also, single-handedly, founded the famous demon emperor sect. We must be ranked to succeed the martial emperor. You can ignore the rules of heaven and earth and break through to a higher level. How can you do that? Therefore, the martial cultivators of the falling star continent united and issued the demon-slaying order. Although the slogan was to slay demons, in fact, they were worried that if they were allowed to grow stronger, it would bring disaster to the martial cultivators. Who was right and who was wrong 10,000 years ago was no longer important. The important thing was that before the demon emperor died, he looked up to the sky and laughed, saying, "As long as heaven and earth are not destroyed, the demonic path will exist forever. I have planted the seed of an innate demonic body in the world. If it awakens in the future, it will definitely restore the glory of the demonic path." His voice contained supreme emperor power and majestic demonic chi. Not only did it ripple in the sky, but it also enveloped the entire continent, wantonly disturbing the minds of living beings. According to the historical records, this was the divine power that the demon emperor used before he died. He planted his innate demonic body in the hearts of the people, until one day it sprouted, bloomed, and bore fruit. As long as heaven and earth were not destroyed, the demonic path would exist forever. This sentence became the spiritual pillar of the demonic cultivators who were lucky enough to survive. They were also waiting bitterly for the awakening of the innate demonic body, because that would be their hope to restore the demonic path. More than 1,000 years after the demon emperor's death, an ordinary young man walked out of the mountains and accidentally awakened the innate demonic body. From then on, he embarked on the path of demonic cultivation. This was the life of a protagonist. Unfortunately, his identity as a demonic cultivator was exposed, and he was hunted down by the righteous sect. In the end, he died an unnatural death. In the following years, 7 innate demonic bodies appeared one after another. Some of them died during their growth, and some gathered the surviving demonic cultivators to strengthen the demonic path. In the end, their deeds were exposed and they were eradicated. Because innate demonic bodies appeared every once in a while, there were detailed records in the history books. Elder Wei and Jiang, you had naturally heard of it. When Yao Menjing's body was surrounded by demonic qi, they determined that this was definitely the sign of the awakening of the innate demonic body. "This is troublesome, troublesome." Elder Wei frowned and said, "This girl has the innate demonic body. She is the public enemy of the entire falling star continent." Jiang held his chin and murmured, "The first 8 were all men, but the 9th was a girl, and a 7 or 8-year-old girl." Li Qingyang also realized that the awakening of little junior sister's innate demonic body was not a good thing, so he hurriedly said, "Elder Wei, we have to inform the sect master quickly. Let's contact him through telepathy." Elder Wei said. Jiang hurriedly performed his martial arts, but unfortunately, our sect master Jun was already far away, and there was no way to contact him. Elder Wei said, "The girl's awakening of the innate demonic body did not cause too much of a commotion, so the outside world might not know about it. Let's not spread the news and wait for the sect master to return before we discuss it." "All right." Jiang agreed. Back to Jun Changshao, riding on the Hurricane Wolf King, traveled for about a day, and entered the 5th grade county where Miaohua Palace was located. He entered a city called Happy City. A 5th grade county was very powerful, and even an ordinary city like this was far superior to Qingyang City in terms of size, number of people, and even the experts. Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded as soon as he entered, because on the main street of Happy City, he could see luxuriously decorated brothels every few steps, and there were gorgeous beauties standing at the entrance, throwing flirtatious glances at him. This place is really a happy place for men. Jun Changshao shook his head, ignoring the beauty's calls, and chose an inn to stay in. "Have you heard? The remnants of the demonic sect secretly returned to the demonic mountain and met with the experts of the various sections. They fought for a long time. This is big news. Of course, we have heard that self-proclaimed 36th patriarch of the demonic monarch sect has just entered Wu Huang. But he dares to fight with the experts of the first grade sections. He is really overestimating himself. Jun Changshao sat by the window, and he had nothing to do but listen to their discussion. He couldn't help but think to himself, Wu Huang is just a beginner in their eyes. The martial cultivators of this 5th grade county are really awesome. He was just casually listening, and then he rested for the night before continuing his journey. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the mountain where Miaohua Palace was located. Chapter 471. Miaohua Palace was located on Miaoling Peak of Miaohua Mountain. From afar, this peak looked like a young girl standing gracefully, which was why it was named Miaoling, coincidentally. The first palace, Lord of Miaohua Palace, came here because of this feature. Therefore, she established a sect that only accepted female disciples. In the hearts of countless men, Miaohua Palace was definitely a holy land because all the female disciples were as beautiful as flowers. Unfortunately, the sect had a rule that men were not allowed to enter. Therefore, entering Miaohua Palace to tour the flowers one day became the dream of many men. Some people would not turn back until they hit a wall. They knew that they could not enter, but they still came to Miaohua Mountain, hoping to see the beautiful female disciples. This was not the case. At the foot of Miaohua Mountain, there were many handsome young masters and famous young heroes gathered. Jun Changshao walked over and looked at the 30 to 50 young elites gathered. He could not help but think to himself, it's quite lively. Swoosh! A young master dressed like a scholar walked over and opened his folding fan elegantly. He smiled and said, Friend, are you also here to see the splendor of Miaohua Palace's disciples? You can say that. Jun Changshao naturally wanted to see how different the disciples of Miaohua Palace were from the 5th-rate Holy Spring sect. The scholar sized him up and said, Judging from your attire, you shouldn't be from a big family. Jun Changshao wanted to reply, What does it have to do with you, whether I'm from a big family or not? However, it was better to keep a low profile when outside, so he replied, I'm from an ordinary family. The scholar closed his fan and pointed at the young elites in front of him. They're all young masters from famous clans. My friend, you're from an ordinary family. You definitely won't be given a second glance by the beautiful disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. Oh! Jun Changshao smiled and said, From what you're saying, they came to Miaohua Palace to win a smile from the beauty. You're not? The scholar asked. No. Jun Changshao said honestly, I'm here to visit Miaohua Palace. His voice was a little loud. When the young masters nearby heard him, they all looked at him in surprise. Did he hear it wrong? This guy wants to pay a visit to Wonderful Flower Palace? The scholar was taken aback as well. Soon after, he smiled and said, Wondrous Flower Palace has never welcomed men. Isn't it a joke for a friend to visit? Is there something wrong with his head? If Miaohua Palace could be placed anywhere, why would we be standing at the foot of the mountain? Looks like he's a country bumpkin from the mountains. He hasn't heard of the rules of Ingenious Flower Palace. Everyone discussed in low voices, and all of their words were filled with contempt. Jun Changshao was a little speechless. So, just because you're not qualified to enter, I have to follow you? They were just a bunch of bored young masters from rich families. Sect leader Jun didn't lower himself to their level and continued to walk forward. They're coming down, they're coming down. Suddenly, someone shouted. Jun Changshao looked up and saw a dozen or so disciples of the Ingenious Flower Palace walking down the stairs. It had to be said that they had slender figures and good looks. It was easy for them to attract the attention of men. Walking in front was a disciple called Li, or who often accompanied Shi Jingxian, senior sister. A female disciple said in a low voice, There's another group of lechers at the foot of the mountain. Should we chase them away? Li Er said indifferently, they're just flies. Just ignore them. The dozen or so disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace coming down the mountain immediately attracted the attention of the young masters. They all looked up. The falling flowers were willing, but the heartless flowing water was merciless. They didn't even look at them and treated them like air. The young masters who came here were already used to it, so they didn't mind being ignored. Instead, they slowly admired the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. Young Master Su, I think the disciple walking in front has the most extraordinary appearance. The second to last female disciple is petite and extremely cute. She's the type I like the most. I think the second one is quite good. Everyone discussed in low voices. Jun Changshao shook his head and thought, have they never seen a woman before? Sect leader Jun didn't know. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace cultivated on Mount Ingenious, which was full of spiritual energy. Over time, they formed a unique temperament that other women couldn't compare to. The young masters had seen their fair share of beauties, but compared to the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace, they were really vulgar. Not long after, Li Er led her fellow disciples down the mountain and continued to ignore the young masters on the side of the road. They were all like proud peacocks. Miss Li Er, Jun Changshao said, we meet again. The young masters, standing at the side, were stunned. Then they were all filled with murderous rage. This guy actually took the initiative to greet them. If they angered the other party, they would be chased away together with everyone. Even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to absolve them. In the past, there were people who tried to worm their way into being friends with them. As a result, outsiders weren't allowed to get close to Mount Ingenious for half a year. Sect leader Jun's words caused intense anger to be directed at him from all directions. He thought to himself in surprise, what's going on? Li Er frowned when she heard someone call her by her nickname. However, when she heard the words, she was stunned. She turned around and exclaimed, it's you. Everyone was dumbfounded. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace knew this guy? Jun Changshao said, Miss Li Er, is it strange that I'm here? Li Er frowned and said, why are you here? I'm here to pay a visit, Jun Changshao said. Li Er fell silent. Of course. She remembered the agreement between the palace lord and Jun Changshao at the Ironbone Palace. However, she didn't expect him to come so soon. What's wrong? Jun Changshao smiled and said, am I not welcome? Humph, Li Er snorted and said, since you're here to pay a visit, my Ingenious Flower Palace will naturally welcome you. As she said that, she made a gesture and said, please. When they heard the words welcome and please, the young masters standing nearby were stunned. They even suspected that they had heard wrongly. They didn't hear wrongly because they saw with their own eyes Jun Changshao climb the stairs under the guidance of Li Er and the other disciples. Oh my God, who is that guy? He's actually qualified to enter Ingenious Flower Palace. From the looks of it, he seems to be old friends with the disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace. Everyone was talking at once. Their eyes were filled with envy. Everyone. Jun Changshao waved his hand as he climbed the stairs and said, I'll go up first. You guys can continue to watch from below. Damn it. You guys looked down on me just now. I must provoke you guys. Jun Changshao's way of slapping them in the face was really a little childish and childish. What? In the study, Shi Jingxian stood up and said happily, Sect Master Jun is here to pay a visit? Yes. Li Er said he's been arranged to stay in the west wing by the disciples. However, she muttered in her heart, My palace lord, that guy is here to pay a visit. You don't have to be so excited. Li Er. Shi Jingxian hurriedly combed her hair and clothes and said in a panic, Should I change my clothes and dress up? Chapter 472. Jun Changshao was arranged to stay in the west wing. It was a separate area and he was the only one there. It was as if he was isolated from the world. The environment was not bad, and the spiritual energy was abundant. Sitting in the gazebo, Jun Changshao felt the spiritual energy and murmured, as expected of a fourth-rate sect. As he spoke, he released his spiritual senses and spread them around. Miaohua Palace was huge and majestic. It was obvious that it was a sect with a strong foundation. However, there were not many disciples. Under Jun Changxiao's spiritual senses, there were only 20 to 30,000 disciples. Since the sect mainly accepted female disciples, it was normal for there to be fewer disciples. Although there were few disciples in Miaohua Palace, they were strong. Martial masters could be seen everywhere. Even Wuzong was not rare. There were also several martial king powerhouses in the outer court hall. Judging from their clothes, they should be elders. Fifth-rate sects also had martial kings. It was not surprising that there were so many fourth-rate sections. Jun Changshao murmured, "Palace Master, she is only at the level of Wuzong. Can she control so many martial kings?" In his opinion, Shi Jingxian was just a weak woman with an eye disease. It would be difficult for her to control such a powerful fourth-rate sect. The system said, "What does it have to do with the host whether they can control them or not?" Jun Changshao ignored it and wanted to continue prying. However, he found that there were some restrictions in some places that prevented spiritual senses from penetrating. The system said, "Every force has a side that no one knows. It's impolite for the host to pry without restraint." That's true. Jun Changshao retracted his spiritual senses. At that moment, the martial kings of Miaohua Palace seemed to have noticed him. They released their spiritual senses and completely shrouded him with an unfriendly aura. Jun Changshao was embarrassed. Fortunately, the elders of Miaohua Palace did not pursue the matter on account that he was a guest. They left after a slight warning. Sect Master Jun Lier walked in and said indifferently, "The palace master invites you in." In the main hall of Miaohua Palace, 8 elders sat at the head of the table. Most of them were over 50 years old. Some of them looked old, while others were still charming. Judging from their auras, they were all martial kings. As soon as Jun Changshao came in, everyone's spiritual senses pressed down on him. There was a faint displeasure between their eyebrows. It was already unreasonable for a young man to come in, and he even unscrupulously released his spiritual senses to spy on them. This would definitely make them even more unhappy. Sect Master Jun, an old woman sitting on the right side of the palace master's seat, said lightly, young and promising. Her name was Zhangsun Fenghua, and she was the current grand elder of Miaohua Palace. Her strength had already reached the peak of the martial king realm. She was in charge of most of the sect's internal affairs, and was the person Shi Jingxian valued the most. The second elder was also a peak martial king. She sat to the left of the great elder. Her name was Lung Xingyu. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman. However, when he looked at sect leader Jun, there was a hint of displeasure in his eyes. He said, "Sect leader Jun, may I know the reason for your visit?" "It was your palace master who asked me to pay a return visit. Now that I'm here, you're asking me the reason for my visit. This is a little F*** ket up." Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "I've long heard that Miaohua Palace is one of the top sects in Jianghu. I'm here today to broaden my horizons." "I thought you were here to challenge us," Zhangsun Fenghua said. Lung Xingyu said, "Sect leader Jun first challenged the Haoqi sect, then the Sacred Spring sect. Later, you destroyed 4 evil sects in Huayang County. You've been very arrogant recently. Do these 2 have something against me? Why are they speaking in such a sarcastic manner? Or could it be that female martial cultivators who cultivate martial arts all year round have endocrine disorders, just like Abbas Miju?" Jun Changshao clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, The motto of the Ironbone sect is that we won't attack unless we're attacked first. Those forces that were destroyed only have themselves to blame. The elders of Miaohua Palace cast disdainful looks at him. It was definitely not because the main character was born with a mocking face. It was because the people of Miaohua Palace had a strong repulsion toward men. Even if it were other men, they would have received the same treatment. As a keyboard warrior, Jun Changshao was confident that he could fight 300 rounds with them. But when he thought about how he was here to make friends, he smiled awkwardly. Sect leader Jun, Zhongsun Fenghua, said indifferently, Miaohua Palace has never entertained men. So, you'd better leave the mountain today. Jun Changshao was instantly enraged. He said coldly, I came here as promised. I haven't even seen Palace Lord Shi, and you're already chasing me away. Is this how Miaohua Palace treats its guests? I don't want to lower myself to your level because you're women. Zhongsun Fenghua said in a low voice, Sect leader Jun, please watch your words and tone. My tone is like that. Jun Changshao's temper rose. He said, if you don't like it, you can cover your ears. How dare you? Lung Xingyu shouted coldly. The elders also stared at him angrily. The atmosphere in the main hall suddenly became serious. With so many martial kings glaring at him, Sect leader Jun was not afraid. Instead, he said coldly, Palace Lord Shi, your Miaohua Palace doesn't seem to welcome me. I'll take my leave first. Whoosh! With that, he waved his sleeves and turned to leave. Sect leader Jun, wait. Shi Jingshuan's voice came from the side door of the main hall. She was wearing a clean long dress and walked in with Lear's help. She was a stunning beauty to begin with. Now that she had put on light makeup, she looked even more like a fairy who was untainted by the mortal world. Palace Lord! The elders, who were originally incomparably cold, hurriedly stood up and bowed, respectfully. Their eyes were filled with respect. Elders. Shi Jingxian stopped in her seat and reprimanded softly. Sect leader Jun is an honored guest invited by me. Don't be too rude. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Jun Changshao was surprised that a group of martial kings was so respectful to a wuzong. He thought to himself, this woman can't be judged by her appearance. Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian smiled and said, sorry for offending you just now. I apologize on their behalf. Please don't take offense. The great elder and the others frowned. They heard from Li, that the palace lord cared a lot about this kid. It seemed that it was true. That's right. Jun Changshao turned around and said, if I were as polite as Palace Lord Shi, I would definitely be polite. Shi Jingxian sat down. In this kind of situation, she didn't look like a weak woman. Instead, she exuded the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. After all, she was the palace lord of a fourth-rate sect. Naturally, she had the dignity of a palace lord. Jun Changshao was secretly surprised and said, it's completely different from when I was on Mount Hua. Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian, said, I heard that there have been frequent battles in southwest Yangzhou recently. Your Iron Bones Qingyang County hasn't been affected, right? To be honest, it was as if she was a completely different person from when she learned that Jun Changshao had come. It's affected. Jun Changshao said helplessly, not long ago Xinjiang County attacked. Shi Jingxian said, if that's the case, why are you still free to visit my Miaohua Palace? Jun Changshao glanced at the elders present and said, Palace Lord Shi, I have an important matter to attend to. I wonder if you can ask them to leave for a while. Chapter 473. What's so important that he needs to talk to the palace lord alone? In my opinion, that guy purposely sent us away so that he can talk to the palace lord alone. Judging from his appearance, he must be a womanizer. I'm just afraid that the palace lord's willpower is not strong enough and she will be bewitched by him. Outside the main hall, the Miaohua Palace elders discussed worriedly. Zhongsun Fenghua and Lung Xingyue's expressions were ugly. They did not have a good impression of Jun Changshao. Now that he was alone with the palace lord, they felt that it was not a good thing. Grand Elder Lang Xingyue said, "Lara is right. The palace lord might really have feelings for that guy. We can't just stand by and watch. We have to stop it." Zhang Sanfenghua said, "You know the palace lord's personality. How can we stop her?" Shi Jingxian had absolute authority in Miaohua Palace. Although they were martial kings and elders, they could only listen to orders and did not dare to disobey. Lang Xingyue said, "If there's no other way, let's ask the Grand Elder to step in." Every sect had a few surviving experts of the older generation. These people were called Grand Elders. Blue Mountain Sect and Sacred Spring Sect also had Grand Elders whose cultivation had reached Martial King. However, because they were focused on cultivating martial arts, they were in seclusion all year round. They would only come out when something big happened in the sect. If Jun Changshao did not come to cause trouble in Jinyang County, the Blue Mountain Sect's Grand Elder would definitely appear. To become a sixth-rate sect, there had to be an expert of Wu Zong's level. If a sect wanted to become a sect, the toughest requirement was to have a martial king expert. What about the requirement for a fourth-rate sect? Not only did it have to have at least 5 martial kings, but it also had to have a Wu Huang. Therefore, the Grand Elder of Miaohua Palace, who was in seclusion all year round, was an expert of Wu Huang's level. She was not the only one. The previous palace lord was also Wu Huang. However, she left Miaohua Palace to travel after helping Shi Jingxian ascend to the position. Jinyang County's Spiritual Stream Sect only had 1 Wu Huang, while Miaohua Palace had 2. This was the difference between a 6th-rate sect and a 5th-rate sect. Of course, it didn't mean that high-level sects had to have high-level experts. Some sects were declining day by day, and their strength was not as strong as before. They might not have the same level of experts as before. Zhang Sanfenghua said, before Grand Elder went into seclusion, she said that if there is nothing important, we should not disturb her. Lang Xingyue fell silent. If the Grand Elder did not appear, no one could persuade the palace master. "I'm sorry." In the main hall, Shi Jingxian said weakly, "They don't like men, so they are hostile towards Sect Master Jun." After the elders left, she seemed to have changed into another person. The majesty of the palace master had disappeared, and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, making people feel pity for her. "Isn't this change too fast?" Jun Changshao muttered in his heart. He increasingly felt that Shi Jingxian was not simple. "Palace Master Shi." He smiled and said, "Jun isn't someone who holds grudges. He won't take it to heart." "That's good." Shi Jingxian heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Sect Master Jun, what important matter do you have?" It was hard to imagine that this was the stern-looking palace master who was sitting at the head of the table just now. Jun Changshao said, "Palace Master Shi, Jun recently met an expert who is proficient in the art of medicine. He is quite accomplished in treating eye diseases." Shi Jingxian hurriedly asked, "Who is it? Where is he?" "This senior likes to travel the world. Jun only met him once, and I don't know where he is now." Jun Changshao spouted nonsense. Shi Jingxian immediately became depressed. However, Jun Changshao changed the topic and said, "Before I left, that expert gave me a pill, saying that it could cure all difficult and complicated diseases." This Jun Changshao didn't have any illness, so he thought of Palace Lord Shi's eye disease. "Therefore, I came back to visit, hoping to help you see the light again." The system was in awe of his ability to fabricate such a story. Shi Jingxian was not in high spirits. Over the years, she had visited many famous doctors and eaten many pills, but her eye disease could not be cured. She had long been disheartened. However, she was very grateful that Sect Master Jun thought of her and specially came to Miaohua Palace for this matter. "Can I feel the pill first?" Shi Jingxian asked. "Yes." Jun Changshao placed the low-grade spirit medicine on the table. Shi Jingxian touched it randomly and took the pill in her hand. She said in surprise, "The pill contains such rich heaven and earth attributes." She could feel it? Jun Changshao said, according to that expert, this pill was refined from hundreds of medicinal herbs. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "It's not poisonous, is it?" Jun Changshao was silent. This woman was quite cautious. However, if someone gave her a pill and she ate it without any hesitation, what was the difference between her and a fool? "Sect Master Jun," Shi Jingxian said, "I want to test this pill." "Yes." Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said loudly, "Fifth elder, come in." The fifth elder, who was proficient in pills, walked in and took the pill in his hand. After careful analysis, he said, "Palace Master, this pill has the effect of nourishing the body." The system only gave this explanation for the pill. The more miraculous effect was definitely not something she could understand or think of. After the fifth elder left, Shi Jingxian said apologetically, "Sect Master Jun, although I trust you, there are some things that I have to consider carefully." "I understand," Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian pinched the pill and opened her small mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered her mouth, turning into pure energy that instantly filled her body. Jun Changshao looked at it intently and thought to himself, "It must be effective." Curing Shi Jingshuan's eye disease was equivalent to earning a huge favor. If she sent someone to Qingyang County, it should be able to deter the powerhouses of the two sections. Outside the hall, when the fifth elder walked out, Zhang Sun Fenghua and Leng Xingyue hurried over and asked, "What's the situation inside?" "The palace master asked me to test a pill." "Pill?" Everyone was confused. The fifth elder said, "This pill should be given by that kid. Judging from the aura it emits, it has the effect of curing diseases." "Effect of curing diseases?" Zhang Sun Fenghua frowned slightly and said, "Could it be that that guy wants to cure the palace master's eye disease?" "Impossible," Leng Xingyue said. "The palace master has this disease since birth. Many famous doctors are helpless. How can he cure it? In my opinion, that kid just found a random pill to win the palace master's favor," an elder said coldly. "We can't let the palace master have too much contact with him, lest she falls too deep into it." Zhang Sun Fenghua frowned. "Huff, huff!" At this moment, a majestic and cold aura suddenly surged in the hall, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. "Oh no!" Leng Xingyue exclaimed. "The palace master has gone berserk!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Sun Fenghua and the others couldn't care less and hurriedly rushed in. As soon as they entered, they saw Shi Jingxian standing at the head of the hall. Her body was surrounded by a blood-red aura, and her empty eyes flickered with a sinister light. She didn't look like a human, but a killing god. Everyone. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Chapter 474. Shi Jingxian, who was standing in front of the chair, was surrounded by red attributes. Although her one eye was empty, it was filled with endless killing intent. It felt like a beast that had lost its consciousness. It made one's hair stand on end and scalp tingle. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. How did a cute girl become so scary all of a sudden? The elders of Miaohua Palace, who had just entered, almost cursed when they heard him ask about the situation. Only you and the palace master were in the main hall. Now that she had gone berserk, who should we ask about the situation? Jun Changshao. Zhang Sun Fenghua said angrily, "What's going on?" The fifth elder seemed to have thought of something and said, "Did the palace master go berserk after taking the pill just now?" "Damn it!" Zhang Sun Fenghua glared at Jun Changshao and said, "Get into formation and stabilize the palace master." Whoosh! Whoosh! As they spoke, Leng Xingyue and the other elders rushed over. Their hands quickly formed strange seals, leaving behind a faint light wherever they stepped. "Die!" Shi Jingxian said in a low voice. The killing intent in her empty eyes was even stronger. She waved her small hand, and the red attributes gathered around her rushed over like a flood. Be careful! Zhang Sanfenghua and Lung Xingyue stretched out their palms. Dense spiritual energy erupted and instantly resisted the attacking red attributes. Buzz! Buzz! The three types of energy collided violently and instantly formed energy ripples that surged in all directions in the hall. The furnishings were instantly shattered. The system said, very strong, not inferior to the two peak martial kings at all. F***CK. Jun Changshao said in surprise, that's powerful. In his opinion, Shi Jingxuan's cultivation was only at Wuzong. He did not expect her to erupt with such terrifying strength. No wonder she was the leader of a fourth-rate sect. No wonder the elders followed her orders. But the system quickly analyzed. She's currently in a berserk state and has lost her rationality. Jun Changshao could also see it. In particular, her empty eyes were filled with killing intent. She would definitely kill anyone she met. Could it be that this powerful strength came from the berserk state? Boom! At this moment, Shi Jingxuan's red attribute had gained the absolute upper hand. She had directly repelled the power of the two peak martial kings. Thump! 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 Zhang Sanfenghua and Lung Xingyue retreated several steps, their expressions abnormally ugly. Shua! 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 The other elders had already rushed over. Using a strange movement technique, they spun around, and their bodies were instantly filled with flowing light, which intertwined together to form an inescapable net, trapping Shi Jingxian within. Boom! Boom! The red attribute madly collided with the surroundings, causing the flowing light barrier to tremble incessantly, as if it could collapse at any moment. First elder, second elder. The fifth elder suppressed his boiling blood and said, "Come quickly!" Zhang Sanfenghua and Lung Xingyue strode over. They stretched out their palms and pressed them tightly against the barrier. Their peak martial king cultivation erupted and instantly stabilized the barrier. Whew! The elders felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Boom! Boom! Trapped within the barrier, Shi Jingxian continuously bombarded the barrier. However, with 8 martial kings stabilizing the barrier, she was unable to break it. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Who can tell me what's going on? First elder, I feel that this is a huge misunderstanding. Jun Changshao, who was standing in the iron prison, said with a crumbling face. The 8 elders of Ingenious Flower Palace subdued Shi Jingxian and then captured him. He was completely dumbfounded throughout the entire process. Zhang Sanfenghua fastened the chains and said coldly, "You'd better pray that the palace master is fine. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving Ingenious Flower Mountain alive." Jun Changshao was speechless. He had kindly come to deliver the medicine, but in the end he was reduced to a prisoner. As expected, it was not easy to be a saint. The system was very puzzled. Even if a low-grade medicine has no effect, it shouldn't cause one to lose their rationality. F***CK, Jun Changshao sat on the wooden bed and said, "I've been screwed over by you. Why are you blaming me? If you didn't say that you wanted to befriend Ingenious Flower Palace, why would I be here? Why would I be imprisoned? I didn't put a knife to your neck and force you to come here. It's your fault. Don't explain." "It's not my fault. I won't explain." They were arguing. Actually, with Jun Changshao's strength, he could have just run away. However, if he didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be equivalent to offending Ingenious Flower Palace. Come to think of it, thinking about what happened in the main hall, he muttered. When Palace Master, she went berserk just now. There was a different kind of charm to her. The system was speechless. He was already locked up, but he still cared about her when she went berserk. Was this guy despicable? Sect Master Jun was locked up for 2 days. During this time, he didn't even have anyone to deliver food to. This made him speechless. Even if I offend people, they should at least give me something to eat. Ka. On the third day, the chains were unlocked. Zhang Sun Fenghua said unhappily, "The palace master invites you in." Jun Chang Shao got up from the wooden bed and hurriedly asked, "Palace master, she is fine?" Zhang Sun Fenghua's face was cold as she said indifferently, "If anything happened to the palace master, you would have been dead by now." Jun Chang Shao didn't say anything. Under her guidance, he went to the inner courtyard of Ingenious Flower Palace and arrived at the independent courtyard where Shi Jingxian lived. Sect Master Jun. Just as he was about to enter, Zhang Sun Fenghua said indifferently, "This old one doesn't want you to pester the palace master. It's best if you leave today." "Oh." Sect Master Jun nodded. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Shi Jingxian sitting in front of the small pavilion. Her face was slightly pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. "Sect Master Jun, are you here?" She heard the movement and spoke softly. Her voice was very weak, as if she didn't have any strength. The elementary spirit medicine didn't have any effect. Although he was mentally prepared, Jun Chang Shao still shook his head and said, "Palace Master Shi, I'm really sorry. Taking the pill made you feel uncomfortable." During the few days of being locked up, he had also thought about it. Shi Jingxuan's sudden outburst was definitely related to the elementary spirit medicine. "Sect Master Jun." Shi Jingxian lowered her head and said apologetically, "I should be the one apologizing." No, it's my fault. I trusted that fraud who claimed to be an expert of Qi Huang." Jun Chang Shao said. Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "It's not the first time I've lost my rationality." Sect Master Jun happened to encounter it. "Not the first time?" Jun Chang Shao was stunned. Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "I won't hide it from Sect Master Jun. Actually, not only do I have an eye disease, I also have a strange illness. Every time I'm depressed, I'll lose my rationality and do some cruel things. After I recover, I can't remember anything." Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. He thought about how gentle and cute she was now, and then how she had gone berserk in the main hall with killing intent all over her body. One was like an angel, while the other was like a demon. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This woman doesn't have dual personality, does she?" "It's possible," the system said. The disciples of Ingenious Flower Palace didn't know what dual personality was. They understood their palace master's situation. As long as they saw her depressed look, they would immediately comfort her to prevent her from going berserk. Sect Master Jun. Shi Jingxian squeezed out a smile on her pale face and said, "I didn't scare you just now, did I?" "Ah." Jun Changshao said, "It's okay. Shi Jingxian said softly, "Sect Master Jun, after taking the pill you gave me, At this point, her little face suddenly turned red, and she said, I think I saw your face." Jun Changshao was startled and said, "The pill was effective." Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, "I only felt my vision suddenly light up, and then I lost consciousness. When I woke up, my surroundings were still dark." "That's not right." Jun Changshao thought, "Since it lit up, it means that she regained her vision, which means the pill was effective. Why can't she see anything?" The system said, "This eye disease of hers is a bit tricky. Wait a minute." Jun Changshao suddenly thought of a very serious question and said, "Palace Master Shi, you said that you lost your rationality because you were depressed." "Yes. You were also depressed before." "Yes. Why were you depressed?" Because... Shi Jingxian lowered her head and said softly, "I saw Sect Master Jun. He saw me?" She was depressed? Sect Master Jun crouched in a corner and hugged his head with both hands, extremely depressed and howling in his heart. "How can she be depressed after seeing my appearance?" "Ugly," the system said. Chapter 475. Jun Changshao wasn't ugly. In fact, he was very handsome. Then, why was Shi Jingxian so depressed that she went berserk? Because, in her heart, sect leader Jun should look like that. He shouldn't look like this. Shi Jingxian, who was born with an eye disease, had never seen a human before. All her understanding was based on her own imagination. She imagined that Jun Changshao had eyes, ears, a nose, and a big head. In short, he had human characteristics, but he didn't look like a human. When Shi Jingxian regained her vision and adapted to the light, she vaguely saw Jun Changshao's appearance. When she compared it with her imagination, she realized that there was a difference and was greatly disappointed. Then her mood became depressed and she went berserk. To be honest, Shi Jingxian, who had never seen a human before, definitely had problems with her aesthetics. Our sect leader Jun was definitely not ugly. It was just that he didn't meet her expectations. Ugly, ugly. The system's words echoed in Jun Changshao's ears. It was like a sharp sword stabbing into his heart time and time again, causing him to break down from the pain. You can laugh at me. You can humiliate me. You can say that I'm weak. But you can't doubt my handsome appearance. If it's a sin, it's an unforgivable appearance. Hearing Jun Changshao's words, the system broke down. I've never seen such a shameless person. Sect leader Jun. Shi Jingxian asked weakly, "Are you okay?" This woman didn't realize that because she saw his appearance, she was depressed and brought millions of tons of mental damage to sect leader Jun Fu. Jun Changshao let out a long breath and said, "I'm fine." Shi Jingxian smiled. Sect leader Jun, thank you for the pill. It allowed me to see the light. Although it was only for a moment, I was very happy. She looked very cute when she smiled. She also looked like an innocent girl who didn't know anything about the world. Jun Changshao thought to himself, she has an eye disease and a strange illness. The heavens are too unfair to her. Palace Master Shi. Jun Changshao said, since you can see the light, there's a possibility of your illness being cured. So, you have to be full of hope for the future and face every day happily. Since he knew that she would lose her rationality if she was depressed, he would definitely encourage her with inspirational chicken soup. Yes, Shi Jingxian smiled and said, I will. Although it was only a brief moment of light and she could only vaguely see the interior of the hall, seeing Jun Changshao was enough for her to remember him forever in her heart. Sect Master Jun. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, you didn't come to the ingenious flower palace just to deliver medicinal pills, right? Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, Palace Master Shi, my iron-boned sect has run into some trouble recently. I hope your sect can lend a helping hand. What trouble? Shi Jingxian asked. Jun Changshao told him about Jinyang County's invasion and how they had offended 2 fourth-rate sections. What? Shi Jingxian asked in surprise. Sect Master Jun killed King Wu? Yes. Jun Changshao said, it's still 3. Shi Jingxian said in disbelief, Sect Master Jun, have you already broken through to the Martial King realm? Yes. That's not right. Shi Jingxian said, even if you really broke through, it's impossible for you to kill 3 Martial Kings in a row. This, Jun Changshao said, I broke through both sword and martial arts at the same time. His tone was very humble, but for some reason, when he said it, it exuded an extremely strong aura of pretentiousness. Shi Jingxian stood up and said in disbelief, Sect Master Jun is the sword and martial kings. I remember now. She said again, earlier the elder said that there were signs of 2 martial kings descending in the sky. Could it be that Sect Master Jun is breaking through? Damn, the phenomenon caused by my breakthrough can be seen in the ingenious flower palace? If that's the case, my magnificent brilliance has already covered the entire falling star continent? Sigh, I wanted to keep a low profile and develop. Why did things go against my wishes? Since that's the case, I'll keep a high profile. Jun Changshao shook his head confidently and said, coquettishly, that's right. The phenomenon in the sky just now was me breaking through. Wow. Shi Jingxian said, It's been thousands of years since the sword and martial kings appeared. Sect Master June is really a dragon among men for you to be able to do it. If these words came from City Lord Xie, Sect Master June would definitely not be surprised. However, when these words came from a cute girl, he immediately felt smug. Humans had to have some vanity. If one didn't care about anything and was unmoved by nothing, one would definitely be a saint. However, Shi Jingxian continued. Sect Master June killed the martial kings of 2 fourth-rate sections. They definitely won't let this matter rest. Therefore, I can only ask Palace Master Shi for help, Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said, since the iron bone is in trouble, I naturally won't sit back and do nothing. This woman was also swift and decisive. She immediately went to the main hall and gathered all the elders, informing them of the matter. Zhang Sanfenghua and Leng Xingyue would definitely object. In their opinion, it was unwise to become enemies with 2 fourth-rate sects for the sake of an iron bone. Elders. Shi Jingxian, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, I have made up my mind. She was very strong and domineering. The elders were silent. They could only obey the palace master's orders and help the iron bone. How would they help? Not only did Shi Jingxian go personally, but she also brought thousands of disciples with her. Even the first elder and second elder had to accompany her. This lineup could be said to be luxurious. Sect Master June. Shi Jingxian said, I will set off now. I will reach the iron bone in half a month. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said seriously, Thank you for your help, Palace Master Shi. June will remember this kindness in his heart. If there is a need for my iron bone in the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, Sect Master June gave me pointers on martial arts on Mount Hua and traveled thousands of miles to deliver medicine. Now that your sect is in trouble, it is only right for me to help. June will take his leave first. I will wait for Palace Master Shi at the sect. Jun Changshao rode on the Hurricane Wolf King and returned to the Iron Bone first. Although Ingenious Flower Palace did not send Wu Huang, he was still very relieved. As long as Palace Master Shi stood on the city gate tower, she would definitely be a deterrent. Palace Master. After watching Jun Changshao leave, Zhang Sanfenghua could not help but say, If we go to help the Iron Bone, we'll not only offend 2 fourth-rate sects, but also Xinjiang County. The county chief of Xinjiang County is a very ambitious person. It is not wise to offend him. Leng Xingyue said. Shi Jingxian said, This queen knows that the 2 elders are thinking for the sake of the sect, but have you ever thought that Jun Changshao is actually very ambitious? Zhang Sanfenghua said indifferently, Even if the leader of a small sect is ambitious, how can he cause any waves? Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, I am not wrong. Jun Changshao and his iron bone will definitely have an important position in the Falling Star continent in the future. She did not see with her eyes, but with her heart. To be exact, she was betting that she was not wrong by going to help the iron bone. She was betting on the future of the Iron Bone sect. One day, when he and his sect had absolute strength and gained a foothold in the Falling Star continent, Ingenious Flower Palace would definitely benefit from it. From being unknown to becoming the most dazzling existence in the pugilistic world, he challenged the Sacred Spring sect, fought the evil faction of Huaiyang County, and now broke through to become the Sword and Martial Kings. The elders of Ingenious Flower Palace could pretend that they did not see these things, but as the palace master, Shi Jingxian had to see them. She could not let her emotions affect her decisions. She had to consider many aspects. Since Jun Changshao and his sect had great potential, she had to make friends with them. Therefore, Shi Jingxian went to help the Iron Bone sect, not because she liked Sect Master Jun, but because she had her own considerations and plans. Sect Master Jun, on the way to the Iron Bone sect, Shi Jingxian said to herself, Don't disappoint me. Chapter 476. Sect leader June had been invited to Miaohua Palace, as she wished. When they arrived at Ironbone, they would definitely be able to intimidate the Spirit Stream Sect and Duanshui Pavilion. However, this was only limited to the strength of the sect. They still had to face Xinjiang County. When the time came, they would send hundreds of thousands of soldiers. The 1,000 members of Wolf Rider Hall would definitely not be able to contend against them. What should I do? What should I do? On the way back to the sect, Jun Changshao was very conflicted. At this moment, he finally realized the importance of strength in numbers. If he also had a large army, he would not have to fear Xinjiang County's army. The system said, the best solution is to negotiate. Jun Changshao said, as a Huaxia citizen, I can only accompany them to the end. I will not negotiate. The system said, what right does the host have to accompany them to the end with a 6th grade county? Furthermore, it added, Qingyang City is only a small place. At worst, we can just change to another mountain and continue to develop the sect. There is no need to spend so much effort to protect it. Therefore, even if your words are very human, you are still just an emotionless machine. Jun Changshao said, when Iron Bone was in trouble, City Lord Xia led 6 million people and stood on the same side as him. This was his sworn brother. Now that he and his 6 million people were in trouble, he had to pack up and leave. How could he be worthy of the plaque in the main hall that was engraved with the words, Unyielding Iron Bone? Damn it! Jun Changshao said, at worst, I will not develop the sect. I will spend a lot of money to build a large army and fight against Xinjiang County. No matter the price, he had to protect Qingyang City. This was because this was his promise to Xie Guangquan. A man's promise. Understood. The system said the host is a real man. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao said, hurry up and think of a way to fight against a 6th grade Xinjiang County. Didn't the host already think of a way? What the hell did I think of? The system said, didn't the host say that he would spend a lot of money to build a large army? What I meant was no big deal. I meant that we'll throw caution to the wind, Jun Changshao roared. The system said, host, if you insist on protecting Green Sun City from the looks of the current situation, you can go all out. F***CK. Jun Changshao said, I asked you to come up with ideas, not to attack me. I support the host to go all out and spend a lot of money to recruit soldiers and buy horses to fight against the 6th grade counties. The system said, can you scram? I can't. If Jun Changshao could spend a lot of money to recruit soldiers and buy horses, he would definitely do it. However, the problem was that he only had 2 months. There was absolutely no hope of building a legion that could contend with Xinjiang County in such a short period of time. Since we can invite Miaohua Palace, why don't we invite some of the bigger counties? Jun Changshao's mind was suddenly enlightened. It wasn't as if there weren't any counties that were on par with Xinjiang County, or even stronger, in the southwestern Yangzhou. Who does the host know? The system asked. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up, and he said, I know Patriarch Long. His Dragon Sun City is not to be underestimated. The system said, find Patriarch Long and ask him to be the mediator. Maybe we can reach a compromise. Jun Changshao was speechless. Why does this guy always want me to ask for a compromise? The system said bluntly, because the host is too weak now. If you don't ask for a compromise, it will be very difficult for you to fight against these giants. This sentence was very realistic, but also very cruel. Although Sect leader Jun was already a sword and martial king, the overall strength of the sect was still very weak. Damn it! Jun Changshao clenched his fists tightly and said hatefully, if I had a few more years to develop, I would have made everyone bow down to me. Iron Bone. Jun Changshao returned gloomily. Sect leader. Just as he sat down in the main hall, Li Qingyang hurried in and said, Junior's sister has awakened the innate demonic body. innate demonic body? Jun Changxiao's face was full of surprise. Jiang Xia walked in and reported Yao Menjing's matter in full detail. So, after Jun Changxiao heard this, he held his chin and said, "The innate demonic body is very strong." Very strong. Jiang Ye said, "People with this kind of physique who cultivate the demonic path may become a demon emperor in the future." Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up and said, "The little girl has such potential. This is great news for our iron bone." "Good news?" Jiang Ye's mouth twitched and said, "Sect leader, demonic cultivators are like rats on the street in the Falling Star continent. Yao Menjing has the innate demonic body. If news of this spread out, it will definitely bring about a huge disaster." "What do you mean?" Jun Changxiao asked. Jiang Ye hurriedly told him about the demon emperor from 10,000 years ago and the demon-slaying order in the Jianghu. After Jun Changxiao heard this, he said, "It seems to be very serious." Jiang Ye said, "In the past 10,000 years, 8 people with the innate demonic body have awakened. In the end, all of them died without exception. Their families and forces were also destroyed. Are demonic cultivators so evil that they are hunted down by the whole continent?" Jun Changxiao asked. Jiang Ye shook his head and said, "Many demonic cultivators are like evil cultivators. They do whatever they want. The reason why they are hunted down is nothing more than to make some people feel insecure." Having lived in the demon fiend sect, he could say that he saw through the mystery. The most fundamental reason why demonic cultivators had fallen like this was that the first patriarch of the demon emperor sect could ignore the rules of heaven and earth and forcefully enter the emperor level. Naturally, the various forces would not tolerate someone breaking the balance and posing a threat to them. Therefore, they joined forces to destroy him and eliminate him forever. If demonic cultivators were the same as evil cultivators, cultivating special cultivation methods could allow them to grow quickly, but it was still within a controllable range, so they would not be destroyed. Jun Changxiao frowned and said, "Since they are not evil people, it is a bit too much to want to kill them all." Jiang Ye said, "Sect leader, I think for the sake of Iron Bone, let Yao Menjing focus on martial arts." "Are you afraid that others will find out?" Jun Changxiao asked. Jiang Ye said, "There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Once the news that Yao Menjing has the innate demonic body spreads, my iron bone will definitely be destroyed 100 times. Moreover," he paused and said with a serious look, "those who come to destroy my sect may be first-rate sects or martial emperors." Damn! Jun Changxiao was shocked. Facing a 6th-class county and 2 fourth-rate sects, he was ready to risk everything. Facing a first-rate sect and a martial emperor, he would definitely die. "Where is Menjing now?" "In the room." Jun Changxiao came to the inner courtyard and walked into Yao Menjing's room. The little girl was curled up in the corner with her head lowered. "Sect leader!" Yao Menjing gently raised her head, bit her lips, and said with red eyes, Are you going to drive me away?" Jun Changxiao said, "Why should I drive you away?" Yao Menjing choked and said, "I have awakened the innate demonic body. I am an inauspicious person. I will bring disaster to the sect." "Who said that?" Jun Changxiao asked. Yao Menjing buried her head between her legs and said, "I had a dream. In the dream, many bad people came to the sect. Senior brother and senior sister were all lying in a pool of blood. Sect leader was covered in injuries and stood in front of me to protect me. Those bad people said that I was a devil, that I was a demon. They told sect leader not to be stubborn and not to protect me. Otherwise, they would destroy Iron Bone. It was just a dream." Jun Changxiao walked over and said gently, "Why take it so seriously?" He squatted down, raised his hand and put it on her little head, and said, "You are an Iron Bone disciple for a day, an Iron Bone disciple for a lifetime. As long as you are willing to stay here, I will not drive you away." "Woo-woo!" Yao Menjing cried even more sadly and choked. In the dream, sect leader also answered the bad people like this. He said that I am an iron bone disciple for a day, an iron bone disciple for a lifetime, and no one can hurt me. Chapter 477. After Yao Menjing awakened her innate demon body, she fell into a coma for a period of time and had many strange dreams. The dream that left the deepest impression on her was that many people came to Iron Bone, saying that they were the remnants of the demonic path, a disaster and an ominous person. Yao Menjing was extremely scared. She hid behind the sect master, her hands trembling violently. Senior brothers and senior sisters stood in front of her to protect her. Even though those bad people were strong, they were not afraid at all. Menjing. The sect master turned his back to her and said, "Don't be afraid. This seat and your senior brothers are all here." In Yao Menjing's dream, Sect Master Jun was still so coquettish. This sentence was also full of magic, making Yao Menjing, who was originally afraid, gradually calm down. Later, the dream changed, and many senior brothers fell in a pool of blood. Although she did not witness the process, she could guess that they must have fought with the bad people. Yao Menjing raised her head with difficulty and found that the sect master was also injured, covered in blood, but still standing in front of her. At that moment, her heart was in pain, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Jun Chong Shao. On the opposite side, an old man with a strong aura said in a deep voice, "Hand over the remnants of the demonic path behind you, and we can let your iron bone go." Jun Chongxiao's eyes became incomparably cold and said, "This seat still has the same words, once a disciple of Iron Bone for a day, a disciple of Iron Bone for a lifetime. No one can hurt her." Although it was just a dream, the sect master's words were deeply engraved in Yao Menjing's heart. Even after waking up, she did not forget. Speaking of which, with our sect master Jun's personality, if someone really came to kill his disciple, even if he was seriously injured, it was very possible that he would fight to the end. Fortunately, it was just a dream. Jun Chongxiao rubbed Yao Menjing's little head and said with a smile, "Little girl, don't think too much. Let Lu Wancher make you a delicious meal later." He got up and left. After returning to the main hall, he gathered Jianya and the others and said, "No one is to spread the news about Yao Menjing's innate demon body." Yes, the disciples received the order. Li Luocho asked, "Sect Master, did you gain anything from your trip to Miaohua Palace?" "Palace Master, she will bring people here soon." "Tisk tsk." Li Luocho smiled and said, "Sect leader is really charming. You can even invite a fourth-rate sect." Jun Chong smiled and said, "How could I not be charming enough to make Hall Master Li willingly join us?" Right. He returned to the topic at hand and asked, "What has Xinjiang County been up to recently?" When it came to serious matters, Li Luocho became serious and said, "Xinjiang County has been mobilizing its troops recently. It seems that they plan to attack other counties." Jun Chongxiao leaned back in his chair and said, "We just conquered Huayang and Heian County, and now there's another movement. This Xinjiang County is really restless." Shui Rengue said, "Judging from the enemy's attack route, they want to take all the counties in the southwest region and establish a larger county. The other counties just sit there and do nothing, allowing Xinjiang County to expand their territory?" Jun Chongxiao asked. Shui Rengue said, "Xinjiang County has already taken control of several important military bases. Even if the other counties have objections, they won't be able to pose a substantial threat." Jun Chongxiao rubbed his temples and said, "This is really a big problem. If it isn't solved, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Go, call Xiang over." Before long, Long Xiang entered the main hall. When he learned that the sect master wanted to go to Longyang City to ask for help, he shook his head and said, "Sect master, Longyang City is only a city. It won't participate in worldly wars. Not even with money? No." Jun Chongxiao was speechless. Forget it. I'll just take it one step at a time." Jun Changshao threw away all his worries and focused on cultivation. Yao Menjing, who had awakened her innate demonic body, also began to comprehend body metamorpho scripture. The senior brothers also did their best to teach her martial arts so that she could quickly comprehend this kind of body-strengthening mantra. As for the evil sect's martial arts, if she could cultivate it, then cultivate it. If she couldn't, then don't force it. As long as the disciple's heart was with the sect, as long as she didn't do anything unforgivable, Jun Changshao didn't care if she cultivated the evil path or the righteous path. Jiang Ye had cultivated the evil sect's martial arts before, so he could also give Yao Menjing some pointers. In short, this little lowly who had awakened her innate demonic body was doted on like a pearl in the palm of iron bone. On the other hand, our pitiful last disciple, Hiwudi, was completely unloved by his grandmother. He relied on himself to cultivate and would occasionally be greeted by a happy football. However, this guy's aptitude was really strong. After cultivating for the 4th time, he broke through to martial disciple in just a few days. His speed was getting faster and faster. After comprehending body metamorpho scripture, Hiwudi began to cultivate Iron Bone's various martial arts. He secretly exclaimed, "These martial arts look very ordinary, but they are all extraordinary." As expected of the birthplace of the 7 profound sage, Yi Xingqian had always believed that Jun Changshao came from the upper realm. Hiwudi believed that Iron Bone was related to the 7 profound sage. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingyang, Shao Ziji, and the other inner sect disciples relied on a large number of spirit stones and spirit gathering arrays to enter Wuzong from 1st grade to 4th grade. The improvement was quite obvious. The outer sect disciples at the martial master level progressed even faster. For example, Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others. Although their aptitude wasn't high, they relied on a large number of resources to reach the peak of martial master. Because they had already adapted to the 3rd floor of the training tower and had been refining the spirit energy in their dantian, breaking through Wuzong would be easier than Li Qingyang and the others. The predecessor planted the tree, and the successor reaped the shade. The Iron Bone's various measures were gradually perfected. The disciples who joined later would definitely cultivate faster than the disciples who joined earlier. In this half a month, Hiwudi also began to enter the molding room to mold his body. The first time he was tortured for a few hours and sat on the stairs with no desire to live. The next day, he felt refreshed all over and began his self-torture journey tirelessly. As for the other disciple, Tao Yuan, he had also integrated into the Iron Bone. Other than cultivating, he would discuss the art of war with Shui Ringue and was deeply impressed. "Oh, Master Shui." He cupped his hands and said, "If you lead an army in southwest Jiangzhou, no one will be able to defeat you." The disciples all made progress, but sect leader Jun frowned. This was because he had been cultivating for the past half a month. He had also consumed a lot of spirit stones and pills, but his realm still hadn't broken through. The system said, "The host is a sword and martial king, and there are 2 spirit cores in his dantian. It's several times harder for him to break through compared to a normal martial king." Damn! Jun Changshao was speechless. This is a double-edged sword. Sect leader, Li Qingyang hurriedly reported, "The palace master of Miaohua Palace has arrived with the disciples." "Is that so?" Jun Changshao personally went out to welcome them. He was about to enthusiastically shake hands with Shi Jingxian to show his friendliness. But when he saw Chang Sun Fanghua and Lang Xingyue's cold faces, he dismissed the thought and smiled. "Palace Master Shi, please come in. P.S. The temperature has dropped sharply recently, and the child has a fever, coughing, and making a fuss. It's really a headache, and the updates aren't very stable. Fortunately, I can maintain 3 updates a day. As for the midnight updates, I've temporarily canceled them. Yes, that's right. I'm a married man with a child. To those beautiful ladies who have a good impression of me, I'm sorry, but my heart already belongs to someone. As for those gays, you can give up. Finally, don't call me dog anymore. Chapter 478. Shi Jingxian brought 2,000 disciples and 4 elders who were martial kings. It was a luxurious lineup. It was a feast for the eyes of the male iron-bone disciples. After all, they were all beautiful women. Senior brother, the disciples of Miaohua Palace are so beautiful. It would be great if our iron bone had so many girls. The iron bone disciples gathered together and discussed in low voices. If the young masters waiting at the foot of the mountain knew that the iron bone disciples could admire the female disciples of Miaohua Palace up close, they would be so envious that they would vomit blood. Palace Master Shi. In the main hall, Jun Changshao said, Jun has ordered the disciples to prepare food and wine to welcome your esteemed sect. Thank you, Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said with a smile. She was wearing a sky-blue gauze dress today. After carefully dressing up, she looked even more beautiful. Jun Changshao said, if Xinjiang County invades, they will definitely attack Qingyang City. After dinner, please follow me to Qingyang City, Palace Master Shi. He would never leave Miaohua Palace in the sect. After all, there were secrets that should not be known. Shi Jingxian said. Before long, the fragrant dishes were prepared. She led the elders to the cafeteria. The eyes of the female iron-bone disciples who had been here earlier were shining. They had eaten Lu Wancher's dishes once, and the taste was still lingering in their minds. Zhang Sunfenghua and the others kept their heads up, looking cold and aloof. After they were seated, some disciples picked up their chopsticks anxiously. Zhang Sunfenghua reprimanded softly, How many days have you not eaten? A female disciple whispered, Grand Elder, the dishes made by the iron-bone chef are simply delicacies. Delicacies? Zhang Sunfenghua snorted coldly. As an old woman who had lived for hundreds of years, what kind of delicacies had she not eaten? She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. As a sharp-tongued person, the great elder had already thought of a lot of vicious comments in his heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! The disciples of Miaohua Palace raised their chopsticks. Zhang Sunfenghua didn't reprimand her because right now she was slowly savoring the food in her mouth, her expression changing again and again. She had eaten many delicacies, but after swallowing this dish, she concluded that what she had eaten before were all radishes and cabbages. The lines that they had thought of were washed away by the delicious food and were replaced with compliments. Food was the most important thing for the people. Unless one was an expert who could achieve an idea, it would be very difficult to resist the delicious taste on the tip of the tongue. How is it? Leng Xingyue said. Zhang Sunfenghua suppressed the impact of the food and said, You can try it. Leng Xingyue raised her chopsticks and ate a mouthful of food. Her beautiful face was instantly filled with shock. Clearly, she was shocked by Lu Wancher's food. Everyone. Jun Changshao said with a smile, Sorry for making a fool of myself in front of you. The corners of Zhang Sunfenghua and the others' mouths twitched. Even this kind of delicacy can be described as plain tea. What can we eat? Just as Leng Xingyue picked up a mouthful of food and was about to eat it, she caught sight of Elder Wei, who had just walked in through the door. Whoosh! She jumped up and slammed her chopsticks on the table. Her beautiful eyes flickered with anger as she said, Wei Qing Feng. Her voice was very loud and alarmed everyone. Jun Changshao looked up and saw Leng Xingyue staring at Elder Wei. He couldn't help but think, is that Elder Wei's name? He had joined the sect for a while, but he didn't even know his name. He was really incompetent as the sect master. Elder Wei looked at Leng Xingyue in surprise. After a while, he smiled gently and said, So you've joined Miaohua Palace. Elder Wei. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. You know this woman? Yes. Elder Wei replied, She's my 35th ex-lover. Ex-lover? 35th? Sect Master Jun was dumbfounded. Elder Wei, you've given me 35 bowls of dog food when I'm caught off guard. Lung Xingyue's beautiful eyes were still filled with anger, but there was also a trace of undetectable resentment. This complicated gaze was enough to prove that she and Elder Wei had an unforgettable love story. Wei Qingfeng, she said coldly, facts have proven that I, Lung Xingyue, can still live a good life without you. This is not the place to talk, Elder Wei said. What? Lung Xingyue's expression was cold as she said, Are you afraid that others will find out that you, a man, have broken your promise? Elder Wei fell silent. What a joke! Lung Xingyue said self-deprecatingly, I've been bewitched by a heartless man like you for decades just because you said, if you bloom, a cool breeze will come. If you bloom, a cool breeze will come? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched as he imagined a scene. It was a picturesque peach forest. The young Elder Wei stood in front of the young Lung Xingyue, holding a peach branch in his hand. He said in an extremely gentle voice, Little sister Xingyue, if you bloom, a cool breeze will come. Oh my, he's so F** King Hipster, so F** King Mushy. Elder Wei said bitterly, Xingyue, do you still hate me that much? I hate you to the core. Lung Xingyue gritted her teeth, and the hatred in her beautiful eyes intensified. Elder Wei didn't say anything. He turned around and walked out of the cafeteria. How could Lung Xingyue let this go? She didn't even eat the delicious food and chased after him. When the two of them left, a disciple of Ingenious Flower Palace whispered, Grand Elder, is this old man the man who hurt the second elder the most? Zhang Sanfenghua said coldly, he's a flirtatious man who deceived the second elder of her feelings for decades. At this point, she glanced at Jun Changxiao and said, You even took in such a person. They're just jackals of the same tribe. Sect leader Jun was speechless. Elder Wei's flirtatious bed. Why is she looking at me? Ever since I transmigrated to the other world. Although I have a little anticipation for the relationship between a man and a woman, I have always kept myself clean. The readers are so anxious that they ask who the female lead is every day. How can they be jackals of the same tribe? However, but then again, Elder Wei was a veteran in the field of love. He had more than 30 ex-girlfriends alone. As a senior bachelor, he had to find an opportunity to ask for advice. Come. Jun Changxiao called out, Don't just stand there. Everyone eat. As he spoke, he released his spiritual senses and locked onto Elder Wei and Lung Xingyue. He watched the two of them stop in the Lotus Pond Pavilion. As expected of an expert in love, Jun Changxiao inwardly said, It looks like a random place, but it's actually so suitable for romance. He learned it. Xingyue, Elder Wei stopped and looked at the lotus pond in front of him. He sighed and said, Actually, I have my own difficulties. Difficulties? Lung Xingyue sneered. Your difficulties are probably because you have too many women, right? Elder Wei looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said sadly, I, Wei Qingfeng, am destined to drift with the wind for the rest of my life. I can't give you stability or safety, so I can only choose to leave, even if I have to violate the oath between us. He dumped her and still made it sound so poetic. He wasn't an expert in love, but a saint in love. You're drifting with the wind now. If I bloom, the wind will come? Lung Xingyue said coldly. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao almost burst out laughing. Sigh. Elder Wei shook his head and said, Xingyue, I thought you would understand me, but in the end, he gently clutched his chest and said, My heart hurts so much. Lung Xingyue said with a cold face, Have you ever understood me? Have you ever known how painful it was for me to wait for you for all those years? Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Wasn't it embarrassing to say such mushy lines that only appeared in romance dramas? So, the system said the host deserves to be single forever. Crack! That was the sound of a broken heart. Chapter 479. Elder Wei and Lung Xingyue were chatting by the lotus pond while sect leader Jun released his spiritual senses to eavesdrop. He wasn't eavesdropping, but learning. As the saying went, there was bound to be someone to learn from. In terms of relationships, Jun Changshao was like a blank piece of paper. There were too many things that he needed to consult Elder Wei about. However, when he heard those mushy words, he retreated in defeat. He couldn't learn. Sect leader Jun retracted his spiritual senses and said, "Palace master, she eat more." Elder Wei's heart ached. You told her to eat more. In comparison, the system's words made sense. She deserved to be single forever. Yes. Shi Jingxian nodded lightly and slowly tasted the food. Although the food was delicious, she maintained the demeanor of a sect leader. The disciples of Miaohua Palace were the same. At this moment, they really wanted to wolf down all the delicacies. But because they were women, they had to maintain their composure and not let others laugh at them. After the meal, Elder Wei and Lung Xingyue were still chatting by the pond. However, the atmosphere had eased a lot. Jun Changshao said in admiration, "Second elder wanted to kill someone just now, but she can calm down now." Elder Wei must have coaxed her a lot. Sect leader Jun, Shi Jingxian said, "When are we going to Qingyang City?" "Let's go now," Jun Changshao said. After the meal, wouldn't it be better to find a place with a good environment to chat with others? There was really no hope. Jun Changshao brought Shi Jingxian and the disciples of Miaohua Palace to Qingyang City. Lung Xingyue stayed in Iron Bone for the time being. It seemed like she wanted to completely resolve her feelings of many years. So many beautiful women in their prime flooded into Qingyang City, instantly bringing a huge visual impact to the citizens of the city. When Xia Guangquan learned that the person who came was the palace master of Miaohua Palace, he hurriedly welcomed her personally and was very enthusiastic. Of course, he also admired sect leader Jun in his heart. He could even invite a fourth-rate sect and let them bring so many disciples and upper echelons. How powerful was he? Or could it be that sect master Jun and palace master, she have already fallen in love? After settling Shi Jingxian and the group of disciples, Xie Guangquan smiled and cupped his hands. "Sect master Jun, when will this Xie be able to attend your wedding?" "Wedding banquet?" Jun Changshao was at a loss. Xie Guangquan smiled and said, "You even managed to invite the palace master of Miaohua Palace. I'm afraid your relationship is only lacking a wedding. Don't spout nonsense." Jun Changshao said, "Palatial master Shi and I are just friends." Xie Guangquan's face showed an "I understand" expression, and then he smiled and said, "Understood, understood." Jun Changshao knew that he had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain. He then said goodbye and returned to Iron Bone. There was still more than a month left before the battle exemption token expired. He wanted to take this opportunity to cultivate and strive to break through to rank 2. Even though he was a sword king and martial king, and he had 2 spirit cores, which made his cultivation progress extremely slow, as long as he could make substantial improvements, his battle prowess would soar. Sect Master Jun had just returned to the sect when Lung Xingyue left with red eyes. The anger around her had completely dissipated. He went back and forth to Qingyang City after a meal. Elder Wei solved his relationship problems. Just like that? He was indeed an expert. Jun Changshao hurried to the herb garden. Elder Wei was currently sitting in a gazebo, looking at the sky with a worried expression and sighing. "Elder Wei." Jun Changshao walked over and said, "Are you all right?" "Sigh." Elder Wei sighed and said, "I've owed too much in my life." It was probably romantic debt. "Sect master." Elder Wei said, "What's the matter?" Jun Changshao sat down and said seriously, "I want to discuss the art of picking up girls with Elder Wei." "Picking up girls?" It's the art of picking up girls." "Picking up girls?" "Discussing the relationship between men and women." Elder Wei understood and shook his head. The most painful thing in this world is the relationship between men and women. Once you fall into it, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. What's the point of discussing it? If I can be like Elder Wei and have so many old lovers, I'm willing to try no matter how painful it is, Sect Master June said seriously. Elder Wei's mouth twitched. Sect Master, you still have to develop the sect. You must not be infatuated with the relationship between men and women. F***CK. Am I going to be lonely for the rest of my life as a sect master? Also, Elder Wei continued, if you don't handle matters of the heart well, there will be endless trouble in the future. This was definitely the most valuable experience for someone who had experienced it. Seeing how serious he was, Sect Master June was a little afraid, so he gave up on asking about the art of picking up girls and went back to the topic at hand. He asked about the recent medicinal herbs. Many of the medicinal herbs for the Qi Gathering Pill and Martial Master Pill had been refined. With the continuous supply of heaven and earth attributes, the spiritual energy contained in the medicinal herbs was also stronger than the previous batch. Sect Master, Elder Wei stood in an open space outside the herb garden and said, I plan to continue expanding the herb garden and plant more medicinal herbs. Okay, Jun Changshao approved. During this period of time, Sun Bukong and the other members of the medicinal hall had already gained a lot of experience under Elder Wei's meticulous guidance. There was no problem in maintaining a larger herb garden together. Of course, Sect Master June wouldn't always plant the medicinal herbs needed for the Qi Gathering Pill and Martial Master Pill. After the expansion, he would plant more varieties in preparation for the future. After returning from the herb garden, Jun Changshao first cultivated in the Spirit Gathering Array for 4 hours, then cultivated on the first, second, and third floors of the Training Pagoda for 2 hours. Night fell. He returned to the study and found little Long Long curled up in its nest, already asleep. It can't be hibernating again, right? Jun Changshao muttered as he opened the intermediate store. He hadn't looked at the system store for a while. He didn't finish looking at it after it refreshed last time. His contribution points had overflowed, but he only hurriedly bought a bottle of beginner-grade spiritual medicine. Is there anything else good? Jun Changshao continued to look, but he was disappointed. There was nothing worth buying. There's still more than 4,000 contribution points. Let's try refreshing again. As he said that, he fiercely pulled down. Ding! Sect contribution points. 45445,000. The items in the store were replaced once again. Jun Changshao looked at them seriously until he saw the second row of items and jumped up from his seat. Under normal circumstances, anything that could make him so excited most likely had something to do with guns. However, it wasn't a gun, it was a cannon. It was called Magic Modified Schneider 1897 75mm Field Cannon. Jun Changshao exclaimed, There really is a cannon! He clicked on the detailed introduction. Item, Magic Modified Field Cannon. Introduction. Type 1897 75mm Field Cannon. The world's first cannon equipped with a recoil device. It shone brilliantly in the First World War and was later magically modified to be suitable for the world of high martial arts. Advantages: extremely long range, extremely powerful. Disadvantages: extremely expensive crystal nucleus and requires at least a high-grade crystal nucleus. Price: 2,000 contribution points. Damn it! After seeing the introduction, Jun Changshao exclaimed, It's real, an Italian cannon! However, 2,000 contribution points, that's way too expensive. The system said, if you think it's too expensive, the host can choose not to buy it. How could he not buy it? Xinjiang County was about to kill their way over. With this kind of field cannon in the city, once it was fired, it would definitely blow up the people on the other side, causing their scalp to go numb. Buy. Buy. Chapter 480. Ding. The host has spent 2,000 contribution points and obtained Magic Modified Field Cannon X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 25445,000. With a thought, Jun Changshao summoned the field cannons he had bought. The muzzle was very long and had 2 wheels. The extended tail was tightly attached to the ground, which was obviously used to reduce the recoil. The tail was attached to the ground, which should be used to reduce the recoil. The design of this magic-modified field cannon was exactly the same as the ones in Italy in the TV series. At the bottom of the cannon there was a fist-sized groove, which should be the place to gather the cannonballs. Swish! Jun Changshao took out a high-grade crystal core and pulled the energy into the groove. The gray cannonball icon began to light up. However, after all the energy was transferred, only 1/3 of the cannonball icon lit up. Damn! Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. To gather 1 cannonball, do I need 3? The greater the power, the greater the consumption, the system said. Okay, Jun Changshao said, I hope it won't disappoint me. He took out 2 more crystal cores and transferred them all in. Only then did he successfully charge 1 cannonball. There were 2 cannonball icons on the cannon, which meant that it could hold 2 cannonballs. Jun Changshao was eager to test the power, so he did not charge the 2nd cannonball. Instead, he called Xiao Ziji and the others and directly pushed it to the back of the mountain. As long as they bought a new gun, they would come here to test it. It was like a shooting range. Sect Master, Xiao Ziji said in surprise, Is this a gun? Oh my god! Su Xiaoma also came. He walked around the field cannon and said in surprise, The muzzle is so big, the power must be terrifying. After Jun Changshao checked it, he locked on to the small mountain in the distance and clapped his hands. You will know when you fire it. Can this disciple do it? Su Xiaoma's eyes suddenly became hot. Yes, Jun Changshao said go. Su Xiaoma walked over, beaming with joy. He stood in front of the field cannon and asked, Sect leader, how do I use it? Jun Changshao said, Press the red button. When he said this, he had already retreated several hundred meters away. As for Xiao Ziji, who had experience being thrown into trees many times, he also avoided it far away. Su Xiaoma did not realize that he was completely focused on the field cannon. He rubbed his hands and pressed the red button that was more eye-catching. Boom! The peaceful iron bone suddenly emitted a loud boom, causing the ground and buildings to tremble. Because the sound was too loud, the birds in the distance were shocked and fell to the ground. The animals were also frightened and ran around in fear. What's going on? The disciples who heard the buzzing sound looked at the back of the mountain in shock. They saw billowing white smoke rising in the distance and gradually converging into a mushroom shape. Go! Let's go take a look. Everyone hurriedly rushed to the back of the mountain. As soon as they entered, they saw the field cannons spewing out thick smoke. The sect leader and senior brother Xiao stood in the distance. The 2 of them were dumbfounded because they were too close. Their ears were buzzing from the sound of the cannons. Someone exclaimed, Senior brother Su fell. Su Xiaoma fell on the grass beside the field cannon. White foam was coming out of his mouth, and his body was twitching violently. He was beaming with joy just now, but now he was like a bear. The contrast was too great. Of course, Su Xiaoma was not shaken by the recoil, but by the sound of the cannons. It was very tragic. Quick, quick, carry him to the medicine hall for emergency treatment. The disciples rushed forward like a swarm of bees, carried Su Xiaoma and ran towards the medicine hall. Sect leader Li Qingyang's mouth twitched. What happened to junior brother Su? Jun Changshao, who had just adapted to the sound of the cannons, tilted his ears and shouted, What did you say? This was a temporary loss of hearing due to the vibrations. It was not just him. Xiao Ziji also lost his hearing. This situation lasted for more than half a day. The disciples had to shout when they talked to the two of them. Of course, the power of the field cannon was still very terrifying. The mountain 40 li away was not only blown to pieces, but it also created a circular crater that was hundreds of zhang wide. How was this a cannon? It was almost comparable to a missile. After Jun Changxiao's ears recovered, he stood at the edge of the crater and grinned. Why should I be afraid of Xinjiang County? He had absolute confidence that if he fired the cannon, it would definitely scare the army of Xinjiang County to the point of wetting their pants. The field cannon was very powerful, but its weakness was also obvious. It was too loud. If it was set up in the city, the sound of the cannon could make the people without cultivation vomit blood. It can be used to deter the enemy. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is better not to use it. Jun Changxiao murmured. With the powerful field cannon, he was originally worried about how to face Sect leader Jun of Xinjiang County. However, he immediately relaxed. With the Italian cannon in hand, you guys are coming. After a routine cultivation, Sect leader Jun returned to the study and found that the little dragon was still sleeping. This made him certain that the little fellow had hibernated for the second time. I wonder what changes it will undergo when it wakes up. After the first hibernation, the little dragon's body was much bigger. It could even activate its battle form and directly oppress the rank 2 Marshal King Jianya. Jun Changxiao was looking forward to the little dragon's second awakening. Shua. He opened the shop again. Jun Changxiao continued to flip through the book. His luck this time wasn't too good. The only useful item was the Italian cannon. There were no martial techniques, equipment, or recipes. The system was speechless. A powerful field cannon that can help the host fight the army of Xinjiang County head-on is called bad luck? Jun Changxiao ignored it and continued browsing. When he saw the last item, his eyes lit up. It was a very ordinary sackcloth bag with the words "Weapon Dispelling Qinkuan Bag" written on it. He clicked on the description. Item: Weapon Dispelling Qinkuan Bag. Description: a special summoning treasure. There are spirit beans in it. After using it, one can transform the beans into soldiers. Advantage: it can store 100,000 spirit beans. Not only can it transform into soldiers, but it can also be boiled, stewed, or fried. It tastes very good. Disadvantage: the spirit beans can transform into soldiers. If the user dies, there will be one less spirit bean used. Price: 1,000 contribution points. Grade: Saint rank, high. Jun Changxiao said in surprise, "This seems pretty good too." It's not just good. The system said it's practically tailor-made for the host's current dangerous situation. Jun Changxiao's biggest problem now was Xinjiang County and the 2 fourth-rate sections. Shi Jingxian could deal with the sects with her help, but they couldn't fight against a colossus like Xinjiang County. Now that he had the field cannon and the weapon-dispelling Qinkuan bag, he could definitely use them to wrestle with Xinjiang County. As for the various ways to eat spirit beans in the description, unless one's brain was kicked by a donkey, they would definitely not try them. Buy. Sect leader Jun spent 1,000 contribution points to buy the weapon-dispelling Qinkuan bag. Then he opened the shop and spent 500 contribution points to buy 5 AK-47s that were on cooldown. It was very difficult for guns to cause substantial damage to high-level experts, but if the disciples were equipped with them, they would be very effective against the army of Xinjiang County. I have no more contribution points. Looking at the remaining 1,000 points, Sect leader Jun suddenly felt a sense of insecurity. P.S. Go Z is begging for votes. Chapter 481. After buying Jiebing's Qinkuan bag, Jun Changxiao took it out. This thing was similar to a numbing bag, but there was a space inside it. It was similar to a spatial item and stored many fingernail-sized spirit beans. Can it be eaten? He took out one and held it in his hand. Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with surprise as he sensed the faint spiritual energy that permeated the air. There were only 100,000 spirit beans. If there were any casualties, Every spirit bean used would be one less spirit bean. Sect leader June would definitely not be willing to eat them. The system said, maybe it has a miraculous effect. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, if you want to use it, you have to use it on the blade. It's a waste to eat it. How can it be used on the blade? In his opinion, if the Xinjiang County led an army, he would use the beans to create soldiers and fight them to the end. However, how powerful would the soldiers be if they were made from beans? Jun Changshao went to the training ground of the Wolf Rider Hall. He stood on the mountain peak and took out Jiebing's Qinkuan bag. What is the sect leader doing? The members of the Wolf Rider Hall who appeared on the training ground looked up with puzzled faces. Is he here to check on our training? Everyone, you must perform well. Don't disappoint the sect leader. Okay. Everyone shouted in unison, their eyes shining with excitement. During the period when the battle exemption card was in effect, they had persisted in cultivating and training. Not only had their realms increased, but their coordination had also become more and more perfect. Now, the 1,000 Wolf Riders had an average cultivation of a 7th grade martial master. There was still a month before the battle exemption card expired. At this speed, they could reach the 9th grade martial master level. They could break through so quickly because Jun Changshao gave them a lot of qi, gathering pills, and natural spirit stones. In short, in order to face the upcoming storm, they had to use all their resources to create the strongest Wolf Rider Hall. Magic beans to create soldiers. Jun Changshao stood on the mountain peak and shouted. Then he used his mind to control Jiebing's Qinkuan bag. With a wave of his hand, spirit beans flew out. What is that? The members of the Wolf Rider Hall were dumbfounded. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit beans made contact with the ground, producing a light sound. Thick white smoke rose and covered the area. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew and the smoke dissipated. The members of the Wolf Rider Hall widened their eyes. Tens of thousands of soldiers wearing bright white armor and holding long weapons appeared out of thin air. Their figures were straight and their gazes were cold. They gave off the feeling of divine soldiers and heavenly generals. Jun Changshao was stunned. The martial Dao aura emitted by the soldiers, transformed from spiritual beings, was actually at the martial master level. The most coquettish thing. Sect leader Jun could feel that he could control it as he pleased. Turn, he muttered in his heart. The 10,000 soldiers standing below turned around in unison and faced the mountain he was on. Their actions were so synchronized that they looked like guards of honor who had undergone strict training. Shui Rengue walked over and asked in surprise, Sect leader, where did these soldiers come from? Jun Changshao did not explain. Instead, he smiled and said, it's all right, right? Very strong. Shui Rengue said seriously. Very strong was not referring to the cultivation of the soldiers, but from the way they stood and moved, it was obvious that they had received very professional training. Come, Jun Changshao said heroically, you command the Wolf Rider Hall, and I command these soldiers. Let's have a military exercise. Shui Rengue nodded. On the training ground, 1,000 Wolf Riders stood in the west, while 10,000 spiritual bean soldiers stood in the east. The two sides were facing each other. Shui Rengue waved the war flag. Zhong Yi shouted and led the members to charge over on the hurricane wolves. These 2 months of training were indeed remarkable. The strength of the Wolf Riders was definitely much stronger than before. If they were to fight with the Tiger Army commanded by Tao Yuan again, let alone 30,000, even 50,000 would be easily crushed. Attack! With a thought, Jun Changshao issued an order. Ta, ta, ta. Under the control of the 10,000 spiritual bean soldiers, they all held spears and strode forward. During the process, they changed continuously and finally formed an arc-shaped square formation. This, Shui Rengue was dumbfounded. A team of 10,000 people could change frequently and finally arrange a formation suitable for fighting against cavalry. This was incredible. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to do it. No matter how perfect the cooperation was, it would take time to complete. There would be continuous changes during the movement, and it was easy to make mistakes, causing the formation to become messy. Jun Changshao could do something that a 5-star general could not do. This was because, although the 10,000 spiritual being soldiers seemed to be humans, they were in fact marionettes. As long as he had a thought, they would strictly execute the next action. Standing on the mountain peak and looking down, not only could he perfectly control the 10,000 soldiers, but he could also make the most timely arrangements according to the enemy's situation. Shui Rengue had to use the war flag to coordinate the overall situation. On the other hand, Jun Changshao seemed to be playing a strategy game. He could control the soldiers with a click of the mouse. There was no comparison at all. Shush! Shush! Zhong Yi led the members and charged over. They did not use weapons. Instead, they used self-slash, forming dense crescent-shaped flowing lights. As this was a military exercise, they did not need to use their true abilities and their powers were suppressed. However, thousands of flowing lights blasted the spiritual being soldiers who were moving forward. There were only chaotic sounds, and it could not stop them from moving forward. It felt as if they were an iron bastion. Jun Changshao said in surprise, "Is their defense that high?" These soldiers could move according to his thoughts. Could they use martial arts? At the thought of this, he quickly evolved the self-slash movement in his sea of consciousness. Shush! Shush! The 10,000 soldiers put away their weapons. Under the command of their master, they raised their left hands and used self-slashes. "Oh no!" Zhong Yi shouted, "Put up the shields!" Shush! Shush! The wolf riders lifted their iron shields and instantly endured the bombardment of tens of thousands of self-slashes. For a moment, the spiritual force of the training ground was overflowing and dust was flying. The spiritual being soldiers were only martial masters. The self-slash was not very powerful, and it did not affect the members of the Wolf Rider Hall. However, this made Jun Changshao overjoyed. Under his control, they could use martial arts. They could use martial arts. They were not spiritual being soldiers. They were simply his doppelgangers. The system said the host can control the spiritual being soldiers at will. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are doppelgangers. Ha ha ha! Jun Changshao raised his head and laughed. He could control them at will and use all kinds of martial arts. If he were to go to the battlefield, he would not be afraid of Xinjiang County. Not to mention, there were still 90,000 spiritual beings in Jiebing's Qingquan pouch. If these spiritual being soldiers were to line up outside Qingyang City, they would not be afraid even if they were to face hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. Suppressing his excitement, Sect leader Jun continued to control the spiritual being soldiers to fight with the Wolf Riders. Because of their strong defense and the ability to use martial arts, they were able to suppress the Wolf Riders in a head-on confrontation. This battle lasted for an hour. Zhong Yi and the members of the Wolf Rider Hall were extremely depressed. The spiritual being soldiers also knew the martial arts that they knew. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. They did not have any advantage at all. The most shocked person was Tao Yuan, who was watching the battle from afar. He had seen the strength of the Wolf Rider Hall. However, he never expected that there would be such an elite division of 10,000 people in the sect. If the county chief intends to attack Qingyang County, it will be difficult for us to win if Iron Bones joins the battle. Tao Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he was praying in his heart that Xinjiang County did not intend to swallow Qingyang County. Otherwise, as a disciple of the sect and a general of the county, he would be in a difficult position. Unfortunately, Tao Yuan, who had lost his memory, did not know that Xinjiang County had already planned to swallow Qingyang County. Moreover, he had sent an army to fight. Chapter 482. Sect Master. Shui Rengue exclaimed, These soldiers are like heavenly soldiers. Jun Changshao said, "If we have more soldiers, what are our chances of winning against Jinyang County? If we have about 100,000 well-trained soldiers, we might not be able to fight Jinyang County head-on, but we can definitely defend Qingyang City." Shui Rengui said seriously. "Is that so?" Jun Changshao laughed. The soldiers transformed from spirit beings could be controlled at will and could even use martial techniques. They were definitely very powerful and gave him more confidence to fight Jinyang County head-on. "Continue to train the Wolf Rider Hull. Don't slack off," Jun Changshao ordered. "Yes." Shui Rengui was very puzzled. Tao Yuan was captured and Iron Bone joined. Why was there no movement from Jinyang County? He didn't know that it was because of the battle exemption token. After returning to the Sect Master Jun continued to cultivate. He had to break through to second-grade sword and martial king within a month. At this moment, he was not worried at all, nor was he conflicted at all. He was even looking forward to Jinyang County, leading the army and killing them. He wanted to show them what a real elite army was. 1 month later, the battle exemption token lost its effect. Jinyang County gradually recovered their paused memories. Strange. In the secret chamber of the Spirit Stream Sect, Wu Huang, who had just returned, was puzzled. Why am I in the sect? When the chaotic memories gradually came back to him, he suddenly remembered that he was ordered by the Patriarch to go to Qingyang County and find the murderer of Zhuang Yong. However, when he used the power of heaven and earth to form a giant hand and was about to kill him, a stream of light came down from the sky. Then, the more Wu Huang thought about it, the clearer it became. The more he thought about it, the more his hair stood on end. At that time, the power that came down was very terrifying. It was so terrifying that he was like a weak ant. When He Wudi appeared from the void, his cultivation was still rapidly degenerating. Even so, it was still not something a martial king of the falling star continent could contend against. This spirit stream sect expert should be glad that when the other party fell, his cultivation had greatly degenerated. Otherwise, he would have definitely died on the spot. That looks like a person. Could it be the reinforcements that guy invited? Or perhaps there are even stronger existences in Jinyang County. Wu Huang looked fearful. Grand Elder. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect transmitted his voice. "Please come to the main hall quickly." It turned out that Wu Huang was the Grand Elder of the Spiritual Stream Sect. No wonder his cultivation was so strong. In the main hall, the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect, who was in his 70s, sat at the head of the table. There was anger on his aged face. There were also many elders seated in the lower seats. However, there was still a slight gap between their strength and the upper echelons of Miaohua Palace. Patriarch. Elder Shui and Elder Zhuang died in the Azure Sun County. They must be severely punished. An elder said with a cold face. Another elder said coldly, "Although we don't know who did it, since he died in Azure Sun County, let the entire county be buried with him." The death of 2 martial kings infuriated the upper echelons of the Spirit Stream Sect. Just as they were filled with righteous indignation, the Grand Elder walked in. Everyone stood up and saluted him. Patriarch. The Grand Elder sat down and said solemnly, "I'm afraid there's an expert with unfathomable strength in Jinyang County." Everyone was surprised. The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect asked, "Why do you say that?" The Grand Elder hurriedly reported that he was attacked in the wilderness. The Patriarch and elders fell silent. Even a martial emperor would not be able to dodge this sudden attack. His strength must be terrifying. Could it be Wu Sheng? The Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect frowned. The Grand Elder shook his head and said, "It's hard to say." Just as the Patriarch of the Spirit Stream Sect was about to speak, a disciple walked in and said, "Patriarch, there's a letter from the county governor." "Oh, He hurriedly took the letter and opened it. After reading it, he said in a deep voice, "The county governor wants to attack Azure Sun County. He wants the spirit stream sect to send people with him." Without hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone would definitely agree. Now that there was a suspected expert at Wu Shang's level in Azure Sun County, everyone hesitated. Sai, the patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect, sighed and said, "Since the Spirit Stream sect is betting on Jinyang County, we naturally have to cooperate." He said, "Third elder, fourth elder, bring a few hundred disciples with you." Yes, the third elder and fourth elder accepted the order and led the disciples down the mountain. As for the Grand Elder, he chose to continue cultivating in seclusion because he was afraid of the expert who ambushed him. From the looks of it, Hiwudi had not only saved sect leader Jun, but also successfully restrained an expert at Wu Huang's level. After the battle exemption token lost its effect, the people of Jinyang County naturally remembered Tao Yuan's defeat and capture. Huayang County and Heong County had been conquered, and Azure Sun County had lost a talented young general and an elite division. It was definitely difficult for them to accept. The county governor immediately ordered to mobilize 300,000 soldiers to attack Azure Sun County. Not only did he notify the Spirit Stream sect, but he also notified the Duanshui Pavilion. They also sent 2 Martial King elders and a few hundred disciples. 2 days later, everyone gathered in a certain city in Heong County. The 300,000 soldiers and many experts majestically charged toward Azure Sun County. Sect leader. In Ironbone, Li Luochio received the news and said with a frown, "Jinyang County's army will arrive at Azure Sun City in 3 days. They're finally here." Jun Changshao hurriedly dispatched the Wolf Rider Hall and disciples to Ironbone City as quickly as possible. As for Tao Yuan, who had recovered his memories, he locked himself in a room with a complicated gaze. "I was captured. I became a disciple of Ironbone. Who can tell me what's going on?" Jun Changshao knew that Tao Yuan needed time to accept reality, so he did not disturb him. He left the sex matters to Li Luochio and headed toward Azure Sun City. Sect leader Jun. On the city gate tower, Shi Jingxian said in surprise, "Your aura seems to be stronger than before." In the past month, Jun Changshao had been cultivating in seclusion, relying on enough natural spirit stones and qi gathering pills. He finally entered the second stage from the first stage. Before coming to Azure Sun City, he specially went to the training room to test his strength. His punch was 4 million jin. Every time a superior martial king broke through one stage, his strength would increase by 500,000 jin. This guy directly reached 1 million jin. It could be said that he was quite valiant. The system once said, "The host is strong enough to fight an advanced peak martial king." It was understandable for a lower level to fight against someone of a higher level. As a martial king, he was able to fight against a martial king at the peak of the martial king realm. This was the sword martial king. This was the dual spirit core. Cultivation was much slower than normal martial cultivation, but as long as it increased, even if it was only by one stage, it would be even more explosive. Jun Changshao scratched his head and said, "Recently I have a new understanding of martial arts. My strength has increased a little." "Only a little?" Shi Jingxian asked suspiciously. She, who could not see the light with her eyes, was very sensitive in her mind. "Palace Master Shi." Jun Changshao said, "I have received news that Jinyang County has sent 300,000 soldiers. There are also experts from 2 sects accompanying them." He would not tell her about his breakthrough. After all, it had only been a few months since he became a dual martial king. If he advanced by another stage, it would definitely arouse unnecessary suspicion. Such a large force? Shi Jingxian pondered for a while and said, "Sect Master Jun, my Miaohua Palace can help your sect with the 2 sections. As for the 300,000 soldiers, there is nothing I can do." Jun Changshao said, "Palace Master, she only needs to hold back the experts from the two sections. Leave the rest to my iron bone." Xinjiang County is a large county that is good at fighting. Sect Master Jun, are you confident that you can fight against them? Shi Jingxian asked curiously. Jun Changshao put his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield outside. His eyes were cold as he said, "Not only am I confident, but I will also make those who invade my Azure Sun City pay the most painful price." His voice was cold and filled with killing intent. It could be seen that in the near future, there would be a world-shocking battle of slaughter. Chapter 483. A few days later, the famous general of southwest Yangzhou by Ruihu led the White Tiger Army and arrived at Qingyang City. What did it mean to have 300,000 soldiers? Looking from the tower of Qingyang City, it was like a wave that couldn't be retreated. These soldiers cultivated martial arts. When they released their cultivation, it was as if they could shake half of the sky. Although the people in the city didn't see the army, they trembled in fear when they felt the cold aura from afar. In front of this battle-hardened army, ordinary people were like weeds. Even Xie Guangquan, who was standing on the tower, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw the soldiers. If Sect leader Jun wasn't in charge of guarding the city, he wouldn't have the courage to face such a huge army. Shui Ringui was calm. As a 5-star general, he had seen millions of soldiers, let alone 300,000. Tisk tisk. Su Xiaoma sat on the city wall and grinned. It looks scary. There are so many soldiers. If we go in and kick them, we can definitely kill many of them. Li Fei's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He wanted to rush into the army and use his golden right leg to kill to his heart's content. Crack! Tian Qi clenched his fist and said, "I can't wait." For the past 3 months, they had been cultivating with spirit stones and energy-gathering pills. They had improved a lot and wanted to test their strength on the soldiers of Xinjiang County. Shui Ringui wasn't afraid because he had seen the world. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei weren't afraid because they had been trained to be brave. Even if they were in a desperate situation, they wouldn't change their expressions. This was the Iron Bone Sect's disciples. This was the Iron Bone Sect. Those standing on the tower weren't just the inner disciples. There were also outer disciples such as Song Xianzhou, Lin Jiangheng, Li Tiantian, Cui Bujian, Sima Zhongda, and others, other than a small group of disciples who were in charge of daily affairs. Everyone who could come was here. He Wudi was here too. He was now a grade 6 martial master. He had lost his memories 3 times and had even wasted 3 times of his cultivation. To be able to reach such a level in just over a month, as expected of the final disciple of unyielding Sect. As for our Sect leader Jun, he was still lying on the city gate tower with a charming smile on his face. I didn't expect Xinjiang County to send so many people. Looking at the large army outside, Zhang Sun Fenghua frowned. In her opinion, the reason why Xinjiang County sent such a large army over was to take over Azure Sun County and expand their territory. Lang Xingyue said indifferently, "Even if we can hold back 2 fourth-rate sects, Ironbone will definitely not be able to defend Azure Sun City." Shi Jingxian smiled and said, "Elderlung, don't jump to conclusions." Although the Ironbone Sect couldn't be compared to the Xinjiang County, she still trusted Sect Master Jun more. Outside the city, Ruihu, who was dressed in battle armor, rode a tall horse and stood in the middle of the army. His eyes were sharp. He was the highest commander of the White Tiger Legion and one of the 10 great generals of southwest Yangzhou. He definitely had a strong aura of a veteran. A general of the same rank as Tao Yuan looked at the row of Iron Bone disciples on the city gate tower and sneered. "Defending the city with so few people, are you looking down on our White Tiger Legion?" General Tao is the same. The young general beside him said indifferently he actually lost to such a low-grade city and even became a captive. "In my opinion," someone said, "General Tao has probably surrendered." Tao Yuan was the youngest general in the White Tiger Legion and was very talented in military affairs. Naturally, many people didn't like him. Now that he was a captive and there was no news of him, they would definitely hit him while he was down. Even Bai Ruihu, who was furious on the surface when he heard that Tao Yuan lost the battle and was captured, was actually relieved. Recently, the county governor admired this person very much. This made him very worried that Tao Yuan would replace him in the future. Now that Tao Yuan lost the battle and became a captive, it would be difficult for the county governor to put him in an important position. As expected, just as Shui Rengui said, Bai Ruihu was a narrow-minded person. Tao Yuan was a rising star in the military world. Even if he didn't lose to Jun Changshao, he would definitely be obstructed by Bai Ruihu in the future. General Bai, the third elder of the Spirit Stream Sect, walked over and said with a serious expression, "The one standing in front of the city gate tower is the palace master of Miaohua Palace." Bai Ruihu said in surprise, "A fourth-rate sect in Tianyin County? Why is she in Qingyang City?" The third elder said, "Maybe she's a helper from Qingyang County." "Humph," Bai Ruihu sneered and said, "Could it be that Miaohua Palace wants to get involved in a secular war?" What he said, as if the Spirit Stream Sect and Duanshui Pavilion weren't involved in a secular war. The third elder said solemnly, "Miaohua Palace's strength is not to be underestimated, especially that young new palace master. She's even called an extraordinary woman." Although the Spirit Stream Sect and Miaohua Palace were of the same level, their overall strength was much weaker. Not to mention, standing next to Shi Jingxian were two peak martial kings. If the martial kings sent by the Spirit Stream Sect and Duanshui Pavilion dared to clamor in front of the city gate, they could teach them a lesson in a matter of minutes. This time, the Truyang County had sent experts from the two sects to intimidate them with their strength. In the end, the other side had an even stronger existence, so it was meaningless. Bai Ruihu didn't care. These martial kings were just icing on the cake. To truly take down Qingyang City and the entire Qingyang County, he still had to rely on his own army. "Thank you, Governor." He channeled his energy into his dantian and shouted, "For the sake of the people in the city, you should give up resisting." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light shot toward him. The fourth elder of the Spirit Stream Sect flew up and formed a defensive wall in front of him, blocking the bullet. What kind of hidden weapon was that? The fourth elder landed and stabilized his body. His eyes were filled with surprise. If he hadn't fully activated his spiritual senses, he wouldn't have been able to accurately capture the stream of light with his naked eye, let alone form a defensive wall to block it. On the sentry post, Xiao Ziji put down his AWM sniper rifle and shook his head helplessly. With a martial king around, it would be difficult for him to hurt the enemy. Jun Changshao stood up from the roof and said with a smile, "Listen up, Green Sun City is now under the protection of my Iron Bone faction." Iron Bone? Bai Ruihu and the other generals sneered. The fourth elder of the Gui Yuan sect said in a deep voice, "A mere Iron Bone dares to get involved in a secular war. What a joke!" Jun Changshao flew out with the cloud-treading steps and landed in front of the army of 300,000. He pointed at the martial king and said, "Old man, you seem to be looking down on Iron Bone. Come, let's fight." One person declaring war in front of so many people. How arrogant was that? The fourth elder of the Gui Yuan sect said in disdain, "Me? Are you the sect master of Iron Bone, Jun Changshao?" Just as he finished speaking, his expression changed. That was because the young man was emitting a special aura, which turned into a powerful pressure and pressed down on him. The fourth elder wanted to dodge, but under the pressure of Ling Jian's sword, not only did his movements slow down, he was also gradually frozen in place. In the end, he couldn't move at all. "Old man." Jun Changshao raised his hand and a red light gathered at his fingertips. He said coldly, "This is the result of looking down on Iron Bone." Whoosh! The 7 mysterious sunglow break was used and shot out in a beam of light. No, the 4th elder of the Lingyuan sect was shocked. Puchi! But just as he shouted a word, his chest was mercilessly pierced through by the red beam of light. His thoughts and sea of consciousness were cut off and his eyes dimmed. Zhang Sanfenghua and Leng Xingyue's eyes were filled with disbelief. Bai Ruihu and the other experts from the 2 sects also widened their eyes. Rank 2 Martial King. He was insta-killed by him just like that. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 484. The noisy 4th elder of the Spirit Stream sect was killed by Jun Changxiao's 7 profound sunglow break. Bai Ruihu and the others widened their eyes. Zhang Sanfenghua and Leng Xingyue, who were standing on the city gate tower, were stunned. That guy killed a rank 2 Martial King too easily. There was nothing they could do. Under the suppression of the sword aura, the 4th elder of the Spirit Stream sect couldn't dodge or resist. He could only stand there and wait for death. When Jun Changxiao first used the sword aura in the Blue Mountain sect, he could only barely restrain a Martial King. Now that his cultivation had improved and his understanding of the way of the sword had deepened, when facing a low-level Martial King, his Qi domain was comparable to Wu Huang's. Plop! The 4th elder of the Spirit Stream sect fell to the ground. Elder Wang. The 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream sect glared at Jun Changxiao with a strong killing intent in his eyes. You have a problem with that? Jun Changxiao said, Come, let's fight. Arrogant, arrogant, the 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream sect said in a deep voice, Kid, you killed people of the Spirit Stream sect. We won't rest until you die. Although he was angry, he was more rational. To be able to kill the 4th elder, this kid was very strong. If he blindly accepted the challenge, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he could only threaten him. Jun Changxiao shrugged and said indifferently, It's not like I haven't killed them before. Do you think I'm afraid? It's not like I haven't killed them before. The 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream sect was stunned. Then he remembered something and said in surprise, Elder Shui and Elder Zhuang were killed by you. Jun Changxiao was surprised. You don't know. In his opinion, his identity should have been exposed since he was chased by Wu Huang of the Spirit Stream sect. That was why he flew out and killed the 4th elder. Anyway, there was a grudge between them. Since he had already killed 2, it didn't matter if he killed 1 more. In fact, the Spirit Stream sect didn't know who the murderer was. Although the Grand Elder had seen him, he didn't know his true identity. The 2 Martial Kings of the Duanshui Pavilion were also angry and murderous. An elder and many disciples of their sect went to the Blue Mountain sect with the Spirit Stream sect and never returned. They must have been killed by him. The 3 Martial Kings glared at him angrily. Jun Chang laughed and said, You're so angry. How about this? He paused and said, Don't say that I'm bullying you. The 3 of you can come at me together. 1 person challenging 3 Martial Kings? How arrogant! Arrogant. The anger in the eyes of the elders of the 2 sects burned even brighter. As the king of martial Dao, he would definitely find it hard to accept being looked down upon by a junior. Elder Zhang, Elder Zhao. The 3rd elder of the Spirit Stream sect said in a low voice, Since Sect Master Jun has said so, it would be rude of us to not accompany you. Not bad, Duanshui Pavilion's Elder Zhang said. If Sect Head Jun insists on fighting 1 against 3, we must accompany you to the end. Jun Changxiao was able to instantly kill a rank 2 Martial King. None of them had the confidence to fight him one-on-one. However, if they were to fight him together, they would have a very high chance of winning. Shua, shua, shua. The 3 of them flew out and landed in front of the formation. Then they unleashed their Martial King cultivation. Whoosh, whoosh. A thick and heavy aura instantly filled the battlefield, causing Xie Guangquan, who was on the city gate tower, to tremble. Zhang Sanfenghua said coldly, one against 3 martial kings. That brat is truly arrogant, Lang Xingyue said. Although his strength is not bad, he's too young and impetuous. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, I feel that Sect Master Jun dares to fight 1 against 3. He's a man of iron and unyielding character. Zhang Sanfenghua and Leng Xingyue were silent. It seemed that the palace master was truly infatuated with that guy. No matter what he did, she believed it to be right. Facing the 3 martial kings who unleashed their cultivation, Jun Changshao asked inwardly with a calm expression, What's the strength of these 3 people? The system said, 1 rank 5 martial king and 2 rank 3 martial kings. If that's the case, they're equivalent to rank 11 martial kings. Jun Changshao thought to himself. System. Adding up the other party's cultivation level, this was too strange. Sect Master Jun, the spirit stream, Sect's 3rd elder, said coldly, Can we begin? With so many people watching and 3 against 1, he had to pay attention to his demeanor to prevent others from gossiping behind his back. Let's begin. Jun Changshao said with his hands behind his back, I'll let you guys make the first move. This was truly arrogant. Zhang Sanfenghua and Leng Xingyue, who were already unhappy with him, rolled their eyes. They secretly thought that such an arrogant junior would fall sooner or later. There was no need for sooner or later. Now was the time. If 3 martial kings joined forces, they would definitely be able to beat him to a pulp. The spirit stream Sect's 3rd elder's eyes flickered with anger. He exchanged glances with the 2 Duanshui pavilion's 3rd elder and then used their respective martial skills. Immediately, multicolored spiritual energy gathered. Whoosh! The spiritual energy surged and the wind howled. 3 martial kings working together could be said to be extremely powerful. The white Tiger Corps soldiers standing at the front line had fear in their eyes. Then they unconsciously retreated more than 10 steps. They were worried that they would be affected by the aftershocks and die an unnatural death. Since ancient times, there had been many little ghosts who had suffered because of a fight between immortals. Go! The 3rd elder of the spirit stream, Sect, shouted. At the same time, he rushed over using his movement technique. His fists were infused with spiritual energy and instantly blasted out dozens of punches in the air. Hidden Tyrant Fist. Supreme Grade. Fist Technique. Whoosh whoosh. The densely packed fist shadows formed a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they pressed forward. As soon as the Spirit Stream Sect's 3rd elder made his move, the 2 Duanshui pavilion's 3rd elder also quickly stepped forward. Then they gathered spiritual energy in 2 directions and blasted it. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 vigorous energies turned into streams of light like saber energy. This was Duanshui Pavilion's unique martial skill, water-drawing saber. Although its level was not as high as the Hidden Tyrant Fist, it was still a rather rare spiritual energy, martial skill. Boom! 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 The densely packed fist imprints first blasted towards Jun Changshao. Under the energy explosion, a cloud of mist immediately rose up. Following that, the 2 saber-drawing water-breaking swords swept up a cloud of dust that covered the sky. Hiss! Many soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air. If they were to resist this kind of power, they would definitely be blasted into meat paste. Zhang Sanfenghua and Leng Xingyue both shook their heads. 3 different martial techniques came from 3 different directions, but that guy actually stood in the same place without moving. Did he think that he could use the spiritual energy wall to resist it? A 5th grade martial king and 2 3rd-grade martial kings. The power they erupted with was at least 6 to 7 million gene. Even a peak martial king might not be able to resist it. Gradually, the dust dissipated. Jun Changxiao's figure gradually appeared. Still standing there, Zhang Sanfenghua and Leng Xingyue looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Even if the spiritual energy wall could resist the bombardment of 3 martial kings, it should at least take a few steps back, right? What did he mean by standing there? Whoosh! A gust of wind blew away the thin mist, and they could clearly see that Jun Changshao was not only standing in the same place, but he was also wearing a scarlet armor. He had an imposing appearance and was extraordinarily mighty. This, Zhang Sunfenghua and Leng Xingyue were stunned. They looked at the armor on Jun Changshao's body and couldn't be sure for a moment. Was it an equipment or a treasure?